Now, can you tell me about your team's growth since the name change and since the rebrand?
Sa una kay dili kami disiplina, tas karon org na disiplina na.
Ang team rin nalahi pero wala na usab na mo maura ka magpakita.
Can you tell me about your journey and how do you feel about your journey so far? How do you feel about your team from the beginning of the year and reaching now Esports World Cup?
Malipayan kay na kabot ng mga pangandoy na professional player.
Malikod!
And that is a storybook ending sa Ubik Maniac. Magkikita-kita pa tayo sa Grand Final.
So after all those, I want to say like late nights, every single day, grinding, practicing, you feel happy, I want to say over the moon, ecstatic that you managed to reach this level. Tell me, what does it mean to you to represent your country on this level?
One, happy kayo kay among bansa among representative.
Very happy for you too, and congratulations on an incredible journey. And you know, I want to give you this chance. Is there anything that you want to say to the people supporting you in Cebu specifically?
Salamat sa nagsuporta sa Team Stallion. Lalo na kay Ate Lizel at Kuya Chris.
Team
Good luck all.
Stallions. Yeah, good luck to everyone, honestly.
Yeah.
Watch out. These people from Cebu, from Manila, from Philippines, they're coming for you. Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining
Thank
us.
you.
Congratulations. Salamat.
Salamat.
And that's a wrap. We'll see you guys in the next one.
This land is calling.
I'm here joining with YU and XJ from 琴酒 Club.
Hello， 大家好，我是秦九玉。
大家好，我是秦九小杰。
Welcome to our game. Today I got 20 quick questions for you guys and you need to answer me immediately. So are you ready for that?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
First questions. Who's your team's certified aim god?
KY
KY
Who's the most clutch under pressure?
KY
KY
Who's most likely to run into a grenade twice?
我吧。
玉
Any crossfire weapon you secretly hate but still use?
QBJ03
其实没有吧？
Which teammates loves making risky plays just for fun?
没有，对，没有。
这个没有。
Who's the biggest trash talker just for fun?
我可能会跟英俊吧，其他的就不怎么开玩笑。
歪钩吧，还有那个 XMY。
Who's the loudest on VC even when he's dead?
这个应该是我。
Who hypes the team with the worst motivational speeches?
就 XMY 吧，我觉得。
一样。
What's your team's group chat name?
1301谨慎生存人员。
秦九日练5000。
Who's the last to show up to practice?
这个我不知道呀，随便说一个的话就是我吧。
没有最后一个到的。
Who's the team's best foodie?
XMY。
XMY。
Any gamers here with surprising hobbies? Maybe painting, fishing, dancing?
没有。平常的话就我除了端游可能会玩会儿手机游戏，或者看电视剧吧。
这个没有，就平时就空闲时间就看看电影吧。
If one teammate had to become a TikToker, who would blow up first?
KY 吧。
KY
If you weren't a pro player, what would you be doing instead?
我可能会去学习一些生活上的那种就是能对工作有用的技术。
就跟家里面学习一些，就是电脑计算机嘛。
Any hidden talents we should know about?
就是我可能会比较运动的时候体力会好一点。
我可能比较擅长唱歌吧。
Would you rather win EWC with a game-winning ace or as a support with 0 kills?
我更愿意就是单局全歼 EWC。
一样。
Would you rather play a whole match with sound only or minimap only?
只看小地图。
只看小地图。
Would you rather chill with your team at the beach or a LAN cafe?
去沙滩上放松吧。
沙滩上。
Would you rather have unlimited nades or 200 ping and perfect aim?
我选第二个，200延迟，但是要准一点吧。
一样。
So, the last question for them. If your team had a theme song, what would it be?
EWC 的主题曲就是我们的主题曲。
Okay, that's all from us now. I wish you the best luck on your upcoming matches. Bye bye.
拜拜。
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Hi, I'm Wendy. I'm here joining by Jiuyou and Xiaobing from KINGZERO-eSports. Let's welcome.
Hello， 我是 KZ 俱乐部的九优。
Hello， 大家好，我是 KZ 俱乐部的小编。
Today we're gonna do a quick game, 20 quick questions for you guys, and you need to answer me immediately. Are you ready?
Yes.
Who's your team's certified aim god?
YSH.
Question number 2. Who's the most clutch under pressure?
九优。
冰。
The next. Who's the most likely to run into the grenade twice?
九优。
XN.
Any CROSSFIRE weapon you secretly hate but still use?
USP.
幻神。
Who's the biggest trash talker in a fun way?
YF.
YF。
Which teammates loves making risky plays but just for fun?
YSH。
YSH.
Who's the loudest on VC even when he's dying?
YF。
XN.
Who hypes the team with the worst motivational speeches?
Nobody.
What's your team's group chat name?
相亲相爱一家人。
听众训练群。
你们不在一个群里面。
我们两个群。
我跟他不熟。
他说的是一个群，我是说的另一个群。
Who's the last to show up to practice?
He.
有。
Who's the team's best foodie?
Maybe YF.
Any gamers here with surprising hobbies? Painting, fishing, dancing?
登山。
唱歌。
能唱一个半句吗
No.
Can you show it to the camera?
No.
下一个 If one teammate had to be a TikToker, who would blow up first?
Maybe XN.
How about you?
YSH.
YSH.
Yeah.
Okay. If you weren't a pro player, what would you be doing instead?
可能还在读书吧。
搬砖。
Any hidden talents we should know?
我比较喜欢滑雪吧，又去偷练吧。
因为就每次就看嘛，然后叫做中国新说唱，然后就跟着一起学，然后慢慢自己再学嘛。
Would you rather win EWC with a game-winning ace or a support with 0 kills?
杀的多一点吧。
杀的多一点。
Would you rather play a whole match with sound only or minimap only?
只看小地图。
那就听声音吧。
Would you rather chill with your team at the beach or a LAN cafe?
去海滩上面放松一下。
去海滩放松。
Would you rather have unlimited nades or 200 ping and perfect aim?
200 ping 但拥有完美的瞄准技巧。
200 片，完美的完美技巧。
The last questions. If your team had a theme song, what would it be?
团结就是力量。
还是哪个？那个不抛弃不放弃那个是什么歌来着？相亲相爱一家人。相亲与相爱，就一家人。我不知道咋唱。
That's all. Thank you for joining this quick question, and your answers are amazing. Thank you, Jiuyou and Xiaobing. And I wish you the best luck in your upcoming matchups. And that's all from us. Thank you.
拜拜。
We interrupt your regularly scheduled programming for a live update with breaking news from the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Lots of updates here for the CROSSFIRE. It is now day 4, and a lot of the competition has now been solidified and casualties have been made.
Reports confirm that 8 teams have been eliminated from the competition faster than my coffee was this morning.
Authorities say that the survivors are under extreme pressure.
And playoffs sources say that one wrong peak could be the end of it all. The situation is tense.
The stakes are fatal.
Stay tuned.
Because day 4 is now commencing and CROSSFIRE is about to turn our world upside down.
And welcome back, everyone, to CROSSFIRE DWC 2025. This is day number 4. The group play has concluded. We're moving into playoffs. We've got a lot of money on the line. We're talking $2 million. Quite literally life-changing money. These competitors are going to be competing for. Things start to get serious. There's no more second lives. Group play was double elimination. In playoffs, it's single elimination. Best of 3s all the way through until grand finals, which will be a best of 5. So if you lose, you are done. Welcome back into the studio. Today is going to be a lot of fun, and you're going to be joined by myself, Taylor Reflections. No, of course, we've got Neo and Sneaky on the desk to break down all the action. Neo, how's it going?
I'm feeling very good. I'm looking forward to today. This is sort of gone for the most part to plan, I would say, right? You know, we've got in towards playoffs, and all the big 4 are there. We've got a couple of heavy hitters of those dark horses that have made their way through, but I'm looking forward to this. We've had upsets already in the groups, and if we get some upsets in towards this playoffs, anything can happen.
That's right, anything, especially with single elimination. Sneaky, you left the venue as quickly as you could because Stallions were down 0-1. You leave, they win. I guess the curse really is real.
I mean, you know, the curse had to leave the building. Of course, I left as fast as possible, fully knowing that they already lost the first game and I was watching, so I skedaddled my way out of there, and it seems like it did work, and I'm pretty happy we have a Filipino team in playoffs.
Yes, we have representation quite literally from around the world. We take a look at our Jamil Motorsport arrivals, and things start to get serious. Of course, our first match of the day is AlQadsiah versus Stallions. As they start to take the venue, you got to think to yourself, Stallions, they were the team that played the latest last night. They're the team playing the earliest today.
Yeah, and that can actually make a big difference, just mainly in the sense that you don't get time to prep, right? AlQadsiah probably would have expected Stallions to be the team to meet them here, and they probably have a little bit extra time to sort of understand, right, what's their play styles, what's their tempo, the gimmicks they're going to bring to the table, and even just the easy things of what's their map pool, right? What are we looking to do in the veto? Can we win from stage 1 before we even get in towards the server? So I'm hoping that Stallions have got a good amount of time to rest, but it's really difficult to sleep off of the series they had going into map 3, round back and forth as well. They were getting fired up at Na'Vi as well, so it's one of those ones I think it's a couple of hours to kind of get all the adrenaline out of the system. So I hope they rest and recovered because they've got a big game today.
That's it, and big games and big moves from Team Falcons. The club championship race embroiled in a battle with Team Liquid. Falcons had to hold on tight. The question is, were they able to? Well, the answer is undeniably yes. We've got Milos on scene to break it all down with the Falcons.
And there it is confirmed. Team Falcons are
your EWC Club Championship victors 2 years in a row. With you, of course, the one and only Msad. I mean, Msad, it's the second year that I stand by you. This past year as a competitor, this time standing by, surrounded by all of the Team Falcons fans. You were cheering for Tokido there. It ended up in a victory. It's all good for Team Falcons. You clear the club championship back to back. What does that mean to you?
That's fine. I mean, it's very hard to find the right words when everything is surrounded. I'm very happy that we made this for everyone here in Saudi, everyone in the region. The electric that they have done for all the atmosphere through the whole events, they are the main reasons why we never stop. We always want to do the same. Last year I tried as a competitor, and this year we are supporting another player, and that means that we'll always do our best to keep it at home every day, every time.
I mean, it was a lot of work and pressure throughout the entire year to get to this point, to find the right players, the right teams to sign on to play for EWC. What to you is the champion material to get on Team Falcons, to play for you and compete here and all over the world?
The champions material is our players, to be honest. We always believe in our players, and we always trust them, and we try to support them as much as we can. I want to thank everyone who played, every employee in Falcons, every partner who's been with us. The journey is never easy, but we made it the whole way. Defending your champion to be back-to-back as well is the hardest thing that people can imagine. But we always accept challenges, and we always show up.
Very good. Now, because we're surrounded by Team Falcons fans, is there anything you'd like to say in Arabic? بدك تقول شيء بالعربي لكل مشجعين Team Falcons معنا.
شكرا لكم، شكرا لكل دعمكم. بعد توفيق الله انتم السبب كل مكان وصلنا له، وهذه لكل الشعب السعودي ولكل واحد الوطن العربي. هذه لكم.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen, your EWC Club Championship champions, Team Falcons!
Team Falcons get it done in back-to-back years, earning a total of $14 million for their good efforts. Falcons have been taking over the esports scene, and it makes sense. They've got such a great team behind them, including Jordan Savelli, the GM of Falcons. Welcome to the desk, man. How are you feeling? Because, I mean, Falcons, an incredible organization, and you've been a big part of the reason why.
Feeling good after the win. Yesterday was like a bit more stressful, I would say, because like nothing was like done or whatever.
Right.
But just also like feeling the pressure a bit released, and then like everything is good.
And pressure's real, wasn't it? I mean, Team Liquid was on your heels at one point. Virtus Pro, right? Everybody was gunning for you guys. If you're at the top of the food chain, everybody's hungry. They want to eat. You guys are eating the best.
Yeah, that's a good image. But yeah, like this year was crazy. VP Liquid, of course, like Vitality, also AG, like many teams like just came to get the trophy, and we just like the battle was really good.
I remember Team Liquid were ahead of you, and I was thinking to myself, oh man, Falcons might not win the club championship this year, because last year you all dominated. We're talking, I believe you had double the score of second place, or just nearly that. This time around, it was a lot closer. Talk to me about Team Falcons' run throughout the entirety of the 7 weeks of EWC, because we had, 25 different games, 3 to 4 finals happening each and every weekend. This was definitely the most competitive year yet.
Definitely, I believe we had like we struggled on many games, if I can say that. Like we were like supposed to be like good on, for example, like Rainbow Six, Warzone, Apex Legends, Free Fire, like many titles, and we didn't succeed to get like this trophy and these points out of it. So I think this year this was more on us to struggle than maybe like the other to perform like really well, but like had to like props to Liquid and Vitality, like they did like fantastic run.
And of course for you guys, from last year into this year, you know, so much more competitive, and with a target on your back as the best organization in the world, what are you going to do heading in towards next year to kind of keep that and try and go for the three-peat?
At the moment I don't have like the right answer, and we need to, you know, like to take a step back after the win and like try to align the strategy for next year, because like we see like some struggle on our side, so we have to just like maintain a good level. For sure you can't win like all the title, that's not realistic, but at least like you have to manage expectation and maybe a higher expectation on some games, and try to have like a bit more luck with like groups and so on. You know about CROSSFIRE, for example. You know, like
That's
it's
right.
just.
That's well. I tell you what, we've been talking about it with like $7 million. Orgs can do a lot with $7 million, and if that means entering new games or maybe developing the roster in a different way, it opens up the doors. So I asked the general manager of the Falcons, right? What does $7 million mean for your organization, and what can you do with it?
I mean, like for the organization, it's massive because you can definitely, like as you say, like develop every single title that you have at the moment. Maybe like level up the roster, maybe like have like other roster on all the games. So for us, like it's a huge advantage, and in my opinion, that's also giving us how I can say that, like a little more on the
edge.
Yes, exactly.
Sure.
Like the one that behind, because like we can invest this money to get better.
Right, and I do want to know on a personal basis, because Falcons, you guys relatively new when it comes to the esports scene, right? But you've been taking over. What does Falcons mean to esports? What is the ultimate goal of your organization?
I mean, the ultimate goal, in my opinion, is to be there for years and build the legacy and being like a winning org and like a dominant org, if I can say that. Because like right now, I think like if you think about like what is the best org in the world, we can maybe like say Team Liquid at the moment, like in terms of what they built, and like it's one of the biggest ones. So in my opinion, it's just like to try to be there and try to challenge them in a sense. Like I think that this is like the biggest dream.
Sure. Well, we talked about getting involved in different games. It's the first time EWC featured chess, and it was exciting. You know, Jordan, I was looking out there. I was here for the chess. If it wasn't working it, but I made sure to get to this arena to watch it. The crowd was going nuts. Hikaru ended up representing your organization. Talk to me about chess, man, because obviously it was a well-fought battle. Falcons representing well. What did chess mean to the Falcons?
It means a lot because like we have like two great players, one French, so it's good for me, you know, like and he's been in final and great. And I think like Hikaru was close to take down Magnus, even if it was, you know, like still Magnus.
Sure.
But for us, like it means a lot because it's I think it's a perfect cross game between like, I would say like board and esports game. And we've seen like the fan, like we didn't expect it to have like such like a huge crowd to chess for
massive crowd.
Yeah.
I was shocked. I really was. And one of the cool things about it as well is, from what I'm hearing, it's unofficially, of course, coming from me, right? So you can trust me if you want, but from what I've heard, one of the best chess events in the history of chess, which is pretty miraculous. And obviously Falcons were a part of that, so that's a very special moment.
Yeah, and again, like I have the same. I heard the same as you. Like players, like were really excited about this event and say that it was one of the best. Yeah.
Well, let's talk about one of the best. It was Falcons who came in with a big narrative for CROSSFIRE, and Falcons did fairly well. And in fact, in my opinion, if they weren't involved in the group of death, which was Group C, there was a good chance they could have moved into playoffs. So talk to me about Falcons and your entry into CROSSFIRE, and another new game for the EWC run.
I mean, like it's pretty. Like we were pretty excited about the game, but also like pretty sad about the group. Not gonna lie,
of course.
Because like we know like the two big dogs at least, like they were here.
That's right.
And they deserve it. But I think like now like we start to have like more experience, and we will build around that to become stronger next year. I would say, yeah.
Right. I will say though, even though they were eliminated, they still had the loudest crowd out there in the venue.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one of the things as well with this Falcon side, I feel like any other group, for them, they're going to be fine. And also, they come in with a stand-in as well. You didn't have your full roster. What's it been like entering in towards CROSSFIRE? It's a whole different world. I think it's an esport as well that, generally speaking, is not really that known about in the West. It's very kind of Asia dominated. So what's it been like kind of entering in towards like kind of a whole new world in that sense?
It's exciting and also like really scary because like you don't know like anything about the game. You have to like really like do your research, like study the game, study like how like the in a sense like stakeholder and something. So it's just like really challenging, and we had like to be honest like a beautiful staff that did like an amazing job on that. Again, I at least like I enjoyed the match, and I think that it was really close at some point. Unfortunately, like BaiSha is another big one. But I think like the players like did well and did their best, so we're just like proud of them.
Well, Jordan, let me ask you this, as I believe you're about to exit very shortly. Just give you the floor. Talk about the Falcons, EWC, basically whatever you want to say, not only for the organization but to the fans out there.
I mean, this means everything for us, like to win this this championship, because like we're Saudi based, so you know, like playing on your home soil and so on, and with a huge crowd, you all seen that, you know, like it's just like insane crowd, and in my opinion, it's part of the DNA of Falcons is this, like, this fan. So we need them to continue to be there, to be loud, just like try to be as respectful as possible with the opponent. But other than this, like, just like be loud, be there, and all players like really love their support.
Yes, and I tell you what, I can hear them from the arena in here, and we're totally separate from that. Jordan Savelli, thank you so much for coming on, the general manager of the Falcons. Today's going to be exciting, but first we have to recap what ended up happening yesterday with our Kadia top plays. We take a look at clutch moments, heartbreak. It gave us a little bit of everything, and well, sneaky, we take a look at our first clip, and it was a 1v2.
Yeah, of course, it is going to be YF starting things off with a clutch. Obviously, KINGZERO coming in as the 5th seed from China. Expectations were low, but it seems like being in this kind of group kind of helped for them, honestly. But, I mean, YF being so clutch is insane.
Yeah, absolutely. And we move on towards Team Liquid Rock. I was so excited for this game because Team Liquid were meant to be the top dogs in this group. They were meant to make it through somewhat seamlessly, but Rock putting that pressure on, doing what they do best. Really, really good series all around. And Rock proving why they are a playoff team. 3rd tournament in a row that now a West League side has made it towards the playoffs. Finally showing this region has a lot of bite to it as well.
Well, speaking of regions, the Filipinos coming out big with Stallions versus Na'Vi.
Oh man, the crowd was insane from both sides, from Stallions and from Na'Vi. The Brazilians were really, really loud in the arena, but unfortunately for them, Stallions, the playoff magic has finally blessed them in EWC, and they got the top 8. That last map was so intense. I was holding my breath the entire time, just praying that it finally finishes.
Well, CROSSFIRE this time around is 5 days in a row, and we are now on day number 4. Group play is done with, and now we enter into our playoffs, which is single elimination. 8 teams enter. Only 1 team can become champion. It's up to them to decide if it wants to be them or not. Be best of 3 throughout the day. When we get to grand finals, which will be ultimately tomorrow, it will be a best of 5. And for the teams, they're looking to protect their keys. They do not want their keys crushed because it can be used for the trophies of their competitors. You don't know what I'm talking about? Let's show you.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy. When a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see. And it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the Game Trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
Protecting those keys are important, and for Twisted Minds, unfortunately, they were unable to do so. Throughout our 2 days of group play, we crushed 8 total keys. EVOS, another roster that tried their best, but unfortunately for them, the competition waved them goodbye. Inner Circle as well. We've seen so many great organizations come in. Unfortunately for the Falcons, not flying high here, but they do win the club championship. We got to give them credit where credit is due.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, like we were saying just earlier with Jordan, it feels like if Falcons were in any other group, they make it out, right? They just got drawn the worst hand, having 2 of the best teams, arguably the best team in the world right now, and the reigning champs in your group. It is brutal. but, you know, we run through some of these as well. First and foremost, nobody being able to survive about the jump scare. That's
right, the jump scare is
behind there as well. It's so funny, but I love it. Even though they know what's coming, nobody's been able to kind of aura farm their way through.
That's right. Got to aura farm. We're going to, yo, that's the best. That is the best one, by the way, Stallions, and was our best matchup, including the crowd reactions. All the competitors are competing for that graphic right there. $2 million, $750,000 up for grabs. We talk about, obviously, the club championship race, the $7 million going to an org, but we're talking a big portion of $750,000 going to a player.
Yeah, it could be a player and in need as well. I mean, knowing some of these regions, you know, especially when it comes to Cebu, this would be a huge injection for their organization, and it feels like if any of these teams, just like Rock, I mean, this would be a big check for him.
Yeah, I'll say honestly, even for the Philippines and for the guys from Egypt, for Rock, right, 75 grand for finishing top 8. Even that alone actually goes a long way. You know, for these guys, that means, you know, something that we spoke the other day. You know, PC upgrades or having the ability to go to boot camps, having the ability to have kind of better firmware to improve your chances. So as a whole, I mean, it's just such a big opportunity having an event like this. This money goes a long way, and now that we are in towards the playoffs, it gets even spicier, and it very quickly scales up too.
Sure, it definitely does. And speaking of scaling up, our schedule today is action-packed. We're going to be doing all of our quarterfinal matches. We start off with AlQadsiah versus Team Stallions. Team Stallions, again, the team that finished the latest last night. They're starting the earliest today. Q9, BaiSha, Evolution Power Gaming, Rock, AG.AL, KINGZERO-eSports. At the end of the day, 4 more keys will be crushed. Like I said, it's single elimination. Things start to get serious. We look at our playoffs bracket. We discussed it a bit yesterday, Sneaky. Let's break it down some more. Let's look at our top 4 teams.
Man, Stallions have the hardest road to get into grand finals. You have to go through the #1 seed of Brazil, possibly BaiSha Gaming and or Q9, most likely BaiSha. But, you know, EP, I mean, I'm liking the playoffs bracket. I like that Rock and Stallions are on opposite sides of the playoffs, because I really feel like they got some magic in the Mio. I have a feeling that something's gonna happen today.
Yeah, but, you know, honestly, if I'm looking at this, I think this is just set up for the Big Four to be the Big Four, right? This is AlQadsiah, BaiSha, EP, and AG all day for me. I can't see really too much of a world. And as much as I want my biases for Rock, and I want to say these guys can make it through, they've got such a tough run. They're against the reigning champs right now, a side who are dominant in groups, beat BaiSha in the groups as well, who were our #1 seed coming in towards this. So yeah, I think generally speaking, you know, as much as I want to have the Rock bias, and I'm sure you want to have the Philippines bias, our chances are slim to none if we're being frank here. The Big Four should be the Big Four, and that's why they're called the Big Four for a reason.
I like just the slim, not the none part. Leave the none part out. It's slim, but it's still possible. Hey, we have one match, though, that's looking to take it all, and it's going to be the most exciting. Let's take a look at our S&B match of the day. It's Q9 versus BaiSha, and for good reason.
Yeah, for good reason. I mean, these are the clash of the storylines, right? I mean, BaiSha Gaming, best team in the world, has the GOAT on the team. Q9 trying to erase that moniker of being chokers here in playoffs, right? I mean, Q9 has done such a great job in the post-balance guns era that they've breezed through groups, and it seems like they want to be the team that doesn't just rely on Koi.
All right, well, hey, I'm ready to get our spicy takes, okay? And I hope you have some spicy takes. Give it a quick thought, very quick thought. Let's move into our doctor's notes of the day. Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib. And I got to look at you boys. Who's ready for the spiciest take? Anybody want to take it first? You're usually the first one to go.
All right, this is going to be close to home for Neo. I think Rock is going to win their series.
Woo! Yeah, Rock wins the series, the spicy take.
I have an odd feeling. I have such big trust on their coach Stray, that the way that he read that last game up against Team Liquid. I mean, Team Liquid, you're going up against the coach and the animals at the same time, and the fact that they could pull that through, and this has got to be probably one of the most impressive runs that Rock has had. And I want to see it keep going. And it seems like they were still confident, judging from yesterday.
All right, well, very quickly, do you have a doctor's note spicy take?
He just stole it. How can are we stealing the West League guys' West League point here? This is a shame. I'll throw on a spicy one. Q9 beat BaiSha.
Cannot be BaiSha. Oh, Q9 beat BaiSha.
Q9 beat BaiSha.
Ooh, we getting spicy out here. That's your Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib's doctor's notes. Let us know what your spicy takes are, not only in the venue, but also out there in the chat. But let's take a look at our power rankings, something we've been looking at for quite some time. Our Aramco power rankings, we've been quite accurate. I must say our favorites, well, they're all looking pretty good and poised for today's competition.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, in a sense, this tournament sort of wrote itself when it came towards the top four. And there's a reason, like we said, why we call these guys the Big Four. Best from their region, but also as well, especially with that kind of quite heavy Chinese lean, it is just the most dominant region. AlQadsiah, of course, alongside some big names, but it could be any of those four that make it all the way towards that final, and it seems to be really a kind of an on-the-day type thing.
That's it. Well, dark horses, we've already lost some of them, but some of them still remain.
Yeah, for sure. Rock and Stallions still live and alive, and it seems like these dark horses want to go and tread going into these playoffs. I mean, obviously, very impressive run here from the side of Rock, and, you know, despite the shaky form that Stallions has had, they always seem to just kind of clutch it out at the tail end of the games. They cannot rely on that kind of gameplay, though, if they want to go up against AlQad, and they need to find their strength here.
And for the big underdogs, well, we got some of them maybe looking to go all the way.
Yeah, we got two, right? We've got KINGZERO and Q9, and this is why, you know, for them, even making it towards the playoffs is great. Q9 have really good kind of reps when it comes towards the group stages. From what we've known, KINGZERO, they are very kind of LAN inexperienced. They're the 5th best team in China, but at the same time, the reason why we put them as big underdogs is because they're from China. They're from the best region. They get to sharpen the stone against the best of the best in the world. So it really does spice things up. You know, even just kind of touching back on those dark horses, Liquid should have done better, and I think, you know, vastly underperformed. And Falcons, they just got a tough draw, right? The reason why we put them in dark horses is because it was a dark horse them making it out of group. So I think it's tough. But the fact that we've kind of got at least two from the dark horses and the big underdogs, I think we've done a decent job.
Well, let's talk about it. Our first matchup of the day, first elimination match, and one team will get that much closer to securing the first place prize. AlQadsiah versus Team Stallions. Boys, let's focus on AlQadsiah. And I think, Neil, I'm going to go to you first because Sneaky's taking a deep breath because he's still in the venue and Stallions got to play AlQadsiah. A dominant team, an aggressive roster, Brazilian pride on their side. Can they win this series?
Absolutely. They should, right? I mean, I think it would be a huge upset for them. I mean, we're talking kind of like roster changes, disband if they were to lose this game towards Stallions. That's no disrespect to Stallions, but this is the best team in Brazil, the 2nd best region, and one of the only prospects of who can actually challenge China. You know, we're looking at Action, who is one of the best riflers in this tournament, period. Looking at MG, who can take over. Looking at Fefe, who is one of the best IGLs in this tournament, better than kind of actually most of those 5 from China. This is a team that are destined to be really good. They should overcome Stallions. They've got a deeper pool in terms of the strats. They've got individuals who can go further in terms of the mechanical prowess. Everything is written for them here to meet BaiSha in that semi.
Well, we look at them making it here by beating KINGZERO 2-1, but then they steamrolled Gaming Gladiators 2-0. Like you said, they've got a deep map pool. They've got standout players, MG being one of them. You mentioned Action as well. And one of the things we discussed with AlQadsiah, their LAN experience, right? LAN experience goes far, especially on the global stage. And for AlQadsiah, they've got plenty of it, and it is paying off. But when AlQadsiah is concerned, it takes 2 to tango, and we also have Team Stallions on the other side. Now, Sneaky, let's get it started, the conversation. You're in the venue. Let's not talk about the curse, all right? Because I don't want you to be to blame. But let's talk about the impressive means that Stallions have got here, right? So they've done it by beating Na'Vi 2-1. In fact, it was one of the most exciting series that we had. It was an incredible performance. No was the MVP.
Oh, for sure. I mean, finally, we call him Kano. But we're going to call him No for now, but No has got to be one of the most impressive kids to ever touch this game. I mean, at the prime age of 16, he's going up against these full-grown adults.
He's 16?
He's 16, my friend.
Holy,
what? At the prime age of 16, he is owning every single person in the server. Granted, the series was actually closer than expected. I was actually expecting Stallions to be, you know, a lot more competitive in that series, actually punching the Na'Vi, punching the Na'Vi ticket for them to the airport, but it seems like Stallions have a lot more to think about, especially up against this head-to-head Action versus No. No obviously is a great talent, but Action, man, look at these stats.
Yeah, No, it's been a great run until now, but mate, now you're about to meet Action. It's a whole different ball game. Yeah. This is, they played against Na'Vi, which, if we're being frank, they're one of the weakest teams in this tournament, right? And you're looking at kind of, they could have even lost the VP as well, if we're being frank. So Action, this is a real test for him. As a 16-year-old as well, mate, best of luck.
16 is crazy. Well, there it is. Our first match for the day. It's AlQadsiah versus Stallions. Let's send it to the stage to get today started.
This is not good. YF has the better of it. The work in, but it's all Snake and Slayer this time around. Another solid B-hole. Get overwhelmed, but
Sesto looking to try to catch him off guard, manages to do so, swings around the back. Not going to be happy with Stern. YDSS going to be... And clutch out this round. A bit of ring around the rose.
The penultimate day of the competition is finally upon us. The CROSSFIRE tournament here at the Esports World Cup. $2 million on the line. 8 teams jump into the fray and only 4 will make it to the finals on Saturday. The question is, who will rise above the rest and place their key here into this magnificent trophy? Because remember, nothing is granted and everything is earned.
Brother, you're not wrong there as well. We have got so much coming away. Obviously, here at the Esports World Cup, every click, every flash, every shot is the difference between glory and game over. Who will be those 4 teams going through to the semifinals? We're about to find out. My name is Adam Savage. This is Sandstorm. This is the main stage here at CROSSFIRE at the EWC. And our teams are ready and waiting.
You know what? I don't think we should leave them waiting any longer. Let's present our first contender to the playoffs. It's AlQadsiah! The lights shine brighter. The stage grows heavier because now it's all on the line. The pride of Brazil step forward into the playoffs with everything to fight for. Only 4 teams will survive this gauntlet, and they're here to claim their place among them. With passion, pride, and the weight of a nation behind them, this is AlQadsiah!
And their opponents, Team Stallions! The ground shakes as they charge towards the stage, carrying on their back the hopes and dreams of the Philippines. After one of the biggest battles we've seen in the competition yet, they trampled Na'Vi in a grueling tete-a-tete, which had us all on the edge of our seats. But an enormous challenge now stands between them and the semi-finals. No reigns, no rules, just raw power. Team Stallions are readied and waiting at the gates. It all comes down to this: who will progress to the next round? It's time to find out. Casters, let's go.
Yes, once again, another big day here at the Esports World Cup CROSSFIRE stage, and we have 2 very differing storylines to kick the day off. AlQadsiah looking to make amends for the suffering that they had at the end of 2024, where they placed 2nd at the CFS Grand Finals by a mere couple of rounds. And on the other side of the stage, Stallions only just now starting to make some inroads into the playoffs discussions. They missed out on that at the last big tournament in CROSSFIRE, but here they have made it to the top 8. So the question is, will it be the old or the new that walk away victorious from this opening game?
Yeah, it is definitely the biggest question here, and a very exciting matchup because, like you said, AlQadsiah definitely a team that I think a lot of us are putting them on a pretty top ranking in terms of just how well they've been able to play in their domestic league, the fact that they've essentially just been on top of the throne, but now it's about the question of getting this international experience, and when things are at the highest stakes, if they can actually get a little bit further than what we've seen before. But on the other, the other breath of this is that Stallions, you know, they were here, you know, for ACL earlier in the year. They were the team that was able to cause a little bit of an upset against some international competition. So this is a very exciting young prospect team that really can do some damage.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, I think that's been evidenced by the results that we've seen from them in Group D. A couple of wins over Na'Vi, actually a couple of reasonably convincing wins over Na'Vi. Obviously, you know, things not so easy against the likes of All Gamers, but even being able to take a map off of AG.AL, I think, is a pretty respectable result. So you can't count this Stallions roster out. But that's exactly what I'm going to do in this matchup, actually. I think AlQadsiah is going to be a bit too much to ask for Stallions. We'll have to see how this one plays out. But look, again, like I said, AlQadsiah last year, they were a team that realistically could have been world champions, right? And that's going to be a tough nut to crack if you're a team that's only just sort of starting to make your forays into this level of competition at the international level.
Yeah, there's a lot here in the stake, and this map was kind of interesting as well. The fact that we have Ankara being picked sub-base and then going into compound if needed. So again, for Ankara, I mean, not a bad pick at all. I mean, for AlQadsiah, like, I mean, they've been able to play some decent amount of times on it, but you know, they were able to get that 10-8 victory, you know, against KINGZERO, which was very impressive. A little bit of a slow start that they had, but I mean, nonetheless, still not a bad pick overall. So we'll see if they've been able to make those improvements. I think for me, that's where we talked a lot about that yesterday, where some of these teams are kind of redoing their picks, where it was a little bit questionable why, but it seems like as the tournament's gone on, teams have just gotten a little bit better in the sense of their performance.
Hey, I mean, what about that 10-0 over Gaiman? That was,
you know, but like,
worth mentioning.
That's it. Yeah, it is. You're right, and it definitely is. But it, like, again, I think the competition level is very different, right? I mean, I think even Gladiators were a team that everybody was kind of writing off, unfortunately, just, you know, a team that was still getting a lot of international experience and still getting their footing. Whereas a team like KINGZERO, you're like, okay, surely, like, this should be, you know, pretty decent competition at a very different level.
All right, well, I guess the question is going to be less about what happened against Gaiman and KINGZERO, and now what's going to happen against Stallions as we do start things off here on Ankara. Map 1 of the playoffs, of the quarterfinals here at the Esports World Cup, CROSSFIRE, and it is AlQadsiah on the defensive side, but doing anything but defensive play. They're going to push their way out of A. It's an aggressive start to this round for AlQadsiah that isn't actually going to work out. This is a nice read from Stallions as they're working their way over to the relatively undefended B side.
Yeah, and you could just see even Silva, again, just kind of playing a very deep, you know, aggression on this. So it is going to actually be the full site up for grabs. Silva's going to try to re-swing into this, but he goes down early. So now Stallions, again, a prime position here, get this bomb down. It's all about the retake. And the fact that Loy's able to find a beautiful shot to, you know, take down ATK, that's even more beneficial. And Feifei and MG, the snipers on a retake, Elfish? I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm not too convinced by this round from AlQadsiah. Don't imagine that it's going to be coming back in their direction either. As you mentioned, snipers on a retake, never going to be easy. Numbers deficit on a retake, not going to be easy. Time really ticking away here as well for AlQadsiah, so they just don't have much to work with at all in this round. I mean, that's the perfect start for Stallions so far. MG, nice quick shot there in onto Loy, but it's not really going to matter. The round is already done and dusted. It's just an unfortunate start, really, for AlQadsiah because, again, we talk about those kind of scissors, paper, rock rounds. That's one of those where AlQadsiah, they try to play aggressive out of A. They stack that side of the map with 4 players, and Stallions go B. So you're not likely to be getting too much done there in that instance. It's just a bad call from AlQadsiah. But early days, plenty more where that came from.
Yeah, and again, the exciting thing about this team, and I love that, you know, Sneaky was, you know, to be available on the desk and just talking about how the age of this team is so young, and it does really bring a good point, right? I mean, there's the one factor of, like, you know, they're young, they have really sharp aim, they're still going to be, like, a lot of learning and, you know, growing, but at the same breath is, like, I mean, these guys are crisp, man. They're able to hit some very good shots. They have been able to cause upsets before, so I think for AlQadsiah, they have to remember that. They have to remember that these guys really can pack that punch. But I love the fact that Stallions just went for a very aggressive play. They played it as a unit. They wanted that instant trade. And it was pretty much a gimme round, to be honest.
Yeah, look, there was definitely a world in CROSSFIRE where the Philippines was one of the top regions at a certain point when Pacific Magda was kind of tearing through the international tournaments. And that was obviously quite a long time ago, but certainly before Brazil's rise as a region. So let's not forget the fact that there has been some talent produced by the Philippines, and there may still be more of it to come. Loy, nice trade in there. MG can't find too much. That's going to allow Stallions to start making their way up onto the site. It's a nice, clean entry for the most part, for Stallions. They overstep their bounds, they go for more, and that's a little bit too much. Now, we've heard a lot about No. He is in the 1-on-2 here for Stallions.
Yeah, but this is a really good post-plant position because now he has an opportunity where he could go all the way around if he wants to. And you can see he's kind of exploring. He's just trying to see, okay, can I find any strangling players? Can I be able to find somebody kind of just lurking things out? Now, this is kind of a dangerous position that he's playing because, again, he has to hope that they don't clear him, or maybe if they just swing one-on-one, and indeed they will. And now AlQadsiah, once again, fumbling an opportunity to get themselves on the board.
Yeah, this is fantastic. That's exactly what you want to be seeing from Stallions. I mean, we know this is a team that can win on this stage, and this is exactly how you go about it against one of the best in the world. That's really nice from Kano, or No, as he's now known here in EWC. And pressure starting to mount already on AlQadsiah. Early days, of course, for this series. Being down 2-0, not going to be a good feeling at all. MG spotting Stallions out for a moment, but even despite putting a shot through, not able to connect too much. So default setup for Stallions in this round. Just looking to take a bit of map territory early.
Yeah, and again, just, you know, kind of going back into the history books a little bit about, you know, a team like Stallions is, I think what kind of, you know, raised the eyebrow for me was, you know, we were there and we got to see them, you know, they were able to 2-0 KINGZERO. Honestly, pretty convincingly, like a 10-6, a 10-8. And then when they got to actually play against EP, which, you know, back then we were talking like EP was a powerhouse team. They went to a 3-map series with these guys too, and relatively decent scoreline. So I think for us, like that's, you know, Sneaky talks a lot about them, and we knew there was a little bit of biasness because he's like in the region and he watches them all the time. But I'm getting it now. Like I'm definitely understanding the hype and the fact that, you know, just considering here at this tournament, they played AG, not bad at all, and they even went the distance as well.
Yeah, yeah. First time that we're going to see AlQadsiah get the opening kill in a round, though, and it's courtesy of Silva with that TRG in hand. This has been a very, very slow approach from Stallions in this run. Talked about the default setup that they had earlier, just covering off most of the map. Now they're having to start to regroup, make some moves, but they're doing it 4-on-5. KLB and Loy be leading the pack in through middle. Action. Keeping an eye on that and gets the information early. This is a round that's really shaping up nicely for AlQadsiah, but let's see if the firepower can make a difference for Stallions. So far, not developing in round number 3. There are a couple of quick trades back, but still a numbers deficit here. And AlQadsiah have got MG anchoring on the site. As long as he survives, he doesn't know about JJ, and all of a sudden the round swings back in the favor of Stallions. There's no way this should have been so easy for them, but now they're in a 2-on-1. VNC can't clutch it out. 3-0 for Stallions. AlQadsiah are going to be scratching their heads at how they've lost that round.
This is again, just as kind of going right back into day number 1 here for EWC, where I was really questioning, you know, AlQadsiah, and like let's not forget with them when they played KINGZERO. I mean, the first map was Port, so obviously a different circumstance, but they got 10-2. Like, they got bodied. Like, they were just getting destroyed. And now we're starting to see these same mistakes, these communication errors, a lot of these gaps, but maybe that can turn around here for round number 4. MG does get something a little bit more aggressive, but it's very short-lived.
Yeah, and that gives up so much space that Stallions can take. Or from this aggressive move from Silva, KLB watching for it. They kind of know they've got Silva stuck between a rock and a hard place. They've just got to make sure they trade him down. How does he get away with 2? It's so illegal.
1 HP too?
Stallions need to be doing better than that. Eventually they do chase him down, but it is going to be a numbers deficit. So they'll have to work hard to dig their way out of this round again. Action has pushed out on the A side of the map as well, so he'll be a thorn in their side.
Yeah, this is a good play, though, from AlQadsiah. The fact that they did try to mix things up a little bit, the fact that they're just trying to get a little bit more aggro on it, I like it. They needed to do a tempo change quickly. You know, I was giving a lot of criticism about the communication and kind of the setups, and it's just not really up to snuff, but this one's looking a lot better. And like you said, the fact that Silva gets that double kill, it's just, that's absolute murder, man. That's just, you know, being a thief in this kind of a situation. But, you know, for AlQadsiah fans, they're going to be more than thrilled. An opportunity here to put themselves maybe the first round on the board. But these two guys alive right now for Stallions, both, you know, KLB and Loy, like, they've been able to find some really good ability for these instant trades and just playing that, you know, double player system. Now Feifei does get the spot. Again, does he have enough time?
not unwinnable for Stallions if they can get a clean entry or two to the B bomb side, but flank coming in quickly from Action is going to make this pretty untenable for KLB. He'll be jumped upon by Feifei, and first round on the board for AlQadsiah. Took a little bit longer than they might have liked it to have. Their quarterfinal is now underway.
Well, it's about time that they get back on the board, because again, that's where I feel like if we would have just saw the situation of, you know, Stallions just putting themselves in this position where they were able to get a following round like this, they could have just been so detrimental for these guys. And I feel like AlQadsiah, again, like they had themselves such a weird start in this tournament, but then been able to get things moving a lot better. But as you can see, some really good highlights that we're getting from these guys and what they've been able to do. But is it going to be finally the turning point a little bit for these guys? And now that little bit of a stress not having the round on the board, and now they're finally back on. Can that kind of accelerate this game a little bit differently? That's the biggest question here. Attack timeout called actually as well.
Yeah, it's an early timeout actually from AlQadsiah. I think obviously in reaction to the potential that they would have been down 0-4, I guess if they would have known that they would have won that round, they may not have necessarily called it, but obviously you have to call it ahead of time, so.
I don't hate it. I mean, it really did feel, like I said, I mean, just kind of going back to my first point, is that it felt like, you know, when MG was like swinging the other way on ramp and he gave his back up, it's like, how does that kind of a critical gap in communication happen? You cannot afford to do that in a moment like this. This is playoffs now. Like, this isn't group stage anymore. Like, you don't have any room for error. So I don't mind that they go, you know what? Let's clean it up. Like, this is not good, and this is not what we should be doing for the best Brazilian team here.
Yeah, absolutely. No, you're 100% on the money. I mean, look, they may get through this game, AlQadsiah, against Stallions, just because Stallions is still a bit of a fresher face to this level of competition, but you can't be affording to make those kinds of mistakes against like a BaiSha, for example, or a Q9 that will come out of the other quarterfinal, that team you'll have to face in the semi-finals. So those sort of little things do need to be cleaned up for AlQadsiah, and hopefully they've been able to do that. That attack timeout, the only one that they're going to get for the map, and it's been used pretty early on in the piece. Stallions taking, again, a bit of a quicker approach initially, probing outside hotel. Are going to make their way as a unit back in toward mid, maybe back over toward A here. There's smoke for A main and a flash around the corner as well. Action hasn't seen anything, so the stack on B remains for AlQadsiah.
But I really do like the fact that we're seeing Stallions, again, just playing the numbers, right? I think this is a good setup for them. This is what they did the exact same on the first round. They played as a group, just getting that instant trade if possible. I don't think Action was actually able to spot that. I think he just missed that cue, so yeah, he did. And now he finally caught one player, so they have a little bit of an inkling. But now the rotates are coming through. Now you can see that AlQadsiah, they're going to send it. They're sending everybody. They're not even really hesitating at all. They're keeping one player kind of through mid, but now they're going for a full stack.
Yeah, they really know.
This is a commitment.
Stallions is going to make the mistake of walking into it as well by the looks of things.
Unless they wait the time. If they can wait this a little longer and don't get too antsy.
They may wait out that main smoke just so that they can have a sort of two-pronged offense. A couple players coming out the vent, couple players coming out main. But already 3 players committed to this A side. Flash going to go in the vent. KLB backing off as a result. Now a re-smoke for main. That is going to give Stallions a pause for thought. I mean, that's a lot of util that's being thrown late in the round. They've got to be wondering if there's multiple extra members over here on A.
But this might not be bad because, again, with 35 seconds now, they can go through this. Now you can see that AlQadsiah has actually, again, second-guessed it. They only kept 2 players. So now that 4-player commitment is gone. But you still have VNC, you still have Feifei, but oh, Silva, he does get it here with the last remaining bullets on that spray. Now the rifles are starting to sing a little bit, but Stallions have been able to gallop themselves into this site, finding 3, and now problems arise here for AlQadsiah.
Oh, that's really disappointing for AlQadsiah because they had the information from Silva, but they still weren't able to hold on to the site. Plant's gone down, 3-on-2, KLB is a whisper away from death, but might still be a factor here. Play slows down, KLP watching the vent, spots out Action, who goes swinging back and forth. MG putting in work on the top side of the site as well, and if KLP falls, then so too might the site for Stallions. In fact, it already has. MG's done it all on his own. And AlQadsiah will get their second round.
Dang, oh dang, and that's kind of what we want to see too, right? I mean, I remember when we were able to capture, AlQadsiah on the stream, we were, commenting a lot about how, the star players, so to speak, really weren't performing. Like, yeah, they get that 2-1, against KINGZERO, and we were able to capture it, but it wasn't really like MG that was doing all the, the amount of work. Like, he is kind of like, in my opinion, one of the star players, probably in conjunction with like Action, but it was players like, VNC that was able to turn up. We saw Action just having himself an absolute performance. So the fact that we see MG putting up, triple kill in that kind of a situation on a retake, it's a good sight to see for a team like this here for the Brazilian fans. But right now the Philippines can be at ease a little bit. They still have themselves this lead with the 3-2 scoreline, and now nade's going to get thrown, not going to make any sort of damage or connection against AlQadsiah for the time, but Stallions explore, going to evaluate some options here, what they want to do. They've really slowed down the pace. This is something we've really noticed a lot. Like the first 2 rounds, they were really just committing to some aggression. Now there seems to be a little bit more hesitation, and they might try to swing onto Silva. But Silva's going to be gifted a kill here on the edge of the smoke. Finds that first, but can he get out of this? Reposition. It's looking like so, and now his teammate able to help him out. He's still trying to contest an hotel, but now that greed has punished him.
C4 will be retrievable. And it's still not a bad setup for a B take. MG missing his opportunity there onto Loy. See what Loy is opting to do. He's really trying to lurk around at the moment, trying to find an opening, and he might be able to find that timing onto VNC, who has pushed out of A. It'll be him or KLB that'll run into this fight. It's an important one. KLB needs to win this. He's holding onto the C4, and he just gets deleted. So that'll make matters worse for Stallions. Easy trade for Loy, but time now starting to become a factor. KLP in no man's land, floating around. So is Loy. That's craziness that he hasn't gone back for the C4. I think this round is now unwinnable for Stallions. KLP lucky to be alive and eventually brought down by MG. So 3 in a row for Stallions, but immediately 3 in response from AlQadsiah as they start to wake up here on day 4 of EWC CROSSFIRE.
Yeah, and that's more like it. That's exactly where, I was kind of wondering if we we're going to get them to perform a little bit better on this map, or if maybe it was going to take the first map for them to really get, back into their fighting form. But it seems like they're finally ramping up. They're starting to feel a little bit better. So like you said, essentially 3 in a row that was grabbed up is now being brought back here into an even game. Really good utility that's been able to connect onto quite a few of the players here from Stallions, but AlQadsiah, Action the only one that's taken the brunt of the remaining damage. And now Stallions, again, a young team, a young prospect team here for EWC. Getting tested here in the first round of playoffs. Needing to do something big here for the BL side. And, for them being young and kind of the big swingers that we know for the aim, I mean, I feel like this is going to be a decently favorable situation for them. I mean, typically, when they play in their respective league, this is their stronger side, just by like a 2% margin. So not by too much, but it is still a bit of an advantage. And that's going to do.
Yeah, 5-on-4 advantage now for Stallions. Action again trying to be pretty mobile on this GR side. That is typically the role that he does take for AlQadsiah. He is, I guess, an enforcer, I guess, if you will. Likes to try to be making the magic happen. This time, though, a couple of isolated pushes from AlQadsiah. I mean, it's very basic in terms of the macro and the style that they're bringing in this round. And Stallions are happy to just say, yeah, well, if you're going to solo push a couple of times, like, we are going to happily take those kills, right? We set up default for a reason. So a bit of a boo-boo for AlQadsiah.
It really is, and like this round is just so awkward and weird because, again, like you said, it's a really good, summary of it is like this is all about one-on-one fights. Like even just this last one, I mean, yeah, Silva gets the better of it, but now you see KLB, he's going to be on this one by himself, and Silva's pushing through. Like this is very uncharacteristic for AlQadsiah, in my opinion. This is not what we normally see from them.
Yeah, I don't like this round at all from them. It's kind of just like individuals have taken matters into their own hands and said, it doesn't really matter what the ethos of the team is going to be. I'm going to make this push and results be damned.
Yeah, no, I mean, for someone like VNC, I mean, not really performing yet to this, level we normally see him at. And he's just gonna, tuck tail. He's just gonna allow that extra time for these guys to have a conversation. Makes sense, right? You're going on a 1-on-4. you know, yeah, you get some utility, but there's nothing really to do here. Like this is way more beneficial. I don't think there's a reason he should commit to it, but very interesting round and a very sloppy one to say the least. I'm kind of questioning a lot for AlQadsiah what they're going for. And like you said, I think Stallions any day of the week, they're going to take a round like that. Like, if you want to keep doing that, you're going to play into their game. But I got to say, you know, Elfish, like this is a pretty fun team to watch, like Stallions. Like for them being young, like you can tell there's a lot of passion behind these guys.
There's a massive upside for it, isn't there? Like, you know, if you consider this is probably what the second or third time we've kind of seen them on in the international stage, if you include ACL. They were at CFS last year, they were at ACL earlier this year, and now they're here at EWC. They were able to make playoffs at ACL, they made playoffs here now. I'd say making playoffs at EWC is far more impressive than at ACL, considering, you know, when we're talking about making a top 4 at ACL, that only includes Asia-based teams.
True.
Here we're playing against, you know, the Brazilian teams as well, the West League teams, right? Like there's a lot more that you have to get through, so the prestige is a little bit higher. And that's only quite early in the infancy of their careers internationally. So, you know, maybe they're about, what, like 6 months behind or 12 months behind where Rock was when they first qualified to the playoffs in Summer Championship last year. And maybe come CFS, we're going to start considering them an expected playoffs team. We'll see. It's not a great start to the round, though, for Stallions. They've dropped the C4 in GR Spawn.
What is going on?
They're getting all the kills on the B side. I don't know what's going on in that engagement, but somehow it's worked out for Stallions. They will get a 3-on-2 post plan, and they are going to start to run away with this half if AlQadsiah can't find a way to clutch this round out.
Yeah, this style from Stallions, I think, is really throwing them off guard, because you can see the bomb was in GR spawn. Like, they're going for these awkward fights again, and like AlQadsiah, they feel like they're in these good positions, but then all of a sudden they just lose, what, 2-3 players within the blink of an eye. And now these one-on-one engagements again are happening, and VNC's trying what he can underpass, but he's going to get double swung here. No actually does recommit to it, does engage on it. And look at that, man. The culmination of these two guys again and again are able to get themselves in a pretty decent lead thus far in the first half.
Yeah. I mean, they can go even further, right, if they find themselves that 6th.
You know, and the one thing I wanted to really just bring up, and that I think you capitalized really well on, but the one thing I do want to talk about ACL really quickly is that for me what was really impressive is, yes, the 2 teams that they played were the Chinese teams, but let's not forget that KINGZERO, they were the ones that won CFBL, they were the ones that were like this new, you know, dominant force.
Right.
They 2-0'd them. So like that was like, everybody's like, oh, hang on a second, like what's going on? Kind of like what's happening right now. Like I'm even going, what's going on?
Well, Action doesn't seem too concerned about things, and heavily having an impact in this round, which will more than likely now give AlQadsiah a 4th, and so that would be, I would say, a fairly par scoreline for both teams in the first half here of Ankara. Not going to be a half that really tells us a lot.
No, but the fact that at least like now that we see this, this is the second attempt we've seen that AlQadsiah try to put a little bit more aggression onto it. Not bad at all, and you can already see that Action got spotted, so he did a little bit of a jump peek, but Loy was able to spot him. Now they're going to retreat. This is the perfect plan. Like again, with these high numbers, you don't need to play this aggressive. Them just kind of turtling this up is perfect. But that actually from Loy, again, not a kill, but now you have two out of the 5 players that are wounded. This is not a bad position here for Stallions.
True. We need to find the first kill though. The entry.
They just, like, you can just see how much of a scramble this is on the defense. Like, they're constantly moving around. It almost kind of feels like they're really guessing. You can see the 3 players here, not a bad idea. But
like, Action is pushing Connector on his own, and he's on like 10 HP. Like, I get that he's looking for information, but do you really need information at this point? You've got the information out of the A site. Silver has not seen anything at all. Feifei's just spotting mid. Nothing's going A. You know, you kind of know that they're going B. You don't need to be going for that push. What if there's 3 guys sitting in connector?
Exactly. That's a really good point you bring up, because Silva's already pushed through, so there's no reason to. But are they going to expect this? LB though, nice little bit of an entry. Yeah, he will get caught, but an instant trade back. Now they need to clear up so many different corners, and BNC, oh, beautifully done. Gets the M14, a 5-4 half, but it is going to benefit the Stallions.
I mean, it was close. It was close enough that there was a bit of a heart stopper of a moment there for AlQadsiah, but they do get that 4th. So equilibrium kind of restored at the end of the first half. 5-4. like I said, it doesn't really tell us enough as to which way this match is going to go.
It really doesn't. The one thing that I'm still puzzling a little bit about is AlQadsiah's like strategy on the first half. I just felt like it was very different. I don't even want to say unorthodox. It just, to me, there was a lot of confusion. I don't think it was their game, and I'm kind of wondering if they're falling into this trap of, you know, so much guessing, and they're trying to mix things up now a lot, but Stallions are kind of getting them into a good bait. But now we'll see. This is where the GR side is going to happen here for Stallions. Does that really mean they're going to play a lot better? Looking like it could be a decent start, but KLP going to get bested. Now VNC finally getting himself a little bit of rhythm here.
Yeah, I think you do have to give credit, though, to Stallions for being able to do this on AlQadsiah's map pick. There's definitely that to be said. That's a very clean start to the second half from VNC.
Yeah, go off, King. He's looking for a 4. Yeah, why not? Now he's looking, we're talking ace territory now with 4 HP. Not looking likely, but I mean, if he gets a little bit of a spammerino here, he might be able to get it. He's just guessing, but his teammate Silva, doesn't matter. It's a team game. Now they're getting loud. Now they're getting in their face a little bit. And that's the one thing, too, is that Stallions, they are a passionate team, but in the same breath, same with AlQadsiah. These guys are going to be just shouting, hooting, hollering, everything around. That's where it makes me really excited about this.
For sure. I mean, look, at the end of the day, CROSSFIRE, it can be a tale of two halves. Sometimes you see a half, which it feels really, really close, you know, 5-4, something like that, and then the second half pops out, and it's like, well, that was not really remotely a close map. It was just a close half. We'll see if that's going to end up being the case here, because AlQadsiah on this BL side looking a little bit more confident. They're quick through into Hotel, though they do give up VNC's life for that trouble. So despite a quick equalizing round, we may still be seeing that kind of grind continue that we've been seeing on Ankara so far today.
A little bit of fall damage too against KLP, but look, he'll take it. And that reposition, I was just gonna say, this reposition could be big because they knew he was playing on the top position. That readjustment now has allowed them to get another big kill. So a deficit here for AlQadsiah. Now you can see two of the players outside of A, they're kind of debating, okay, do we want to commit to this? And Silva now kind of joining the party a little bit late, but they got some time that they can work with. But No is still tucked away. Oh no, he's got himself in the wrong position, but he gets away with it, and the bomb down.
That's crazy. There's so many big individual moments coming out of this game so far, and that's what you're going to come to expect from the playoffs. Loy, round behind, needs this kill. It'll go his way. And here comes the rest of the swing from Stallions. MG still alive. He's a bit of a clutch minister himself. Hasn't got the C4, and he's got multiple members heading in his direction. Probably needed to hit that shot, though. JJ's going to go down. USP getting pulled out here. It's a dangerous weapon in the hands of a player like MG, especially if Loy is low. And he's also kind of on the other side of the map, so they're giving MG a bit of space. He can collect that C4, he can try to collect that C4. He's got time to work. This is a very winnable round for MG if he makes the right moves. Unfortunately, he doesn't. So Stallions will go up 6-5.
Yeah, and the thing that I'm a little bit disappointed as well for MG is the fact that he had so much utility. He could have thrown a smoke, he could have done something a little bit differently, just again, keep the guessing game here for Stallions. But instead, he was trying to just kind of ego peek it, trying to just see if he could win a gunfight. I don't know if the vent would have been the best position, in my opinion. I felt like the smoke through A main could have been a way better opportunity, but look, when you're in those clutch situations, it's a lot of pressure, it's a lot of things that you have to, you know, kind of think about. So either way, Stallions a really great round, and the fact that they get away with it. I still can't believe No got that kill. Like, the fact that he's dropping from top position into vents and turns around and gets that duel, like, that should have 99% of the time never happens. He had some lucky charms today, I don't know.
Well, AlQadsiah still having to play from behind. Not a great feeling on your own map pick. Setting themselves up outside of A. It's a double stack in the vent, which is somewhat unorthodox here from Stallions. Two very committed site defenses. No one looking at mid. It's going to take a long time for the rotate to come across, but the question is, are they expecting JJ? Did VNC spot him? I don't know. Action certainly didn't get the memo. Fei falls as well. C4 down. JJ, the hero in this round for Stallions. So far, two. Almost a third. That gives time for KLB to come across and win the duel against VNC. And Loy will catch Silva in transition. MG goes down as well. Stallions working their way toward a victory now on map 1. That round, shambolic from AlQadsiah.
Oh man, this is when they're going to start to get a little bit more shaken in the boots here. Like, these rounds, they're just not looking very effective at all from AlQadsiah. Like, it feels like everything they're trying is just getting countered instantly. And Team Stallions have clearly done some decent homework here, knowing some of the gimmicks that AlQadsiah like to play on this map. It's allowed here for the 2-round buffer, so not bad at all. And they're just winning all the gunfights, right? I mean, that's what we were kind of talking about with like such a young team, like the average age, you know, I think it was like, what, 19 or 18 or something ridiculous like that. Like, that is a massive, you know, difference in this. Like, these guys are just going to have some crisp aim, and it's really shown here. Sometimes you just can't win them. Someone's on here, Elfish.
We've got a few players that are on for Stallions. Loy in particular, 12-8. KLB, 14-7. Slowed down a little bit here for AlQadsiah. They are feeling the pressure. Stallions looking good here on Ankara. What an upset this would be. Surely this would be a more impressive upset than the one that they got at ACL over KingZero, at least in my mind. You know, AlQadsiah is a, you know, a CFS Grand Finals finalist.
Yes.
Top 2 team in the world last year.
Oh, I couldn't agree with you more, and I'm glad you said it because you're going to take the words out of my mouth. This would be the biggest upset, I think, in the entire tournament, in my opinion. Like you said, one of the best worldwide teams that we know. Have proven to be a dominant force here so far in 2025, and if Stallions can find themselves in that kind of a position, maybe. But look, they can't get ahead of themselves now. The big fight here into Vent, the big flash that works, but look at No. He's able to find that double kill underneath. His teammates are able to just scrape up the rest, and they clean up the house.
This is fantastic for Stallions. I mean, they are in the perfect position now. Got attack timeout coming through, I think, just to ensure that they cross the T's and dot the I's and shut this one down.
Yeah, and it looks like, you know, we got a good whisper here that it is going to be the Stallions that do call this. So, you know, I'm not against this. I mean, yes, like, typically, I think a lot of teams like to, you know, preserve it for, like, when they're in the deficit and things are not going their way. But you know what? I don't mind this because now they're in a position where they might need to calm down a little bit. The coach is going to have a good conversation and say, look, we're at an 8-5, but the job is not done here.
I love KLB. He is such an emotional player. This guy on your screen right now, he was running all over the stage yesterday when they beat Na'Vi. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah, I did. He was excited.
He was pumped up.
I don't blame him, though.
He's going to wear his heart on his sleeve, which is really nice to see. I mean, at the end of the day, that's what esports is all about, right? Like, it's the emotion, it's the personality. And that's what we're all here for. I mean, this is such a big moment for Stallions. If you see that $75,000 USD already confirmed for them just by virtue of having made top 8. If they win this game, they bare minimum will be a top 4 team, which then your prize purse goes up to $130,000 US. And for these 5 players on the stage, you can think about what life-changing money that can be. You know, especially at the age that some of these guys are. Noah's, I think, 15 or 16 or something like that. You know, like,
he's real young.
Mate,
15.
I don't think I even knew what $130,000 meant when I was 16.
Yeah, I think, you know, I had like $100 and I thought I was rich.
It didn't even have a job when I was 16.
Yeah, exactly. And look at these guys, and yeah, like you said, on the brink of maybe, you know, having tons and tons of coin in their availability, maybe, but we'll see. But like I said, like it's a good point again that, you know, I'm hoping the coach has been able to just, again, you know, calm things down. It's exciting. You know, it's a really good comment you made, like heart on the sleeve. Yes, that's a thing. It's really good, but you have to make sure you can control those emotions in these kind of, you know, intense and, you know, tight situations that we're getting into now.
Well, similar setup again from Stallions. Very committed defense to their respective sites. Not much information gathering being done, not looking to lock down mid at all. Just happy to back their site holds on A and B respectively, and not even really rely on those rotators, to be honest, because again, these are long rotates. These are really committed site holds. About as far away from one another as they could be. The swing comes through from No. It doesn't work out this time. AlQadsiah have an opener, and that's going to draw out a bit more aggression from Stallions. They know that they need to try and equalize those numbers quickly, and it's only made matters worse. So tack timeout so far, not playing in the hands of Stallions, and I did want to sort of say, like, I would definitely push back on it, right? When you've got the momentum, I don't think there's any reason to call that timeout. At least give it another round. Stallions were looking so good, and that pause has maybe just given AlQadsiah an opportunity to reset, get their heads back in the game. They still have to get through KLP, and that TRG has connected. A lot of damage has been done to Action as well. 30 seconds left here for AlQadsiah. Have to make their way into the site shortly. Oh no. Maybe they'll think about going A, Action getting that kill, but the kills having come through on B as well will mean a round win for AlQadsiah. So we're going the distance for map 1.
I can just see that the stage is a little bit quiet, and this is where I think we're going to see AlQadsiah a little bit more dialing in. They're going to try to lock in as much as possible, but not Silva, because KLP is going to get the better of him. A nice opener here with the sniper, the TRG, and now they're going to regress. They're going to push onto this. Oh no, that's even going to be the bomb dropped. This is problematic now for AlQadsiah, and they're just still getting kills.
Yeah, a bit more of a proactive defense this time from Stallions, kind of using their strong firepower to get involved in the round early. And it's worked out perfectly. A 2v5. Just got to be locking this one in if you're Stallions. I mean, this sets them up for a potential series victory, knowing that we are moving into sub-base. Their map pick.
Well, you're right, but I mean, we've seen it in a position before where, you know, a team wins the map, you know, the opposite map pick, but doesn't necessarily mean the sub base being for Stallions. If we get, you know, we get there eventually. If Stallions do find the win here right now, that doesn't just guarantee it, but you never know though. Definitely puts him in a good position. MG, nice little bit up close shot, but not gonna make much of a difference here. Stallions now on the map point, taking this one away from AlQadsiah. What an interesting way to start the playoffs. And again, you know, for anybody just tuning in, like we said, now that we're moving into the day 1 of the playoffs, this is single elimination. Once you lose that best of 3, you're done. You're out of here. There's no more chances. There's no way to go for another opportunity. So the pressure just gets a lot higher and a lot more difficult. Re-aggression here from the GR side. They're trying to see what they can get away with. They're starting to feel it. The emotions are just starting to just pour through them. And now they're realizing, okay, look, we got to reset on this a little bit. AlQadsiah now guessing a little bit more, getting pushed back to the default situation. Action's the only player that's really, again, just kind of staying ground and pushing a little bit of pressure on this.
Patience of virtue again. Stallions with that 2-3 split that they've pretty much been running this entire half. It has really worked out for them. No reason to change it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. AlQadsiah, they just don't seem to know what they want to do right now. And the problem is they're not being given anything by Stallions. Loy making a little bit of a push though. Maybe the one to give up his life or go one better. He gets the 1-for-1. He also though drops the C4. That's going to be information for Stallions that they can use. They're going to bring No across as a result into mid instead of having the 2-2 split. He's going to reinforce the B site somewhat. But Stallions going hunting for info. KLB in an awkward spot. The double swing comes through. That's ambitious. Another potential round brewing here for AlQadsiah. Their patience is being rewarded. The peak's given up now by Stallions. And it's on to JJ to make the difference. He can't do it. Action too good in this instance. So Stallions will be left wanting another round.
Yeah, in this situation right now, honestly, for me, like I think for a KLP, if he can just, you know, keep himself alive a little bit longer, that would be a decent sense of just having that conversation. But no, he's just going to kind of run through it. Taken out easily in Action, the hero to save the day here for this round, and really just putting a survival, a little bit of a pack here for AlQadsiah. But timeouts have been burned out from what I believe from both teams, if I'm not mistaken. So again, this is now about going through the action quickly as the rounds progress. 2 needed here for overtime. Otherwise, just the single here for Stallions to be able to find themselves into the first map victory. A little bit of an over-aggression. I don't think Feifei was able to spot it. He might have just missed it. He's got some of the communication, but now you can see Stallions are actually grouping up. They look like they might want to go for this A-pop, but you can see AlQadsiah, they're waiting. They have a read on this. Like you said, they're being patient. It is a bit of a virtue, and they might be able to get gifted once again. Now, if Stallions can just kind of maintain this aggression without the big wide swing, this could still be a lot of a problem here for AlQadsiah. This has to be precise on the execution. They have to make sure they do this within the perfect time, otherwise it's going to crumble.
Such a great setup for Stallions. AlQadsiah continues to go forward, but then he did their shots, and they do. JJ once again with a massive double kill. It's not quite going to be enough, though, to settle the score just yet. We are back into a 3-on-3 as the trade frags do come through. No is deep in pit, in mid. That is an unorthodox position. Silver, will he check it? He does. Gets an important kill. Stallions faltering at the final hurdle right here. They don't want to let AlQadsiah take this one to OT. That's when the pressure will come back on the other side. That's a big kill, though, from KLB. It means the C4 now needs to be retrieved by AlQadsiah. That's going to cost them some crucial time. KLB, well, self-spoke to just work around. Silver has now been spotted out. KLB down to 60 HP, wants to take the fight anyway. He'll go down, and it's on to JJ, who has barely any HP to work with, and he's getting flanked by Feifei. That'll be another round. AlQadsiah hunting for overtime.
Yeah, really good work from AlQadsiah, the fact that they're able to just respond to this aggression, and they know that Stallions, they like to go for these gunfights. Like you could see there was KLP that was just kind of, again, recommitting over and over again. He was the one that was just trying to fight outside of A main. And again, you would kind of look at it any other time, and you're thinking, look, like that is super risky, but that's what I was kind of talking about. These guys feeling really excited. They know they've been landing the better shots. KLB thinking that, like, oh, look, like I'm the better player. I'm 17-11. I've been top fragging the entire server. But that's where, again, you have to kind of keep your composure. But KLP, he's going to be composed. Takes down Silva once again. Silva has been bested many different times in this situation. Now they're going to re-aggress. VNC is just waiting for him, reads him like a children's book, and now they're able to find a double kill.
Speak of no, if he gets the fight, but he doesn't. And Stallions are just crumbling at the final moment. The pressure is really getting to them. You can tell the duels are just not happening as cleanly. Now again, we turn our eyes towards JJ. He has been a bit of a multi-kill monster here on the A site. This is a different position from him. Feifei pushing his way forward, will give up his life. JJ on for 2, maybe, almost even 3. Action will live, though, on 1 HP, but Loy has the time on his side. The C4 was dropped, and he's been able to sneak his way through. He's thread the needle. He's found MG, and it's down to Action on 1 HP. Loy is going hunting, and he is finding 10 and 8 for Stallions. Map 1 will be secured.
What an amazing showing from Stallions again to get the upset on the first map, and the way they just played. Gloves off, they're running around, they're just pretty much just out-dueling, out-positioning. Everything was perfect. And a really dominant performance against AlQadsiah. They just had no response to it. It felt like they were building some momentum, but really, it just fizzled so quickly.
Yeah, KLB is chewing that gum at about a mile a minute. You can tell the pressure was on, definitely there for Stallions, but they do manage to hang on, and obviously that's a really positive sign, noting that we are going into their map pick next. So a lot of considerations to be made here for AlQadsiah. I don't think they brought their best game, certainly, but you know, there's still some time left in this best of 3 that they can try to find it. It would be a pretty shocking exit, though, for the team that was jostling for essentially the top team in the world, to be the top team in the world at the end of 2024, to get eliminated from the first big tournament in 2025 in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great point you bring up, because that's what we were saying is, like, you know, for the Worlds last year, we were saying, like, the fact that, you know, a team like AlQadsiah, the fact that they made it all the way to the grand final, they had to beat a lot of the competition. Like, they had to beat Falcons back in the day, they had to beat Team Antisocial, you know, back in the day, and then the fact they went the distance of even that for a 3-2 in a best of 5, and it was a close encounter. But the fact that now we're on a conversation that they could be out, like, that never, ever would have been my prediction any day of the week.
Well, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. We'll have to still see what Stallions can show us on map 2. That map will be sub-base. That is also their map choice. But, you know, going through with that momentum from yesterday, they finished the day off with the win up against Na'Vi, and bringing that momentum through to today as well. Getting loud, getting hyped up, pumping each other up as well, and that's a really positive sign heading into map 2, which is coming up in just a moment.
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
Well, the Stallions are racing their way toward a semi-final appearance, and they are doing it against one of the best teams in the world. AlQadsiah now with their backs against the wall, and they've got to be feeling the pressure. It is a single elim as we find ourselves now in the playoffs bracket, Laz, and well, there is one singular map that they will have to play throughout the rest of this competition at EWC, assuming they do lose it. AlQadsiah could be getting eliminated in 5th to 8th place, which would be a massive fall for grace from them, considering where they ended the year last year. But Team Stallions on the rise. They are moving on to their own map choice of a sub-base, and they are going to be all guns blazing, trying to close this out 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, I think for a map like this, it's really exciting just because, you know, theoretically, it's, you know, not a bad map, I would say, or actually a relatively good map, I would say, here for AlQadsiah. So sitting themselves at a 16-3, you know, record overall. So we'll see. Stallions definitely think they know something we don't. But this is where, again, they have to realize there's a ton of experience that AlQadsiah has been able to have on a map like this. And pretty much dead even for both their GR and BL side together. But the way that they've just been playing, the way they've been maneuvering the map and just getting the map control and just taking some of these like interesting duels, I think again, you just got to respect the style.
It's a nice kill from Silva. Loy probably just floating around a little bit too aggressively there in the machine room. You know, they already had that map control. Stallions had already lost a player. You know, I think a 1-for-1 for that map territory for Stallions is probably enough for them to be able to say, you know what, let's back it up here. But he sticks around, over peaks, goes down to Silva. And the player advantage is given over to AlQadsiah. Start off sub-base.
Yeah, but I think in this kind of a situation too, like Stallions have really impressed me where even when they're down in the numbers, let's not forget the last round on the first map, they were down by like what, like a 2-3, 2v4. This could happen right here. They just giving up fights and No gets away with it. How does he find 3? AlQadsiah are just throwing in the towel already. They're just giving up. They're just making so many careless mistakes.
Yeah, really poor spacing from AlQadsiah. The trades don't come through cleanly enough. That is massive from No, who, to be honest, was a little bit quiet on map 1. He certainly was not the focal point of the Stallions roster, despite being, you know, the kid that we were all talking about. But if he comes alive here on sub-base, then there is a very real world where Stallions could walk away the victors in this series. That's huge.
And that just goes right into my point about where I was just saying, like, look, like this Stallions team is kind of proving to me, like, no matter what the deficit is, like a 3v5 or a 2v4, all these players can find these moments where they can really just get these big kills.
Yeah, I'm loving what we're getting from CROSSFIRE over the last sort of like, let's say 12 to 18 months, right? 2024 into 2025. It's no longer just dominance from one region. Sure, obviously, you know, all 5 Chinese teams, for example, do make it into the playoffs here at EWC. So there is some semblance of that continuing through. We've still got some very strong Brazilian teams, but it used to just be China and Brazil kind of going
exactly.
Now we've obviously got Vietnam with, you know, Team Falcons having had some results last year that we can talk about. We've got the Philippines with this Stallions roster / Ubek Maniac as they used to be known.
Yeah.
Kind of starting to come through and show some level of interest. And even the West League, right? Like Rock coming through from Egypt are showing us some pretty interesting stuff as well. And I think that's really cool, right? The game is kind of like growing in a global sense where we're starting to get, you know, this new talent kind of coming through. And that's really positive, really, really healthy. JJ gets himself a nice duel individually, a 1-for-1. That's fine in the position that he was in. But my point is, yeah, I think CROSSFIRE as a game, as a title, as an esport is going from strength to strength. And what's really impressive is these newer, younger players starting to come into the fold. Another 1-for-1 as AlQadsiah try to take some map control, but KLB will be the one that lets it down a little bit. Now it's No that has to come across and try and save the day. He can't do it this time. We turn our attention to KLP, who gets a freebie onto Silva, dumping Util. Won't be able to get that HK back in his hand quickly enough, and AlQadsiah will win round number 2. Pull it back to a 1-1 scoreline.
Yeah, it's a really good summary you bring up, and I couldn't agree with you more. It's definitely these last 18 months, it feels like we've just seen such an evolution from so many different regions where they really are starting to compete now against some of the best Chinese teams. And like you said, I mean, it always felt like it was like China #1, and then you have Brazil as #2, and then the rest was kind of up for a bit of a toss. But now we're starting to see some of these other regions are really doing well and making things competitive and making things very, very interesting, like even this round. But AlQadsiah now kind of flexing the chest a little bit and puffing themselves up to feel a little bit better. A 2-on-3 with this bomb going down instantly. They're not going to mess around. They're not going to wait things out. Missed shot fear from MG. That's kind of created a little bit of an opening, though, for No.
Yeah, No need to be able to cross into AG.AL, and he's unable to do that, though, as MG just comes back onto the line. So pretty confident round from AlQadsiah. You can really tell that they've sort of brought a bit of a different pace to the game here. Maybe they were a little bit too shy on Ankara. Maybe the conversation in the background has been, look, guys, you know, we're not playing our best game. We're not playing confidently. Let's push our way in. Let's try and be aggressive. Let's take the fight to Stallions. Why are we so scared of these guys? And that's worked out, at least in that round.
Yeah, and it's just so interesting that they went for this pick because, like, I know, you know, for them in their league, they're sitting at a 6-1. I know they have been able to get a really good win against a team like KINGZERO back at ACL with that 10-6, but you're really going into statistically one of the best maps here for AlQadsiah, so this is kind of going the strength for this is the strength, and I don't know why, but again, maybe the preparation has just been a lot, and maybe they're thinking that they could create a bit of an upset on this, but we'll find out. But right now, AlQadsiah has definitely been able to showcase a little bit more of what they can do on this map and, you know, that comfortability and why they have themselves such a dominant record.
Once again, No in the pivotal position. There's a massive 4K in round 1. Could even just find a couple here. That would be massive. Needs to get the assistance from KLP on the swing as well. No, just for the one. No trade to come through just yet, but KLP and JJ do quickly strike. And all of a sudden, it is Stallions right back in control of this round. Action solo. The 1v3 is going to be too much to ask. Great round out from KLP, by the way. Hits 3 shots with that TRG. And Stallions equalize the scoreline 2-2. And remember, Subbase is a BL-sided map, so keeping a pretty equal scoreline here on the GR side is what would be considered a win.
And I definitely love the fact that Stallions had a really good setup on it. Like, again, they had No that was playing the aggression. He was the one that was kind of being the first point of contact, but his teammates were there for that trade. They were there to assist him. They had a perfect way to just rebound on the situation if he missed or didn't get the kill. That's different. On Kara, it felt like there was a lot of one-and-done positions or someone had to be the playmaker getting these multi-kills. That was a very good amount of teamwork and coordination we saw. I'm all for it.
No. Again, waiting for the fight. Oh, the swing's not going to come through. MG missing his shot. No, also whiffing.
Good reposition, though.
Everybody walks away safely.
This is where Stallions, what we saw before, is this is where they would make some kind of big swings on this, where they would you know, try to over-aggress on it and get really hungry for it. But this time, there's that discipline factor. They're going, you know what? No. Let's play smart. You don't need to. You're giving yourself up. So really good repositioning for them. Good mind games onto this. Now we're down to the last minute and 20 in this round. AlQadsiah still debating and really just throbbing on the idea of what do they want to do on this. They're kind of back to square one. They have nothing to really work with right now. They have wood control, but that's it.
LP striking again. He is being a real thorn in the side of AlQadsiah at the moment. Gets a tag onto Silver as well through the wall. Still keen for more as well, as you can see. He just keeps peeking this line. Now the smoke's up, obviously, he can't see much. KLB on the pixel line. Ready to dump some util to delay the entry into the A site from AlQadsiah. There's a flash through as well from Loy. It's slowed AlQadsiah down, and now KLB and KLP will try to hold the site together. This time it's the Rifler that's doing the work. JJ also chiming in. Super solid hold. Great fundamentals from Stallions. You can see the counter util that they use to keep AlQadsiah at bay, allow that rotation to come across, and then they've got a strong hold on the site, and then they fight.
Exactly that. And that was honestly the best round I feel like we've seen probably from Stallions. The fact that the util was on point, the repositioning was there. They all played smart. You know, KLB was just, again, waiting things out. He was kind of just quickly peeking, getting that intel. He didn't overswing it. He didn't commit to a fight when he didn't need to. Everybody was there. They knew what the idea was. They knew what the vision was needed for a round like that. So a perfect execution here on the defense. But now, BNC, oh no, that little bit of a defense is kind of kiboshed a little bit. But JJ somehow finds the double with KLP to assist this. I don't know how they get away with this, but something in the tea leaves is favoring the Stallions here.
That is a bait and switch of a century here for Stallions. I am completely lost as to what that was meant to be. I think JJ just maybe was caught napping. He was probably the player that was supposed to be watching that vent position. Luckily, he was able to get the multi-frag to exchange that. Otherwise, that was going to be a really egregiously poor round for Stallions. But like you say, there might be something in the water here for Stallions. It might be destiny for them to walk away with this victory, because that should not have gone their way.
Never. I mean, VNC he had the perfect lineup. I mean, that should have, again, 9 times out of 10, that's a double kill for him. You could tell he was kind of being patient with it. He wanted to make sure he landed the first shot on the player in the back, and then he could get that easy second kill. But again, a split-second decision here from Stallions has really put them in a prime position. And now the both players from AlQadsiah are going to try to go for this A-pop potentially. That's going to put KLB once again tested. Now playing the very big box on this. So he's playing the high ground. Doesn't have to overswing this, but he will. Why not? He's getting excited. Now Stallions, again, prevailing.
Yeah, it's pushed out the attack pause here from AlQadsiah. They are feeling pretty worried about the proceedings so far. I mean, you know, you've heard the phrase, Laz, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. I think you're trying to take that literally by messing around with the chairs in the studio, but so is AlQadsiah at the moment, because this was a team that had such high expectations after last year, and they are really not meeting those expectations at the moment here at the Esports World Cup. I mean, it's definitely not over yet, obviously, but the way Stallions are looking at the moment, I mean, this is definitely looking like Stallions is the better team.
Exactly that. And that's where I think this has been really exciting so far for EWC, is that we've just been seeing a lot of these upsets, different, you know, storylines, a lot of things that have been mixed around. And like you said, I definitely had AlQadsiah as a top prospect to be in a top 3 position at this tournament, like no doubt about it. I thought, you know what, there can be some of the upsets that they can create against some of the Chinese teams, which they've been able to do last year. But now, I mean, this has been shaky. 2025 has been a very, very interesting year so far for the international landscape of it. And just kind of just looking at like what AlQadsiah could do in their last season for CFBL. Like, I mean, they undefeated the playoffs. Like, they 3-0'd. Like, they didn't really break a sweat. And now it just feels like when the pressure's a little bit more high and the stakes are bigger, this is where they can't really meet the expectations that we're thinking they should be at.
Had some time to chat. And we'll see whether or not they can reap the benefits. Have they sown the seeds of a victory here, AlQadsiah? Or we will continue on our merry way towards a Stallions 2-0. It is going to be a machine room push early for Stallions. Let's see, for AlQadsiah, I should say. Stallions not there, not interested. AlQadsiah taking that territory without too much recourse. I mean, the thing is, Stallions, again, playing a very similar style on this GR side as what we saw in Ankara. It worked out really well for them there. It's working pretty nicely for them here. They're not really fighting for too much map territory. They're playing quite passively. They're just playing their trades on the sites themselves, and that's working out really nice. Another opener for Stallions. No's going to need a bit of assistance here. Teammates starting to come across. The nades coming in, though, from AlQadsiah, and the reinforcements don't arrive in time to get him out to safety. So a 1-for-1 is secured by AlQadsiah, but it does cost more than half of Action's HP. JJ looks to pick up that space anyway.
Yeah, a little bit slow in the utility. Like, I was definitely thinking that was an opportunity for JJ to be able to throw his
flash or something.
Yeah, any sort of utility, just do something there, and he was a bit slow in the draw. So a little unfortunate for No, like kind of putting himself into no man's land by himself. But I mean, look, nonetheless, it was a 1.5 kills that he's been able to put himself in, but it could have been avoidable, I think, for Stallions if they would have had just that, you know, extra little bit of a teamwork there. But we'll see. Less than a minute remaining on this one. AlQadsiah right back to what we see before, the default position where they go, okay, do we really want to fight for lockers one more time? They're having one player just kind of in machine room, just exploring maybe that option, but wood control will be theirs. We haven't really seen them try to go through this alternative mid, but that might be the opening they want.
KLP for the first time being caught off. He's been really dominant so far, but MG gets the better of him this time around. We'll see if Loy can find the timing. He's sneaking through behind. Oh dear, it just goes wrong again for AlQadsiah. C4 dropped with 20 seconds left on the clock. They need to scurry their way over to B, and Loy wins another duel, this time onto Action. It's MG solo with 15 seconds left. Has retrieve that C4, but he's just got to keep on charging into that B bomb site, and you know KLB is coming in from behind. Stallions win another.
They're just doing everything perfectly, honestly. Like, their positionings are perfect. They're getting these rotates on point. Like, it just feels like they're miles ahead of AlQadsiah. Like, anything they try, they seem to have the perfect counter strategy to it. I'm all for it. Like, this is such a revitalized team. Like, again, impressive what we got to see last, you know, in ACL, but this is just a gigantic improvement of what they've been able to do thus far. And they are going toe-to-toe against some of the top dogs in the competition.
Yeah, 1-for-1 to start this round off, but Feifei very low. He's also 0-7, really struggling to have any impact in this game. Action, not actually in the end going to eat that grenade, but man, what a performance so far from Stallions. JJ gets Feifei. Player advantage now secured for Stallions in round number 8. They are looking for a 6-2 scoreline, and that would be absolutely egregious for AlQadsiah. I mean, you need to be doing better on your BL side than this. If you want to have anything to say about sub-base, KLP almost gets timed, very much does actually get timed, but he's lucky to be getting away with his life. Assistance coming through, and that sets it up for success for KLP. Now Action out onto the site has been spotted. C4, by the way, leaning B. This is an interesting round from AlQadsiah, and I think it might just work out. We'll see if Action can survive here. It's going to be huge. JJ, not interested in taking that 1v1 anymore. This is a round that has kind of fallen apart for Stallions, and it might be a way back into this map for AlQadsiah.
Yeah, and he has to play this position now because, again, he's kind of waiting to think, like, maybe they're going to double fake this on me. They're going to just take their time on it. He's hoping, you know, thinking that they're going to want him to swing on it. But you can see that AlQadsiah finally going to go for the plant here. So now with this position, Action is close on by. JJ, though, what's he going to do in this? An 8-3 scoreline thus far.
If JJ wins this, it's the nail in the coffin for AlQadsiah.
It's got to be.
I mean, he really cannot be allowed to get away with anything here. MG misses a shot, and that will allow JJ to cross jail. Still looking for that fight against MG. Doesn't know exactly where Action is either, which is obviously part of the problem. Time ticking away for JJ.
He's got utility.
His chances of winning this round now certainly slimming. He draws out the peak from Action, but can't find the kill. And now he doesn't really have many options but to try to sit that defuse, which he's going to do. And of course, it's not going to work. So AlQadsiah find their third. Keep themselves, you know, doggy paddling above water. They've fallen into the pool, and we're not too sure if they know how to swim.
Well, much needed round for AlQadsiah. It was just, again, it felt like you said, it could have been the nail to the coffin if this round would have went the other way for Stallions, but thankfully they're able to get something done. But does that give them enough confidence here to close off the half, you know, getting that fourth round and going back to a 5-4, the exact same thing we saw in the first map, where Stallions was able to get themselves in that scoreline, but wait and see. And good damage again inflicted onto Action. He's gone. JJ gets a little bit of revenge and says, you know what? I want to be able to get my revenge and my kill against you, and that's a great pickup because Action, he's the one that's been putting up some decent numbers.
Yeah, most definitely. Look, I mean, a 6-3 lead at the first half for Stallions would just be absolutely monumental. So I don't think they're too concerned about having dropped that last round, particularly with the fact that they've picked up the opener in this one. And again, you know, it's just the same kind of style from Stallions. It's not really a whole lot of over-aggression on the GR side. Happy to take the fights when they do come to them. They're not really trying to force anything here, Stallions. They look very cool, calm, and collected. I'm really appreciating the style that they are bringing. AlQadsiah, on the other hand, just feel like they're a little bit nervous working through the map. You know, every angle that they peek feels fraught with danger.
Good jump spot. I think MG actually was able to spot that too, so both these players get that intel. But late on the nade. Just feel like AlQadsiah, again, just a lot of second guessing on what they want to do. They're not fully really committed to a plan yet. I think they're just begging for, you know, a big swing here from one of the defensive players just to do something to bring it back to an equal footing. But like you said, Stallions playing well, but Eloy does try to get a little of interest, but he does get punished for it.
It's late in the round, though. And Stallions have their forces set up in the right spots. KLP gonna take an aggressive line here. Shotgun sniping, it'll work out. The USP is too dangerous, but he's not done enough to win the round just yet. Silva in the 1v1 has a lot of scrambling to do. C4 in the hands of KLP. He knows that Silva is coming for him. Swap out for the M14. Silva on his way forward, can't win the duel. Stallions will reign supreme in the first half. 6-3 the lead, and the individuals are just popping off.
How can you not be impressed with this? Again, everything they're doing is just perfect. Like the fact that KLP can put himself in that position, ring around the rosy, he's just dancing around and gets himself a quad kill nonetheless. And he was able to find the sniper, getting the pistol, mixing things around. What an absolute clutch.
Yeah, KLP's been stellar on this map so far. And again, you look at Feifei, 0-9 for the half. That is really, really rough from him. He's going to have to turn it back on in the second half if he wants to keep AlQadsiah, his team, in this competition. Stallions 4 rounds away from knocking AlQadsiah out, and it has started well. KLP, again, having the impact, wins the sniper duel against MG.
Yeah, KLP has really just put himself in a prime position here. 12-4, like you said, finding these opening duels, just finding these pockets and exploiting it against AlQadsiah right now. And we haven't seen the timeout, I don't think, yet from them. So again, surely it's going to probably happen here soon. Silva's been bested many different times here. He hasn't been able to really win this engagement. It kind of feels like he's like Snare from what we saw on day number 1 here from Rock, but better of a score line, but really just getting that impact here with the sniper, like just like that. Like again, he tries to get aggressive, second guesses it, gets caught on the rotate.
Yeah, I mean, this is really looking like it's going to happen, Laz. I got to be honest. I'm believing in Stallions.
Copium.
Pinoy Pride. BNC drops a flash for himself to try to fight. KLB can't see much, but he's still able to overwhelm him in the end for that trade for no. Loy through the backside. And the coordination is just too good from Stallions at the moment. Action in a 1v4 to try to be the hero here for AlQadsiah. But it seems like it's going to be all for naught. It seems like it's going to be despair for AlQadsiah here at EWC. The run is starting to wind down. The nails being driven into the coffin. Maybe a better analogy would be their key is being put into the press, slowly but surely. The press hasn't been pushed down just yet. It's not broken. There's still a hope for AlQadsiah, but it is slipping away. And some of those keys get absolutely wrecked. We were having a look at them yesterday. Some of them just get a bit mangled, but some of them literally get obliterated.
Yeah.
And right now, I feel like AlQadsiah, their key's like in a million pieces. Or it's about to be. Or maybe VNC has other ideas. That's a really nice hold from him. Round not over just yet, though, as JJ was able to strike for 1, but that's not really going to be enough to trouble the scorers. So, quick round in the way of AlQadsiah, which, again, will rebuild a little bit of hope.
Yeah, they needed it. Again, like, things are just getting a little bit out of control. They'll take anything they can, and you can see that Stallions is kind of, again, mixing the playbook enough that they want to just say, you know, okay, let's just try something a little bit differently. Let's see if we can maybe catch them off guard. Do some evaluating, right? Like, just kind of see what can you maybe get away with. Now they know, okay, look, we're not going to get away with that kind of double player stairs like that. Double snipers here for the defensive side of AlQadsiah. Waiting things out. Now Stallions again putting a double player into machine room. A little bit more aggro in some retrospect here. Very, very slow round indeed. And again, I don't know, like AlQadsiah, like we saw it before when they get aggressive, it has actually backfired many different times. So I think for them, they kind of have to play these hard defensive setups.
Patient starts of the round for both teams. Bit of wood control, though, for Stallions and Machine Room. That's going to give them the options that they want later on. Still going to try and think about digging out lockers, but smokes are up. Happy to let that one stay in the control of AlQadsiah for the moment. Starting to get that util tossed across to A. Smokes for stairs, smokes for control room. They're not committing to it. They're going to go through the smokes. That's a mistake. Silva and Feifei waiting for them. They will get his first kill for the map. Is that a catalyst for a little bit of a return to form from him? Well, quickly the answer is no, as JJ just deletes him. Round not yet done. Silver, if he drops, that could be dangerous. It's on to Loy here, really. This grenade could be everything. It's not quite going to land, and nor will the kill over at Lockers. So the round done. AlQadsiah up to 5. And we're getting a very similar kind of approach as we did on Ankara, where Stallions were out in front. They looked like they were going to close the map. Then AlQadsiah start to claw their way back in. Something that Stallions need to be aware of. I'll let this one slip. It's not done yet.
Right, you are, and again, the fact that they're kind of slowly and surely climbing themselves back into this game does kind of feel a little similar to what we were seeing in the first map, but Stallions just needing to make sure that they can hold themselves true with this lead and not get ahead of themselves. Like I said, that's the biggest thing that I've been looking out for. But MG repositioning himself, he's been active, but JJ once again, he's been able to find Silva. So one of the snipers, or no, one of the riflers, my apologies. Silva wasn't sniping before. Down. Waiting things out. A lot of just slow pickings.
Yeah, it's a very early advantage for Stallions. They're not going to feel the need to really try and work the map too hard now. Probably just take it slow. Wait out some of that AlQadsiah util, which will make it a bit easier when they do inevitably try to hit one of the sides, or if they do hit a side, it'll make it harder for AlQadsiah on the retake if they don't have util, you know, don't have flashes, nades, whatever. There's another nade that's invested by AlQadsiah, so Stallions happy to just wait that timer down and give themselves as high of a percentage of winning this round as possible. Decision is going to be toward the B side of the map. They haven't really explored Lockers too much on this BL side, and, well, action there waiting for him, but now stuck in the corner. Needs a bit of help to try and get out, and I don't think he's getting out of here alive. KLB will just swing him. That's really nicely done from Stallions. Another 1-for-1 trade, and that's good enough. Feifei tucked into the corner. Been having a rough game. Could he be the hero here for AlQadsiah as they try to hold on? He hasn't been spotted or cleared. JJ will go down. KLB looking for the trade. Gets it in the end. Feifei only good for 1 despite a strong position. And Stallions should win the round from here. 8-5. On the cards, it will be confirmed by KLP with that sniper rifle, which has been so dominant throughout this map so far. Stallions now 2 rounds away from a semi-final appearance at their 3rd international event, and dare I say even probably their 2nd relevant international event, because again, ACL Asia-based only. This is an international tournament with every best team in the world.
It's a great point you bring up. But it is going to be the Stallions that call this one for a timeout here.
Same time as when they did it on Ankara.
Exactly.
It was the 8-round mark that they got it. They called it on Ankara. They called it again here at 8 rounds.
Yeah, and I mean, there's always a lot of debate about that, right? Like, just kind of wondering, is that really the right time? Like, should you just be preserving a little bit later? But look, I mean, it worked out before. Maybe it can work out again. Well, like you said, the fact that we're seeing like a player like KLP on your screen, like getting these big kills with the sniper, he's running around, and you know, even KLB, like the two of them together have really just been able to be a solid duo. But I feel like almost everybody's, you know, getting their moments here to shine, which you love to see. And like you said, I feel like Feifei, unfortunately, everything he's tried here for AlQadsiah, he gets punished. Like, he was in that position where he was underneath. He theoretically should have been able to, I feel like he should have been able to get 2 kills, but he only got the 1. So yeah, it just feels like everything is against them right now at this point. They can't even buy a kill if they're trying.
All right, well, KLB getting some special attention from the coach there, hyping him up. I think, look, across the board, no one has really let the team down here for Stallions today. I think they've all been really, really solid. So this is their moment.
It really is.
Time to reset, relax, get back into the server, and lock it down. 2-0 very much on the cards here for Stallions. They can't afford to give AlQadsiah a peek back into this series. You know, this is maybe the one chance you get to put them away, because if this ends up going to compound, who knows what happens. And already a lot of space they can buy. Stallions outside A. BNC is going to walk into the setup. Somehow he's still alive. He needs to be traded down, and he will fall to no eventually. Oh, was so much space. How did they get that far without being spotted?
Yeah, exactly. But you can even see like the C4's all the way in BL spawn. So like this was just a bit of a ruse. This was them they just want to get a kill.
Yeah.
And now this is where it gets complicated, right? Because now AlQadsiah, they have to go, okay, what do we want to do for the defense? Now that we've lost our A player, now we have to reset up. Now you can see that Feifei, again, not to be picky on him, but he's not been playing well statistically. So, I mean, this is where he's going to be the anchor. That's a pretty weak point right now. And then you have to kind of spread things around. So for Stallions, if they can figure this out and they know he's there, I mean, that could be the big opening they need.
He's been pretty patient. I wonder if Loy's maybe going to try and sort of lurk his way in through middle. Timer here. KLB clearing out Locker's solo. This is a risky move, but it's going to work out because there isn't actually anyone from AlQadsiah holding forward on B. They're going to go through the smoke, though. Action taking a risk himself, getting the early info that this is not a B hit right now from Stallions. They're not interested in working Lockers. I mean, look at this push from... Look at this push. AlQadsiah getting so much information from Action right now. It's onto Feifei, though. He needs to get at least one here. He will get one. No more than that, though. The easy trade comes through from KLB, but Stallions have to accelerate. They have to get into B right now. That flank is coming through, and it is going to have impact. No may have spotted it now, though. And Loy, a double kill up in control room, might have just shut this round down before the flank can even come into play. Everything going right for Stallions at the moment.
Well, the fact that he's able even to drop out of vent like that and reposition himself, like again, just that 1 second perfect timing where they have no idea he's there.
You can see how frustrated Action is in that round as well on the player cam. As soon as he dies, he's like, what am I supposed to do? You know, he has picked the perfect timing, but his side hold has just crumbled before he can even activate. So, you know, fair cop, nice try to Action, but like, it doesn't matter if your entire team is dead by the time you get into the fight. It's over. And Stallions, they're feeling confident. They're going to go fast straight into Lockers here. They want to take that fight to AlQadsiah, and they want to close this game out. It looks like they might have to wait a little bit longer, but we'll see what KLP and Loy can deliver. Now it's just Loy, and that will not last. So the change of pace in an attempt to shut it down quickly hasn't panned out for Stallions, but they've still got 3 more chances at it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good idea. Like, I don't mind that they're trying to do something quick. I don't mind that they tried to maybe catch them off guard a little bit, see if that, you know, AlQadsiah is going to have a different setup and try to take advantage of it. So, like you said, a little bit of room they can work with. So now they're going to just, again, win this opening duel. Action does try to get aggressive, and he gets punished for it.
AlQadsiah have taken a leaf out of Stallions' book. They've tried to go aggressive themselves, and they are going to continue to push forward. No, they're not. They're going to back it up. Silver kind of needs a bit of help here in control room. If Stallions are going to head in his direction with force, the smoke does go down. He spots out his opponents. They're going to filter their way through and take him down, and there's no one there to trade for him. It's advantage Stallions.
Yeah, this is big, because the fact that they just dismay the smoke as well, like they just go through it, they don't even care. Disobeying every tactical rule, they're just going to take advantage of it now. And they put themselves in a big seat right now, losing only JJ. And now you have VNC and MG. I mean, again, these two are the only ones really out of this 3 alive that have been able to make some kills and make some impact here in the server. But now they all need to contribute. This is where they really have to pick up the socks.
I mean, Feifei's been a massive liability. Like, he definitely needs to be putting some numbers on the board. If there's any way that AlQadsiah get back into this game, it is maybe Feifei coming back online, activating in this 3-on-4. And giving that assistance over to VNC and MG, who have generally been pretty decent. There's one for VNC, but again, isolated, solo, the duel. It's fine for Stallions because they're able to trade it down and they maintain that numbers advantage. Now it's time for someone to take a risk here for AlQadsiah, and it's going to be MG that's going to try and take matters into his own hands. That's a really nice kill onto KLP, but again, he can't get out. Stallions are just playing this Wolfpack style, and they are playing it to perfection. Eyes turn to Feifei, the player that's been struggling. The player that now has to step up for AlQadsiah. Trade through from Loy, and that is that. Stallions win the round, they win the map, they win the series, and they send AlQadsiah packing. They say goodbye to another Brazilian squad, and they progress further into the semifinals.
Yeah, you can even say they say goodbye, but they're also saying good night here for AlQadsiah, knowing that they just completely upsetted the Giants, the powerhouse team, and the fact they've now put themselves into a semi-final position, being able to best the Brazilian team across the world, now meaning that they have to wait for the outcome of Q9 and BaiSha as their second match that they have to play.
Yeah, that is Pinoy Pride representing as they make it into top 4. I don't remember the last time that a Filipino team made top 4 at an international event such as this one. Again, not quite counting ACL, I'm talking CFS level events. This is a world championship. This is about as good as it's going to get. And that is a massive, massive moment for the fans from the Philippines. I'm sure that, we're hearing about it from Sneaky when we do go back over to the analyst desk. And of course, there'd be a Filipino broadcast happening right now. They'd be absolutely pumped up. It's massive for the region, right? Because, look, it's been a long time since the glory days of Pacific Makta, but maybe Stallions are able to follow in their footsteps.
I definitely think so. I mean, this is where, we talked a lot about Pacific Makta, and that's where there was a big downfall. And these guys were like, look, we're going to be the ones that are going to, pave the new path. We're going to be the ones that can create some new history. And we got a little bit of a teaser earlier on this year where we said, okay, things are looking pretty good. Maybe that was a one-off, who knows? But doesn't feel like it. But instead, they are the team that you cannot mess with.
Yeah, indeed. And we want to hear from them, of course. So let's hand it down to the stage to hear from Stallions on their winning moment.
Are strong. They take down the Brazilians in Na'Vi, and now they do it once again against AlQadsiah in the SNB Esports Arena. I'm joined by No once again. No, talk to me. For yourself, for your team, for the organization, first time top 4 in an international tournament, especially here at the Esports World Cup. Once again, how are you feeling?
I feel nice. It's my first time. It's my dream. Especially in here. It's the first time in the WC CROSSFIRE tournament. I feel very nice, excited. Yeah.
Now, talk to me. Do you feel like Brazilian teams are like I want to say you're the destroyer of Brazilian teams at this point?
No, I think no. I have a lot of respect to Brazilians. They're my idols when I was not pro. I watch them all the time, that's why. And I'm very happy that I win.
I like that. I like the fact, there's still respect between them and their opponents on the stage. Now, one final question. You already crushed one key. Are you ready to crush another?
Yeah, it feels satisfying.
You know what? I like that. I'm kind of jealous. I don't get to crush a key, but you know what? That's what they deserve for getting such a sensational performance here on the stage. Let's head on over back to the studio before we crush another key.
Thank you, Sandstorm, out there with Kano, who ended up tearing it up. The fact he's 16 blows my mind. Now top 4, Team Stallions on top. What we could say, a tremendous upset for them to beat. AlQadsiah 2-0. Definitely takes everybody by surprise, but I've got to give respect. Respect is due. The curse has been broken. The dynasty, not cemented yet, but at least the curse has been broken.
Yeah, I mean, me in the building and Stallions actually getting a dub. I'm so elated right now.
I know, you were jumping up and down out there. You literally went to the arena. You're shaking, I can tell. This genuinely means so much to you, Sneaky.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, it's been a while since Philippines has had like a significant run going into international. I think last time was like maybe an odd quarterfinal exit from Pacific, but now we have a contender like Stallions, and it feels like we have been waiting for this team to be good for the longest time in the Philippines. We already knew that they're going to be good, but the trajectory was just sharper than expected for them, and somehow they're top 4 in EWC, and I couldn't be happier, man.
Forged by Fire. Those series with Na'Vi were brutal.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the real kryptonite of Brazilian CROSSFIRE, it feels, right? Because even that Na'Vi game yesterday was a real kind of slog all the way throughout. But that one, I mean, I think you've got to give a lot of credit to Tanked individually. Of course, you kind of spoke about him being the sort of the father figure of this side and being that young team as a whole and kind of so wise. But he's really broke down the way in AlQadsiah play, and there was a complete counter all the way throughout that series. And it really had a knock-on effect. There's an AlQadsiah side that are meant to be making top 4. It's a really big upset that they've fallen to Stallions here, and I think AlQadsiah, they're going to be very, very upset with this loss. This is ultimately it's not good enough for a side of their caliber, but credit where it's due. Stallions, they're the better team of the day, and that's ultimately all that matters.
That's it. And shout out to AlQadsiah, right? Even making it to the playoffs is a huge accomplishment. 8 other teams did not. We take a look at our MVP, and it's going to be Lloyd this time around. Lloyd is just an incredible player. You look at Kano, obviously a lot of attention put on him.
talk to me about Loy.
I mean, the kid started on a team called Matches. They got 3rd and 4th multiple times in the Philippines, but every single time he shows up to a LAN tournament back in my country, I'm singing the praises of this guy time and time again. He's so good mechanically. Even with the AK-47 CFS back in the day, he was so sharp. And now with the new weapons, it feels like he's a lot more comfortable with the more tappy kind of style with the HK, right? And it's actually perfect for him because, you know, he's a very aggressive player. He wants to be in your face. He wants to get that trade for Kano. And yeah, I mean, this is what the best front line in the Philippines do look like, man.
Yeah.
And I cannot be more happy.
It's crazy, you know, Loy obviously standing out amongst his peers. Neo, you look at this roster, Kano, you've got KLP, KLB, you have so many star-studded players. For Loy to be the series MVP and get Philippines this far in the tournament is tremendous.
Yeah, and he's generally just not the guy we look towards in the numbers department. He is a little bit more of that supporting element, kind of trading, being the guys that are sort of flashing in the individuals like No, for example, or even kind of sending KLP in towards the fight. So it's really good to see him shine. He doesn't get a lot of opportunities to sort of be heralded with praise when it comes to international events, but he had a fantastic series. I think he was completely in the heads. His rotations are fantastic. I thought in the late rounds as well, he really did step up in a big way, and he made life very, very uncomfortable for AlQadsiah. And having a player that I think ultimately is just very reliable. When you're a young team and a young core in tough games, when you're ultimately the underdog, right? That's where you can crumble. And I think he stepped up in a big, big way. He's a little bit older. He's got a bit more of that experience compared to players like No, for example. Sure. He needs to be a stable head and a stable mind, especially the roles he plays.
Right.
I think he did really well.
AlQadsiah getting a lot of respect, though, from Kano in the interview. Brazilian Destroyer, no, he has a lot of respect from him. He's been looking at them since he started competing, which he's been competing for a little bit at this point. The fact that he's only 16 is genuinely crazy. A long future ahead of that man when it comes to CROSSFIRE. But AlQadsiah, again, well done and a great representation of what a Brazilian team should be. You've got to be very, very happy with them. But their key must be crushed. And it is tough. It is tough. It is what it is. Playoffs bracket, though, we look at AlQadsiah, and this is where I wanted to start a discussion with you, Sneaky. AlQadsiah, you know, obviously do a wonderful job making their way through their individual group. They go undefeated. Team Stallions had to fight tremendously throughout their group, throughout the elimination bracket, forged by fire. With Team Stallions being forged by that same fire AlQadsiah did not experience, maybe Team Stallions benefited from that additional match.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like Team Stallions is the type of team to really benefit from having an additional best of 3. And we can see on screen, of course, a very satisfied KLB crushing the key man, and he couldn't be more happier. See if he recoils.
Yeah, I mean, if we're being frank, you don't want to be too harsh, really, as a whole, when a team's just been exited. But AlQadsiah, they are going to be severely disappointed with this tournament as a whole. Right, this is a side that, if we're being frank, they should be making top 4 every day of the week. They were one of the teams that we could very easily made arguments to win this. The fact that they got in the quarters, there's zero chance they're happy with this tournament. They are, and I said this in the pre-show. This is now roster changes. This is an implosion of the Brazilian scene where we've seen Na'Vi not do well. We saw AlQadsiah falling short as well. Brazilian side's not making it past the quarters, and this being the best hope. There's zero chance they're happy with how this event's gone. I think for AlQadsiah, this is a real learning lesson that I think they take things at times a little bit not fully seriously. They always start slow in tournaments. They always start slow in series. They've got to knock this now. As we see, you'll get punished and then you can't come back into series. So for AlQadsiah, this is going to be a pretty rough next, kind of end of the year heading in towards the grand finals, because this is not a tournament for them.
I mean, it wasn't that long ago, right? When Brazil was actually making tough runs in 2024. Yeah. I mean, December wasn't that too long ago where we had Antisocial Team. We had Vasco making it to the final. So it's just jarring to me that Brazil kind of tapered off a bit in this EWC, considering, I mean, the expectations here for AlQad is finals or bust.
Yeah.
$750,000 for first place, which is just an incredible prize pool. And naturally, $2 million on the line is insane. $750,000 for a Filipino team goes a long way.
Oh, for sure. That's years of rent we're talking here. PCs, food, schooling for the kids, of course. Knowing Stallions, they still go to school because I think the thing is with Tanks is like, I think the parents offered them to, get them out of school, concentrate on CROSSFIRE. Tanks said no.
Yeah.
Of course, we got to get that education going. And with $750K, you can put him in the best schools, man.
That's right. Well, I wonder if Kano, is he doing his homework while he's gaming?
For sure.
So, like, he plays the series last night, right? Beats Na'Vi, and then just goes straight to the hotel room, starts hitting the books, wakes up early in the morning just to beat AlQadsiah.
For sure. I mean, that's the grind that they're going to have to get used to, especially if you want to be at the top and you want to be educated at the same time.
That's it. Well, hey, fun stuff coming out from Stallions. A big win, honestly, tremendous, and something we weren't expecting. But Neil, that's the beautiful thing about EWC 2025. We're in our final week, but there's been so many different upsets, including what matchup is coming up next. Of course, we look at our players starting to arrive via Jamil Motorsports, and it's Q9 and BaiSha. Maybe another upset about to be underway. Q9 have been on fire. They cruised through their group. They beat teams such as Rock, Team Liquid. BaiSha did drop down to the elimination bracket, granted to Evolution Power, who's potentially a second-place team or even first when it comes to our tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Q9, this is the gauntlet for them now, right? You know, you've got BaiSha as this side on the other team, and if we're being frank, Q9 don't beat BaiSha. They just regionally they've always struggled against them. They've always looked a little bit off the game, and I think a lot of it comes down to they actually have too much respect for them. This has been a pretty common thing with BaiSha against sides, I would say, of kind of lesser experience or lesser kind of in terms of veterancy within kind of the CROSSFIRE scene, is that BaiSha, just by name value alone, are unbelievably scary. You've got to come in towards a game like this if your Q9 shows zero respect. Play your style. Come in towards this one saying, look at the run we just had in groups, right? We've done better than BaiSha in the groups. We've got to come in towards this one as a #1 team out of our group and prove why we're here and why we should make a playoff run.
That's right. And as far as Chinese teams go, this is the first time I believe we've had all of them move forward to the playoff bracket.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've had that, right?
Yeah.
It's been like, Kai would know this, it's been like 2022 since we've seen all Chinese teams kind of actually qualify, because I feel like there's been a increase in level in internationals in general, right? Especially in 2024, we saw Vasco, we saw 3BL do their run, so it's been very impressive, but it seems like, especially with the new patches, with these new guns, it seems like China wants revenge.
Well, China's looking strong. BaiSha looking like the #1 team to guide their region to victory, but they're going to have to get through Q9 first. It's just going to be one of their matches of many in order to become a champion. Of course, for AlQadsiah, their championship run has come to an end. They will finish off top 8, but still a valiant effort nonetheless. Wendy had a chance to catch up with AlQadsiah as they were exiting the venue.
Hi, it's Wendy here with Feifei from AlQadsiah. Got several questions. One, from his side, for his personal, what's the biggest challenge in this game and what you learned from that?
Na sua opinião, qual você achou o maior desafio desse jogo, né? Maior dificuldade envolvendo essa partida de hoje?
A maior dificuldade do dia de hoje, eu acho que foi... Cara, acho que a gente jogou muito mal. Acho que essa foi a maior dificuldade. A gente errou no coletivo, individualmente também. Então acho que essa foi a maior dificuldade. Eles são uma equipe boa também. E é isso.
So we don't play good this match, so I think we didn't play good as a team in general, and they played really well, so yeah, that's it.
Okay, so although this tournament ends right now, but there are still many opportunities ahead. So what's the main part you'd like to practice or improve at the future?
Mesmo com o resultado desse campeonato, tem muito 2025 ainda pela frente. E o que vocês levam de aprendizado, assim? Que parte vocês acham que vocês têm que evoluir mais, assim, tecnicamente?
Com certeza 2025 não acabou ainda. Temos 2 campeonatos para jogar, o Qualify e, se Deus quiser, o Mundial também, se nós classificarmos. Levamos muito aprendizado nesse campeonato. E agora é voltar para casa e treinar bastante para não... Falhamos com a nossa região, então é treinar bastante para o Mundial ir bem.
So yeah, we still have like 2 tournaments ahead. We have the Qualify and hopefully the World Championship. But yeah, we got a lot. We learned a lot in this tournament so far, and we have to practice a lot of things and train together as a team.
Yeah, so final, anything you want to say to the fans who are supporting you as always?
Tem uma coisa a dizer para os fãs, para sua família?
Muito obrigado pelo apoio de todo mundo, da família, da minha família, e é isso, desculpa.
Thank you everyone for the support, especially my family and all my fans.
Well, Feifei, according to this several days, you guys showed a lot of strength on the stage, and good luck on your upcoming matches, and that's all from us. Bye-bye.
就是一直以来打比赛是一件非常开心的事情。从刚开始的梦想就一直在追梦嘛，打了这么多年，大概是这样的 ，dream， 梦想。这支队伍可能是我在里边算是年龄最大的嘛，然后跟之前的队伍比，之前可能我在队伍里就属于一个选手，但是现在在这个队伍里属于一个队长的身份，然后可能责任越大。其实从最近的自己的状态来说，很有可能是自己跟他们最后一次并肩作战了，因为自己的年龄啊，包括自己的竞技状态，可能没有像之前这么好了，但是肯定会拼了命打好这次比赛的。晋级到 EWC 对我来说的意义，因为这是第一届 EWC 嘛，我也非常的荣幸的能参加到这个 EWC 当中。
guys, Wendy here with LYE from BaiSha Esports, and I got several questions for him because they need to prepare for their matches. Question 1, absolutely same region match and all the opponents. Did you a little worry about it because you are so familiar with each other? 那想问一下，其实第一个问题，这是一场中国的内战，会不会因为对手太过于熟悉而觉得有一点不太好打，有一点额外的担心呢？
肯定是有的嘛，因为对方和我们都比较了解，然后站位、战术什么的，然后所以就是不好打的。
Absolutely, yes, because we know each other so well. So the position, the strategies, we all knows that for each other. So it's like kind of a little bit difficult for us to play. And second questions, what's the key point of winning according this match? 现在想问一下，如果你们要赢下这场比赛，你觉得制胜关键点会是什么呢？
残局失误少一些，然后把自己那一块整好一点。
One, just make a little, try our best to make a little mistakes when we're at the clutch, and the second, to do our own thing as the best as we can. And the third question, anything you want to say to your fans who watching your game right now? 想有什么话对现在正在看比赛的观众朋友们说的吗？
我们不会辜负你们的期望，会继续努力的。
We'll try our best and we cannot let you down. And that's all from us. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Wendy, as always. There it is. It's BaiSha Gaming looking to come in strong and take the championship. At first, they've got somebody in their way, and it's Q9 who's looking to take them down as well. Q9, a talented roster, just as much as BaiSha. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Neo, and now Kyle is on the desk. Welcome in for day number 4. Group play is done. Playoffs have already begun, and Stallions got a tremendous upset.
Yeah, honestly, a surprising way to start the day, but I'm happy for Stallions. It's good to see the Philippines making a strong run for it this year.
That's it, and making a strong run indeed is also China. Sneaky, let us know that this is the first time we've seen all the Chinese team go forward into the playoffs, but now we've got Q9 and BaiSha right in front of our eyes.
Yeah, first time in it's about 3 years, I think, since we've seen all 5 make it out, or at least all of the representatives from that region. But generally speaking, you know, they've been dominant for a long time. It's always been about who can play catch up, and we kind of thought that'd be Brazil, right? And AlQadsiah have kind of, I guess, let down the pack in a little way there. They're a side who were expected to, I mean, they had a really good bracket to actually make at least semis, if not finals. But now we're set up with where we could even see kind of maybe even 3 Chinese sides make towards that semis, and basically be Stallions up against the rest, which is kind of crazy. You know, the Philippines generally are quite an underrepresented region. Right. In the grand scheme of things, not seeing it kind of even near as strong. So they've got a real mountain to climb to, but already making their way to top 4 is huge.
That's it, making it top 4. Rock will still have to see how far they go, obviously representing the Western region, but let's hone in on Q9, the competitors opposite of BaiSha. Q9, a talented roster with a lot of big names, XJ being one of the biggest ones.
Yeah, for me, XJ and Koi are who I'm looking to in this matchup. And to be honest, I feel like this team hasn't got enough credit in this event so far. They had the cleanest run in the group stage, whereas BaiSha, they looked really shaky. They dropped to EP, so I feel like Q9, they actually have a really good shot here.
Sure. Cleanest run indeed, but let's also say they went against Rock. They beat them 2-0, which should have been, granted, Rock making it to top 8 is pretty special, but they did beat Rock. And then Team Liquid, I think we can say, definitely underperformed as well. So even though it was clean 2-0 wins, doesn't really show their strength.
Yeah, I think, you know, Q9 is sort of a right place, right time sort of vibe. I think it was Rock side. It took a little bit of time to warm up into the tournament, and Liquid, who didn't perform well. I think safe to say it's going to be a real shake-up in the Brazilian scene in terms of those teams, right? Heading in towards grand finals later in the year. But for Q9, like I said, you know, right place, right time, and you've just got to beat whatever in front of you, and they did. And that's ultimately all that matters. But yeah, got to agree with Kyle. Koi's the guy you have to look towards on the side. He is one of, even despite being on kind of one of the weaker teams, you know, I guess the 4th best team out of China, he's still one of the most talented players, a ridiculous player. Mechanically, he's so talented, but a really good head for the game, really good understanding about the macro sense of things, how to slow it down at the right times, what in terms of his own individual pace of how to punish teams. And, you know, there's a real chance here with BaiSha having so much tape on them that Koi's the guy to really be the sort of the spearhead for this side.
There has to always be one, and if Koi is that going to be that guy, well then Q9 will happily accept that. You've got the 4th best when it comes to China, and now you have the 1st best in BaiSha. BaiSha's been out of this world, one of the most prominent teams in our event, one of the teams that everybody's gunning for and needs to beat. They've got star-studded players, in 9 being one of them.
Yeah, N9 has been massive in this event. I actually feel like Xiao's been a little bit hit and miss. He hasn't always had the best performances, but for me, 577 has really stepped up to fill that space.
Yeah, and 577 and 9 Xiao have been playing together for quite some time. And just recap once again on N9, 4 CFS titles, and has been active since 2015. Been around for such a long time. One of the things, Neo, when I look at BaiSha interviews, they just have this unwavering, unfaltering confidence. I think unlike any other roster out there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you look towards just China as a whole, it's always been about playing catch up to these guys. I mean, for the last few years, I mean, obviously it was AG back in the early days, but you look towards them now, and you can see where that confidence comes from. Because domestically speaking, they are dominant. They very rarely struggle in towards China, which is the best region. So they've really sharpened the tools necessary into international play, and they've got such a colored history of amazing runs, amazing performances. I mean, we were even saying right at the start of this tournament, saying, if BaiSha were to go flawless all the way throughout, it wouldn't even be the most shocking thing. It'd be really commendable, but it's just BaiSha, right? It's what we expect of them. And of course, that's not been the case, but they've still got a point to prove, and especially in a game against Q9, saying, all right, you know, congrats, guys, you made our groups flawlessly, but just remember who we are. We're BaiSha. We're the best for a reason. We're the #1, not only in China, but in the world.
The best, understanding they're the best, but can that lead to overconfidence?
It definitely can. I mean, we saw it in the matchup against EP. I think they went in expecting to win that one, and they let it slip in the final moments. So they really have to keep their heads held high here and not overguess this one.
Well, you mentioned Koi. We've mentioned N9. Let's compare the two and see where the stats lie. It is going to be our player matchup. And for Koi and N9, of course, we have to put our attention on them. And the reason why is because their stats are absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it's insane. And actually, you know, really commendable for N9 because he's obviously having to follow a lot of the micro side of things. You know, he's sort of calling, especially with how BaiSha play and how they adapt on the fly. N9's doing a lot of kind of pulling the strings behind the scenes, setting the rest of the team up for success. Individuals like your Xiaos, like your 577s, but mechanically himself, he's been fantastic all tournament long. And I would say as well, with how many stars are on this side and, you know, they're littered with talent, he doesn't really get too many opportunities to shine usually.
So I want to ask you, N9, we've been talking about him cementing his legacy within CROSSFIRE. He's very, very much already done it, but winning this event would be the most prestigious. So I ask you, if N9 does win this event, does it put him into that legacy status? And for Koi being as good as he is, where does that start putting him in the rankings?
I mean, for N9, it's already confirmed he is the GOAT. Like, it's not really a debate anymore. I mean, win this or not, it's never going to falter. I mean, he can never win another thing for the rest of his career, and he'd still be considered one of the best players of all time. But winning this would just be the cherry on top. It'd be a nice crown to say, like, I've won every single different variation of tournaments. Being the first kind of AG.AL in a sense, well, from your region to win EWC. First time we've had it in CROSSFIRE, so that would be a big thing. For Koi, I mean, he's in the infancy stages of his career, right? He's still got a long, long road ahead of him. And the way he's been playing so far and the future he's got, I'm expecting it to be quite bright. So this would be a nice way to start things off.
We've got 30 seconds to stage, but real quickly, one-word answers. Who are you predicting to win?
BaiSha, without a doubt.
BaiSha, without a doubt. What about you?
BaiSha 2-0. Q9 don't even get 5 rounds per map.
Oh, yo! BaiSha coming out strong. Q9, if you're in the venue and you're listening, you got pressure on your shoulders, but I hope you deliver, and I think you will. You played phenomenally throughout your group. You're going to play even better against BaiSha, but this is a tremendous matchup. Loser, unfortunately, their EWC run ends. The winner moves closer to the first place prize. Q9 BaiSha, let's get it underway. Thank you.
What are those? What? The looks of shock on your faces, as well as ours as well, as Team Stallions, the pride of the Philippines, the hope of Cebu, gallop into the next round of this competition, guaranteeing at least $130,000 in the semi-finals tomorrow. Absolutely incredible. There's so much more coming your way.
That's true, because our next game is an absolute banger. 2 Titans emerge, both carrying the flag of China, but only one can carry it forward into the top 4 and take that one step closer to this incredibly shiny trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, this next game is ready.
It certainly is. I suggest we meet our teams right here, right now. And first up, it's Q9 Club. They make their way into the arena. Not a single map dropped in their qualifying run. This isn't just a team, they're a virus. One hoping to rewrite the code, corrupting the system inside out. But their next opponents aren't human either, they're Leviathans. dominating the group stages. It's time for them to prove that they have what it takes to oust the very best that CROSSFIRE has to offer. It's time to burn it all to the ground. The Q9 reckoning is here.
And the other Titan on this stage, it's BaiSha Gaming. From the heart of China, a team forged through discipline and sharpened by competition. Joining us one more time in the SNB arena. They've battled their way into the playoffs, but now the road grows narrower. With only 3 places waiting at the top, every round is a test, every move a gamble, and only those who rise above the pressure will survive. Carrying the pride of their region and the dream of standing among the world's best, this is BaiSha Gaming. And now, we head on over to Alfish Guy and Laz, also known as these guys, for our next absolute banger of a game.
To Sandstorm and Adam, also known as those guys over on the stage. So we do jump into yet another quarterfinal, and of course this one a big one. The powerhouses from China, of course, Q9 and BaiSha. We heard from the analyst desk, BaiSha coming in here as the heavy favorites, even though they are the lower seed. Q9 technically did win their particular group, and then BaiSha, unfortunately, were not able to win theirs. They went down to Evolution Power in Group C. So I think for both these teams, probably meeting one another a little earlier in the competition than they might have anticipated or wanted. But at the end of the day, Laz, if you want to be the best, you've got to beat the best.
Yeah, that's very true. And again, the biggest thing that, we talked a lot about too for, the Group C for BaiSha was the fact that, yeah, they were able to start things off with a beautiful 2-0 against Team Falcons, where they were able to get, 10-3 and a 10-1. So really not giving a lot of room for a team like Falcons to really get themselves into performance. But then they had to replay them again and then repeat the exact same thing where they just get another 2-0. So despite them losing to EP, which was kind of a bit of a coin toss that everybody was thinking, I mean, they've been able to rebound themselves back into this position where they have another crack to get themselves in that top 4 placement at the bare minimum.
Yeah, look, I think there's a lot that needs to be done this year for BaiSha to really make amends for their run in 2024. It was, to be honest, pretty shocking the way that BaiSha kind of went about things in 2024. They've gone from, at least they had gone from being probably one of the 2 top teams in the world. It was really BaiSha versus All Gamers that was the conversation. And going into 2024, neither of those teams really put their name up in lights in any significant way. Both kind of failed. I mean, All Gamers was able to make the grand final of the Summer Championship, but neither BaiSha or All Gamers made the grand final of CFS 2024. So I think 2025 is going to be a year where both of those teams, and obviously in this case we're highlighting BaiSha, are going to be looking for a bit of a resurgence to come back into that top level of competition. And obviously something like Esports World Cup is such a big competition for both of those teams, obviously for all of the teams, but in particular for some of the greats of yesteryear, to try to recover some of that caliber. And BaiSha have obviously kicked this year off really nicely with that win at ACL. That's a gauntlet that gets thrown down for the rest of the teams in the world. And now they're here on an even bigger stage, ready to show us what they've got. And hopefully they'll be able to deliver a good game. But obviously on the other side of the coin, Q9, this is a team that's been kind of like popping around. They have definitely been playing second fiddle in most instances, particularly internationally, to the likes of BaiSha and Q9 and AG and EP. They're not really up there with those names just yet. But Q9, I think, definitely can cause a bit of a ruckus in a series like this one. It is a domestic rivalry, so they will have a great degree of familiarity with BaiSha. So a lot to look forward to in this quarterfinal. It's Q9 and BaiSha taking one another on, and we will be starting off on the quintessential Black Widow.
Yeah, and I mean, it's interesting that we go to Black Widow too, because again, I think, for a team like BaiSha, domestically, like not the best record on it, like a bit of a 3-2, perspective. They have been able to beat teams like EP, they've been able to beat a team like All Gamers, but look, I mean, maybe Q9 have been able to have a bit more of a game plan on this, in the sense that they're feeling pretty good about it. A map that they, have been able to also find themselves, good wins over a top team like AG, but we'll find out here at the international stage when the pressure is the highest it can be. But I think one of the players to easily speak about is XMY. Like, he was 100%. One of those guys that he just had himself a great first day, and even that second day, just creating a lot of space.
Yeah, I was going to mention that as well. He was actually the player that picked up the opening kill in this game, and he'll be a really pivotal factor when you look on the other side of the field and you see a player like Xiao, who to my mind, has probably been, I think, the most enjoyable sniper to watch in the history of CrossFire. I really enjoy watching Xiao. I think he's super fun, fantastic player, very, very sharp. When he gets the aim rolling, then he's pretty unstoppable. BaiSha, we're hoping for a big game from him today, but it doesn't look like it's super necessary in this opening round as the Riflers are getting the job done. 9 was able to trade down the opening pick, and YDSS has found the entry frag into B, which has allowed that plan to go down, and it's a 4-on-3. This will make for a tough retake for Q9. Koi kind of just sending it out the window on his own, and that timing doesn't really look fantastic for Q9 at all. This will be a pretty comfortable round in the end for BaiSha.
It really will, and I mean, I think it was a good thing we have to bring up too is the fact that, like you said a little bit before this game started, is the fact that last year, BaiSha just felt like it was, I feel like it was probably one of the weakest teams in the Chinese region. Like, they just weren't really showing the results that they should have. This year, we saw that they were able to win CFPL. We saw they were able to win, ACL. It really felt like they were just kind of taking a lot of victories and getting a new landscape here for the organization, which was really exciting. But, again, now the fact they've had to go through a bit of a lower bracket in some sense to get to this place, very, very interesting. But it's got to be arguably the team to beat at this tournament. Like, I feel like they were the #1 seed, like, without a doubt, in my opinion.
They're going to have to prove that. Round number 2, a little bit of a slower affair than what we saw in round 1, where both teams kind of out the gates very quickly, very strong, trying to set the tempo for the game. Xiao's waiting for an aggressive push out from Q9. It seems like BaiSha have a read on this push out of B.
Ooh, double player stack too, so.
There's a third player there as well, actually hanging around in the box room, but 577 is going to make short work of that stack. That is just a mess for Q9. There's really nothing that XJ can do to salvage that situation. Now it's on to Koi to try to save the day. He's out of there. Like, it's just not looking good for Q9 at the moment. This has been a pretty awkward start to the map, and already a timeout getting called. Coach of Q9, I'm sure, recognizing the same things that we are, lads, that this is not looking like a on-the-ball Q9 at the moment.
No, it definitely isn't. This is where, again, Q9, like, for anybody that's not aware, like, again, they were able to get the 2-0 over Rock for the opening day. And those were a bit of a, in my opinion, a bit of struggling scorelines. Like, it was a 10-7 and then a 13-9. So not the easiest affair for them, but then, going against Team Liquid, a little bit better in the sense that it was like a 10-7, 10-6. They were able to knock Liquid out. A lot of stake for Liquid in that point. So kind of a bit of a up and down, kind of a bit of a tipsy little bit of an affair here for Q9. But that's where the Des made a good point of saying, like, yeah, again, a top team in the region in China, but still a few questions, a relatively youngish team, kind of still figuring things out. I think they've been only together, if I'm not mistaken, about a year under this banner. So a lot of still questions for me internationally anyways.
Well, it's indeed confirmed that this is a Q9 timeout. That's really, really early on in the piece to be calling one. I think you can definitely feel that they're a little bit unsettled in this matchup at the moment. But this particularly from 577 was just like way too easy. You got both those players on the high-low setup. We highlighted that, I think, maybe yesterday or the day before. If you're going to run that particular setup, you definitely need to be getting at least one kill. Like, you can't be investing those two players that far forward and not getting anything. They both die, and then the third guy through there in box room is like, well, what am I supposed to do about this?
Exactly, I love that you bring that up, Elfish, because again, like, even the way they approached that attack too for the double players that were committed to the box, again, they did such a great job just having, the low and then the high ground as well, like just being able to clear that out. But like you said, if you're playing that position and that aggression on the GR side, you at minimum need the one kill. But that's the thing that's really interesting about this matchup is that, again, two teams in the same league that play each other, and like, again, they're going to know all the different dynamics of what they can do. So that's where, again, they have to make these like little adjustments and, kind of keeping an ace up the sleeve, so to speak. So knowing how they play, and they probably pug and, scrim and 10-man do whatever all together. So that's where you get to know a lot of the particular individual like characteristics of all these players. And that's where these guys have to kind of throw these little bit of element of surprises.
I feel like Q9 is trying to throw a little bit in here and there, like that was a pretty aggressive move out of B. It's something that definitely has its place in the strat book on the GR side, but the timing of it was off, and the execution of it too. And giving BaiSha all that mid control and then allowing them to kind of just waltz and clean it out. So something not quite working at the moment for Q9. Hopefully that tack timeout is going to clear things up as we move into round number 3, 9 on the boost. Not seeing anything over the top of that smoke. And different approach this time from BaiSha, with quite a bit of presence set up at long.
Yeah, really slow approach in Q9, allowing that space, and N9 does have himself that really nice boost. So again, if somebody would have been kind of peeking through connector, he would have been able to find that kill pretty quickly, but BaiSha taking a lot of time and waiting things out a lot, expecting that Q9 might try to, again, do something maybe a more aggressive here on the GR side, but not going to be the case at all. They're actually just playing the 3-2 setup, leaving mid pretty much open. Like Koi's kind of playing that little bit of a hybrid role. You have YU that's kind of sitting underneath, kind of spotting it. So it's a very passive setup in the middle. Whereas normally you'd like to see, it normally is a 2-1-2 typically on the GR side, but yeah, mixed it up. BaiSha now deciding, okay, this is going to be the plan of attack. We are going to take this long A control. A 4-1 split now here for the cards.
Yeah, this is going to be an all-out brawl. 3 players to try to hold the A site. Make it 2, make it 0. Oh my god. BaiSha have just deleted them. That was not even close.
No, that was just a mowdown. It really was. And now Koi does get himself a little bit of a consolation prize, but again, a lot of work required for him with the sniper. He's going to have to put this TRG into full effect somehow, and YJ, he's joined with him. He's fully in the open here. Good teamwork here from BaiSha. Now just leaving it to one player. He's been able to slip onto the stairway. Can he find the timing? Does get that one, but now YDSS right behind green truck, swings with it, a big spray, and thankfully has lots of bullets in the chamber, and they will get it done.
This is looking too easy at the moment for BaiSha, man. It's really not looking like a contest. YDSS 6-0. And the ease at which BaiSha is able to crack open that A site is of massive concern for Q9. BaiSha, they look like they want to do it again. I think, well, that was a bit easy. We'll give it another crack and see. It's a bit more of a forward hold this time around from Q9, but BaiSha not having too many problems with that so far. 1 for 1. YDSS will cop his first death of the game. But barracks control essentially taken by BaiSha.
Yeah, it's really interesting because we typically see, like, you know, when you're on the GR side, if you're going to commit to that long A fight, like, you always want to have the player that's going to play in hut there. You just want that player to be able to, again, get that information, just can play that spot, then that way the defense can kind of put a lot more, way more of a presence into middle and B, but they kind of take it in a half approach, right? There's a little bit of a trade-off, you know, for both these teams, but nonetheless, it doesn't really matter for this circumstance because now BaiSha, they're going to get ready for the B pop one more time. Full nades, it's just raining, and look at that. YJ has nothing to work with. He was blind, he had nothing, no sights at all.
He is going to be able to get that bomb plant down as well. There's a flank from you, but I don't think it's going to be super impactful. BaiSha more than happy with the setup that they've got. Great control on the side and outside of B as well. Xiao waiting for this very push. Just wants to check mid, but almost caught on the timing. He does have 9 here as well. It's a 2-player setup, so he can just give space and allow 9 to take this fight with the rifle. And hey, it's just absolutely nothing at the moment being delivered by Q9. This is really not a contest. And if this continues, Q9's going to be going out of this tournament with a real whimper.
Yeah, this is really not the same Q9 that we saw originally, right? This, like, it just seems like, again, a bit disoriented. It feels like they're not making the right decisions. They're going for some really awkward fights, and they just don't seem to have the idea of what they want to do. So BaiSha, honestly, the fact that we're at a 4-0 pretty quickly in this first map, not bad at all. And they find themselves another opener, and even 577 once again putting himself in the entry position. Like, the fact that Zhao is sitting in a 0-0 Elfish, like, that is madness. Like, we're 4 rounds deep, he hasn't taken a death, he hasn't taken a kill, like, that's not normal.
Yeah, for the most part, hasn't really had to do anything, right? Like, it is the riflers that are playing, I guess, a bit more forward, and Zhao's kind of playing a little bit more of a supportive style, you know, holding angles or holding flanks, or, you know, throwing a bit of util. He's not really had to be in the entry pack or anything like that, and because the entries have gone so cleanly, it hasn't come down to those clutch scenarios, which is normally what Xiao is set up for. I mean, again, you can see him right at the back of the pack here. Rifle's going to go first into box room, and Xiao's just here to watch the flank. He's just here to chill and make sure that no one from Q9 can get around the back. And again, had a chance, but the kill's stolen away by YDSS. So, like, what are you going to do? Perfect game from Xiao so far.
Yeah,
it
really
was the
is.
best time, you know, you get in the backpack.
And I'm really impressed with just YDSS. Like, again, like, you know, we talked a lot about him here throughout the entire tournament, but I just feel like him with this M14, like, it just feels like it's the perfect fit, right? Like, we talk about Cinderella and getting that shoe on. It's the exact same thing here. Like, he's just, it feels like it's just full amount of abilities where he's able to play his game to the perfect perfection. And this is, again, like, setting good score lines. YU making things a little more interesting here, but time is not looking good here. He has to go for the defuse. He has no time. Does get another kill, though, but that's going to be it. BaiSha's going to be able to have this. Zhao just now showing off, gets his first kill. Why not?
Kill. A little bit of a wry smile out from him.
Yeah.
It was the most irrelevant kill of the game as well.
It really was.
He
He had to barely break a sweat at all. He
could have literally not got it. Just for the gag.
Yeah, he could have just done nothing. Just to go 0-0, why not? Just jump around.
See how long you can maintain it. But yeah, easy one for him. Solid round for BaiSha again. Obviously, a little bit of a moment there for you, right? Where it started to get a bit interesting, but like, 5-0, like, is there any reason to get excited about this so far? Not really. Q9, with their pick of Black Widow just blowing up in their face right now, this is, yeah.
Like I said, like, when we looked at the veto, I really was questioning this. Like, I just didn't really understand, like, why did Q9 think that this was, in my opinion, the best pick? Like, even, you know, in their league, you know, a 6-4 record, honestly, like, I don't mean any offense, but it's just not the best record. I mean, 7-4 for BaiSha, so, like, it's, again, pretty comparable, but BaiSha, just from what we know, like, they have been able to play some very good teams on this map. They've been able to get some very good victories on it. So for me, I really do beg the question of why, but like, you could see that they went for the ban of Ankara instantly, so I thought that was a good idea. I don't mind that at all, but I just, again, it kind of makes me wonder, like, I don't know if that was the right decision here. Evidently not, considering the scoreline.
Well, it's too late to take it back. 577's found himself another double entry. This is crazy. It's like there's only one team in the server at the moment, and their name is BaiSha.
Yeah, Q9 just does not seem to have any coordination at all together for getting these retakes or just holding a site. Like, the fact that BaiSha is able to just barrel on in, go for a nice stroll, do what they want. This is difficult. I never would have expected a scoreline like this. Like, we're about to hit this 6-0, and now BaiSha again putting themselves in prime position here for regardless of what happens for the remainder of this first half, which is only going to be a few more rounds. I mean, they'll be able to switch on to the GR side, which is even more terrifying to think about because again, a team I feel like both their BL and GR are just so strong, but Q9 have just made this so difficult for themselves.
Yeah, you would say there's no coming back from this. I think to an extent, you probably could still fight back from a 6-0 deficit, but it's going to have to be near perfection from Q9. And more importantly, I think you're going to have to try to find a way to, like, rebuild a bit of momentum, try and find some kind of confidence, anything that's going to get you going. Because if it continues in this capacity, in this fashion, then it's not even going to be close. And again, another opening round, or another opening in the round for BaiSha. Another couple of them, in fact. I don't know what you do here as Q9. Like, you've already used your tack timeout. I suppose you have to hope that maybe a half swap will make a difference, but realistically speaking, it's not going to matter if you don't have anything to play with. Like, you need to get at least, like, 2 or 3 rounds here. And
yeah,
it's not looking like they're getting any.
Yeah, and to be honest, like, we're putting a lot of emphasis here for Q9, but I still don't want to take this away from BaiSha because, again, you know, I didn't get your opinion on this. I got a little bit nervous when I made the comment about I think they're the #1 team in the entire league, or this entire tournament. But I mean, in this circumstance, like, it's a great thing to see what BaiSha's doing right now. Like, sitting in the 6-0, winning these fights so easily. Like, even this round here, like a 5-on-3, literally everybody has full HP. Now they finally just lose a player, but it takes to 1:20. Koya is finally getting himself something, a little bit more emotion. He gets himself a triple kill, but okay, is that going to be enough here? Is that allowing them to, you know, again, a star performance to get themselves their first round? I don't know.
Well, considering BaiSha still have got that territory in the site, it is actually a favorable round for BaiSha at the moment. The only question remaining is, can Xiao actually do anything? Well, apparently he can. He's 3-0 now, and as soon as you're like, yeah, maybe there's a chance for Q9, like instantly that round's taken away. And in the end, again, it's like not even really that close, is it?
Exactly. Like we get these like very small little bit of openings where we go, okay, hang on. Like we saw it was YU before. I think he was the one that got the quad kill. Things were getting a little bit interesting. Then this, following round, we get to see that Koi was the one that was kind of running around. And again, the desk was, highlighting a lot about his stats so far here at EWC. So we get that little bit of a glimpse of what he could bring to the server and what he could do in this. But like the fact that we're talking about XJ and YJ sitting at a 1-7, like these guys have just not been able to find anything at all. It just feels like, dead man walking here. A 7-0, like again, I haven't really seen it. We got to see AlQadsiah getting that 10-0 at one point, but I don't know. I feel like we're going down that similar path here.
I don't think there's really much to be said. How was he allowed to walk out that far? Like, it's such a wide swing. It's just like, he's speechless. Q9, I mean, they're not allowed off the stage after this, mate. They've got to be sitting in the DMs or hitting the aim prac or something, because like, it's not even as if the setups are bad for Q9. It's like they're literally just not shooting straight, right? Like 577 should not be allowed to get that far out into the box room without dying.
Exactly.
And it's not the first time that he's done it. Like, if it's one time, it's kind of like, oh, okay, you know what, that's fine. But like, he's jumping out window in B, he's running out into the box room. There's two players there trying to hold it, and they both don't kill him. It's like, what is going on here?
Every single gunfight they go into, it just feels like BaiSha just wins it tenfold, right? I mean, this is the same thing. Like, they lose one player, but
they're not even 50-50 gunfight. Like, BaiSha's winning the fights that they're supposed to lose.
Yeah, exactly. Like, the fact that you're having a player just kind of run around, getting a convincing entry like that, where Q9's not really able to get anything, it's just a lot of devastation here. It's diabolical, really, that BaiSha put themselves in. Like, what is this, 8-0 now? I'm already starting to lose count, but again, star performance from the best team in China, and it's kind of what you expect, but I was thinking Q9 was going to be able to put up some kind of a fight.
Yeah.
Feels like a whole other weight class.
Me too. I was expecting something a bit more than this, but now I guess we're getting into that territory where a 10-0 is a potential on offer here for BaiSha, which at the very least Q9 just want to avoid that. Like if you can avoid the 10-0, then you can avoid the embarrassment of that. Go into sub base and hopefully refocus. But if you get 10-0, you've just been absolutely rocked, and it's just not even been close. And there's just nothing to take away from the game at that point. So I don't know. This is pretty grim for Q9. I did not expect this in a quarterfinal at all.
Yeah, BaiSha just taking no prisoners at all at this point, right? I mean, the fact that, again, an 8-0, like even if they lose this round, like lose this last round in the first half, who cares? Like, I mean, they still have themselves a huge leap. Feels a bit unnatural in this sense, and now we get to see Q9 a little bit of a double stack. Maybe YU, no, okay, he gets himself that one, but thankfully XJ is there to kind of get that assist. Lie down to 1 HP.
Ooh, here we go.
Here we go. Now things are more of a conversation. There we go. Nicely done from Koi. They get themselves the last round of the first half. First half here, Elfish.
Yeah, but you notice how there's like literally no excitement. No.
Well, you can't. Like when you're getting beat like this, like you have to get yourself picked up. You have to get excited, but at the same time, like I don't blame them, because this is not the way they should be playing. They know that.
You do not deserve excitement yet.
Exactly. You kind of have to. You can't just go full board and getting excited. You have to kind of figure out a way to pick up the team, but. Maybe a kickstart. Koi now still kind of continuing on, but BaiSha fighting for long control, and they'll do it. Lie's going to be able to get himself in prime seating here. A front row seat in Hut. So they won the real estate game a little bit here. And now N9. Oh my goodness, how does he get away with this? Oh man, he just pushes by himself. He's like, you know what, who cares? We're doing so well, I'm just going to keep going.
You looking for a kill onto Xiao, and he's going to get it. All of a sudden, Q9 maybe starting to make a couple of inroads here onto BaiSha, just to try and salvage some pride. Leah, he's going to go down to Koi. That's a nice shot, important shot, obviously, considering Koi was a low. 2 on the board now for Q9, and they start to salvage some pride out of this map.
Yeah,
it's a long way to go.
I just kind of wonder if BaiSha are now just going to do this thing where they they're like kind of leaning back, lounging a little bit.
We're not going to show our setups.
Now they're going to lean forward and go, you know what? Enough is enough. We're not letting you get any more rounds. Maybe they're just trying to save them a little bit, not to get, 10-0 here or something, I don't know. But now Zhao's able to get himself finally 4-2, like, which is just insane. Because again, we were putting a lot of emphasis about him too, like a player that, like, again, you put a lot of star power on him. For the
That'll
sniper.
come. It'll come. Don't worry about that. We'll be able to see the best of Xiao later on.
Well, and you have players like YDSS just running around and winning every single fight in the rifle. You don't even need your sniper.
No. YDSS, bit of spider sense tingling. He's under a bit of pressure, but has lost his teammate of 9 there to help him out. There's no one else near, and he's gone as well. All of a sudden, Q9 starting to look like they're coming alive on this blacklist side. 577 will also drop. Leah unable to hit himself a shot. There's a lot of damage that's been done, but you still need those kills. That's a nice one. Rotation coming across from Xiao. It's the two-pronged defense with the sniper rifle. Xiao through the smoke. That's dangerous, but it works. Back to a 2-on-2, and Q9 maybe shaking in their boots a little bit now. Quick flank coming through from Leah as well. He's got that USP in hand. We've seen the danger that weapon can present.
I mean, they could be able to pick up this rifle too if he wants, because that is stuck in water, but no, it's just going to keep the...
Next Jay.
What? He misses it? Oh, okay. Now Zhao's got 2 HP in a dream here, but...
Yeah. Zhao was really hoping that he wasn't really going to have to get involved here, or maybe he was, but just in a 2v1. This, though, very, very difficult. It's not going to go his way, and that's a third for Q9. The wind has gone out of the sails of BaiSha, and maybe the winds have changed in effect here for Q9 as well.
Well, and the thing is, I never even wanted to bring it up with this kind of a game, but like that's where I was saying, like when you get in these leads and getting close to map points, it's like you don't want to let your foot off the gas, right? I mean, we really emphasize that a lot with like a team like Rock, where they've done that, or even on the previous series we had here today, where we said Stallions, a less experienced international team, where we were like, okay, like let's just make sure that composure's there. But I mean, that conversation, I feel like that could be a little bit of a talking point here for BaiSha, just because, again, let's not forget, it was an 8-1. Now there's been 2 rounds in a row here for Q9. Feels like they've been playing so much better now. It's an entirely different team that we're seeing, so a bit of a facelift, but BaiSha gotta make sure they kind of get themselves back into driving form.
Yeah, I think all it takes is one round here, though. Like BaiSha, if they find the straw that breaks the camel's back, then this map's over.
Mm-hmm.
They've been close in a couple of instances on this GR side. Now it's 577's turn to have a bit of a crack. He will get a pivot from Leah. The push comes to shove, but 577, 2 gnarly headshots. And that might be the beginning of the end for Q9.
Oh man, he's just toying with him too. He's just bait. You can just see he's just doing the shots like that. That was on purpose. That was just for the player to go, okay, it's just him. I'm gonna go for a swing. I'm gonna win this fight. And then he's able to have his teammate really just keep him alive. But okay, look, I talked about them falling a little bit asleep and kind of taking their time and maybe not looking as great, but no, they get right back on the map point, back to business as usual. So now, lots of opportunity here to close this game out. 6 rounds needed for overtime. Dun, dun, dun.
That's a long way to go.
It's a lot of numbers.
That's an aggressive move from BaiSha, and it doesn't look like Q9 are ready for it. Koi just kind of caught napping on his own. It's a forward smoke from them as well, so no trade available for you. Oh, no. XJ up here in middle as well. Doesn't actually go down to YDSS, but there's a couple more sharks circling in the water. BaiSha hunting for this victory. And Leah might have been able to present it to them if he had hit that shot. Won't this time. And we'll back off. Xiao spotting info and gets himself a couple of shots through there. The USP just insane again from Xiao. C4 dropped. Q9 down to just 1, and it is XJ, and he is gone. 10-3. Map number 1 will go the way of BaiSha, and that is an incredibly comfortable victory.
Yeah, that's the nicest way of saying it. I mean, that was very comfortable. And again, let's not forget, that was the pick for Q9. They were the ones that thought they could be able to do something here, a bit of an upset. A little bit of a gamble on the veto system like I talked about, but really it was just BaiSha showing us BaiSha things. Like, this is why, again, the team that has been doing so well in 2025, they've been able to win countless leagues, they've been able to put themselves in the ACL. Now we get to get this really good front row of a bit of a showcase of why they are the #1 team in China. And Q9, man, it just feels like they were late to the party, and now they're going to have to go into sub-base as kind of a way to stay alive in this series. Otherwise, they're done.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Q9, it's not their map pick, so back's really against the wall at the moment. I mean, BaiSha, it's a scary-looking BaiSha, you know. I think they're a team that have, as we've said, kind of come out into 2025 and expected to win. They're expecting to be top dogs. They were able to win ACL. That was against some pretty strong competition, obviously, in that grand final. But the big, I guess, big conversations are going to be at the events like EWC and CFS, and that's what their focus is going to be on. And it's been a pretty decent run so far from them. Yes, you get knocked down into Seed 2. That's by Evolution Power. I don't think that there's necessarily anything wrong with that for BaiSha, but they're on their climb back up toward victory and now hunting for a map 2 win as we head into sub-base.
Give me something, please show me something, alright. As I'm scared of getting old, and I'm more tired than I'm used to. Just give me something, please show me something, alright. I forget that I'm down with you guys around, 'cause everyone knows life's better with love than being alone. The motive for finding a way to right my wrongs. Catch a locomotive or hit the highway and just move on. 'Cause it's so fun, no one's upset. We sit on my trunk and watch the sunset. Consider yourself a motive for living my life the way I want. Creating memories when we drive our parents crazy. We're chasing sunsets, living each day like the last day of our life. And I know this is what we want, 'cause this is just what we do. Free to tell our lies while discovering our truth. I forget that I'm down with you guys around. 'Cause everyone knows life's better with love than being alone. Consider yourself a motive for finding a way to right my wrongs. Catch a locomotive or hit the highway and just move on. 'Cause it's so fun, no one's upset. We sit on my trunk and watch the sunset. Consider yourself a motive for living my life the way I want.
Well, it hasn't exactly been a long break, but it's about as good as you can hope for as Q9 because they had some serious talking to do. So a mental reset between map 1 and 2, incredibly important here for Q9.
Yeah, no doubt about it, Elfish. I mean, that's the thing is now we're going into the map pick for BaiSha. It's sub-base. I mean, look, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I mean, this is a map where BaiSha, a 14-6 record, a 70% win rate. They have been able to beat again, the best teams in China. Like, they have been able to get themselves, you know, many different victories on this. But that's where for Q9, the result we saw for a map like that, I'm not even confident at all. Like, I feel like this could be even worse of a stomp than what we saw in the original.
I mean, it's possible. I mean, I guess the thing for Q9 is at least you're going to have to say, well, we've seen what BaiSha can do on sub-base. We know how they like to play. We've been able to go over the footage, and we've prepared as best as we can to try to make this one happen. Let's see, though, whether or not there is going to be anything left in the tank here for Q9 after getting absolutely destroyed on map 1. It was a 10-3 victory to BaiSha. Now we move into BaiSha's map pick as they look to try to lock themselves into those semi-finals with Stallions.
Yeah, and let's not forget, too, like, now that BaiSha's up on map, if they find themselves the successors in this, they will, like you said, playing Stallions in that first official semi-final matchup later on, but we'll get ahead of ourselves.
Double sniper setup again for BaiSha. Yeah, happy to take that TRG into round 1 here on sub-base. Double vent setup as well for BaiSha, so
I like it.
Some reasonably unorthodox stuff going on.
Yeah, I mean, typically on the defense, though, like on the GR, we do normally see a lot of double sniper setups, but, you know, I was kind of wondering if he would just kind of, you know, Lee would just kind of equip the rifle instead. But on this one, he's like, you know what? I'm going to play in vents. I'm just going to play the easy angle, get the easy kill if they decide to Mission Impossible this that way. Oh, they're not doing it, though. Smoke's getting ready to be thrown here. So this could possibly be a fast A-take, though. Good utility getting thrown now.
Well, ever reliable 577 here to wait and greet and back away. He's actually done a pretty good job of just getting back to the missile and surviving for now. Waiting for the rotation to come through. 577 holds on for 1, but it's the rotation that makes the difference. And look, again, it doesn't look all that fantastic from 577, but the pure fact that he survives prevents Q9 from flooding out onto that site and ultimately results in an easy win.
100%. No, I mean, that's the thing, is the fact that he was able to throw that flash, reposition. You could even see when Q9 was jumping into this, they were still clearing the right-hand side. Like, they didn't know exactly where he was. Like, the fact that he was able to kind of Houdini himself out of that position and just go into a new spot. Q9 was guessing. They had no idea. So that was phenomenal mechanics from BaiSha, just to, again, ensuring that he can wait for his teammates, and they were easily able to just squash that execution.
Yeah, good sign. Good early start for BaiSha. Doesn't seem like we're going to be changing too much from map 1 to map 2. This may be resulting in a pretty disappointing day for Q9. You can see how hesitant they are to try and take map control here. Just sort of milling around outside the double doors. Trying to hope that X and Y can hit anything, but really any opportunities being presented by BaiSha thus far.
Again, for Q9, the team that, you know, put themselves in 3rd place here for the CFPL in Season 26, and then really it's just been 5th to 8th placements at, you know, last year's CFS. They're trying to make themselves a little bit better of a standing, but not looking like the case yet. But thankfully, they get themselves a nice opener, and 577, someone that's been very hot so far here in this series. He's gone and removed.
It's going to prompt a bit more of a rotation out from Leo as well as he goes back up the stairs. He's kind of almost playing retake on the A site. BaiSha with a bit of a good read, though. They've got the player stack towards B, or they've rotated their way off just at the wrong time. 9 will try to hang on to some positioning here in jail. YDSS set up to try and push his way through as well, but that one pick that Q9 got has thrown BaiSha in a bit of a loop, and they've over-rotated, and they've been punished for it. Q9 equalizing at 1 apiece, and they look like they're going to be a bit more of a contest here on sub-base.
And again, all thanks to Koi. Like, he was the one, again, that made the play. Yeah, he was the one that just went in, Got himself these big kills. I mean, the last two were pretty much easy. They're just kind of retreating on this, but he was able to get the opening. So, not bad at all. Created a lot of space, a lot of distraction, allowing his team to get themselves in the proper positions for the plan of attack. And now Leah's going to get spotted, but you know, it doesn't matter. He bests it, but it's a one and done. So now Q9, they have hit the gas. They have decided they want to just go fast and they don't want to take it slow. And now, N9 going to be able to find something of a little bit of a trade, but this is starting to look like some gaps here in the defense. This is when things are not looking the greatest here for BaiSha, all things considered.
It's not the easiest of maps to defend on, so we can't expect perfection necessarily. Let's see what Nyan and Xiao can do, though. The two stars of this BaiSha roster. Trying to make a retake happen. Doesn't look like it's going to. Xiao, though, has a bit of a crack, and he's found himself the double, but not prepared for the flank from Yu. Now Q9 holding on to the lead for map 2.
Yeah, and I really like that they did try to go aggressive on this. Like, Leah was able to get that, you know, kind of first opening duel with the sniper, but I love that they just kind of, again, they just try to full send it. They don't want to really wait too long on this. They decide, you know, okay, look, like, we got to play differently than what we did originally. We got bested on our map pick. Now we have to do something where BaiSha cannot play their game. And like you said, we can't expect perfection here from BaiSha, but again, it is easy to put them on a bit of a pedestal just because really they've been just slaughtering all the competition they've been playing.
We haven't really seen too much funny business out of BaiSha just yet on this GR side. I think if the standard holds stop working, then we'll see a little bit more proactivity from them. Look at the nade through, but he's really under pressure here. He needs some assistance. Pre-firing his way around the corner. YJ's already made it across to the side, but should have probably gone down there. Either way, rotation comes through from 9, and there's a reason he's considered one of the best riflers in the game. Gets himself a nice two-piece. Still not enough to hold on to the side. The nade stack is in. Q9 are playing around that.
Yeah, they're not even going to go for the plant either. It's actually dropped. Oh man, a YDSS. Oh, YDSS, okay. Now finds himself the double XMY by himself. Still has to get the plant, still needs to get some kills, and why not? YDSS back to the fragging form that we saw in map number 1. Now he gets a little bit more here in the second. I really did enjoy what Q9 did for that. Again, despite the beginning, they were able to get that duel. They were putting themselves in a position. They kind of hesitated a little bit on the plant, but I think they were expecting BaiSha to be hot in the heels or right behind them for the flank, but now BaiSha do get themselves the opener this time around. It's actually been BaiSha that have been losing these opening fights.
Yeah, for the most part. 577, bit of a wayward spray in the end. Actually can't quite drop his opponent. YJ goes low in his fight. He does win it. YDSS only going to be good for the 1-for-1. So this again comes down to a pretty awkward retake attempt for BaiSha. They're losing players here and there, though. Now maintaining the lead. Yeah. Not a clean kill onto you. Plant's not gone down yet either. C4's out in no man's land. So just a lot of very messy rounds out here between Q9 and BaiSha. And Q9 just continuing to fight for this jailed position. Will ultimately go down and concede the deficit again. It's a very back and forth map so far. A bit brawlier than what we saw on Black Widow. But 8 and 3 for 9. And if he's going to continue to step up, then it's going to be a really tough day at the office for Q9.
Yeah, but we're definitely seeing a little bit of the weaknesses, right? Like we said, like it's more of the BL side of map in some fashion, but I feel like BaiSha are kind of showing a little bit of weaknesses on this. They're some of the kinks in the armor, if you will, right? So that's where I think Q9 are doing a good job, like making this still a very, very close competitive game. Like I wasn't really sure how I was going to feel about this, just considering they got absolutely beat down on the first, but they've really been able to find some good exploits for this time around. But BaiSha, again, this is now where I just wonder if now they're getting themselves a little bit more ramped up and getting themselves right back into winning ways.
I have had that same thought myself.
Dang, we're on the same page. Who would have thought? Usually you're way faster on the pages than me.
Nothing fast about this one from Q9. YJ and you both playing anti-flash, trying to protect XMY. if a push does come through from the wood doors. Very unlikely. Smoked off by BaiSha. Q9 are really hoping for a pick here. BaiSha are not giving them anything at all. Soon push is going to have to come to shove though. 1 minute left on the clock for the round. Q9 are going to have to do something other than sit default and hope that BaiSha is going to push into them. The onus is on Q9 to make something happen here.
Yeah, they got to do something. They got to get moving. They can't just sit around like this, right? I mean, they're kind of playing this game where, oh, okay, BaiSha's going to swing into us. No, you're playing the wrong side here. And now Zhao is going to be able to spot this. Doesn't land any damage, but at least he can get the warning shot off. And oh, he's going to commit to it, but at least he can get this one kill. YDSS, though, close into the fight. Drops the bomb as well. Now he can communicate this. Still going for a fight. He tries to go for the fight in tower, but there's still players beneath him. And now we're right back to an equal situation.
It's going to be a fast flank, though, and there's 15 seconds left on the clock, so XMY is going to have to try and plant that C4. Leo will try to catch up with him as he does. USB shots ringing through, but XMY connects, and so does XJ. Q9 will win the round.
I don't know how I feel about that round, Elfish. Like, I mean, again, it's just, I don't want to say the word sloppy, but it just, again, this just feels a mixed bag of what both these teams are doing. Like, we see, you know, Q9 just sitting forever. They're not really doing a whole lot. Then BaiSha doesn't really react to it as fast as you think they should be. But then there's just a lot of these weird encounters, or awkward encounters, I should be saying, in the late round. Like, I still can't believe that was YDSS that went for a re-swing onto tower when it was smoked out, like when he had a teammate that was up there. So
it's just in the chaos. You get caught in the moment.
Yeah, I guess so. We're all human at the end of the day. Mistakes will be made.
Yep. Well, XJ hoping to clear out the vents. Will be able to do so.
Oh, that didn't even land. A little surprising.
I gone a bit too deep. Approach toward the B side. This time for Q9. Not something that we've really seen. Typically it's been A or second mid. Looking to clear out lockers. That's going to have them running into Xiao once again, who's been pretty solid on this map so far, at least in terms of getting the opening pick. There it is again. And he's screeching, he's screaming. He knows there's players coming from multiple angles. He's trying to turn around and help back in toward AG.AL. Maybe needed to focus a little bit more onto Locker. The two-pronged offense has worked out for Q9.
Now we are here for the 1-on-3, and again, not a lot to expect on this one. Smoked out here at a lockers. You're kind of going right through the little bit of fire and flames on this one, and you're kind of going into a bit of a death trap potentially, but there we go. XMY will be able to find it. So now Q9 have put themselves in a lead, but yeah, we're definitely noticing, again, some of the, again, really good positioning here from Q9, and I think the fact that they're just kind of taking their time, I was a little bit questionable about it, but it really is seeming to very much work in their favor. BaiSha still on a bit of a guessing game of what they want to do for it, but I believe they only kept the, I think they double snipered again. Oh no, they kept the one, so they did mix this up again. Ooh-wee! Zhao able to get a nice little.
Yeah, that's nice. That's a really tight line.
They needed it.
Good opening kill for Xiao. Remember, it is difficult to get these rounds on the GR side of sub-base, so every round in this half for BaiSha is like gold. They've already got 3. That's kind of okay. That's getting to the par score.
Yeah.
Get another one. That'll continue to keep the pressure mounting on the shoulders of Q9. A little bit of a fake going down on A with a flash out there from YJ, but it's not really selling anything. Just keeping those A players honest. Trouble is, if you're going to keep trying to challenge Xiao, you're going to keep getting picked apart. This round has just swung in the favor of BaiSha, courtesy of Xiao's sniping ability. Ooh, hang on.
This is interesting. They're getting this double kill. A little bit weird. Double player set in B, so now they're kind of grouped up together. That bomb is still really not made the proper rotation on this. But again, a minute left, but I don't love how spread apart they are here, because like YU is by himself. Bit of a dangerous position, but okay, he's going to play machine. He's going to finally just let this one go. so they can actually join up together again. 577 has repositioned himself just underneath the staircase. So yeah, the plan of attack is going to be this A-pop.
577 essentially holding it solo, but he's so solid. Big cheer for BaiSha as they win themselves a 4th on the GR side, and they know that that is putting them in a great position for this map. One more round to go in this half. That was a very strange round, though, the way that was kind of like a bit stop-stuttery, you know? It was kind of like stop and start for Q9, and individuals just kind of pushing on their own, and didn't really feel like a holistic team decision necessarily as to how that round played out. Very nearly still went the way of Q9, but not going to be enough this time around. 7-7 with a jump spot into the vent does spot out his counterpart XJ, and Leah also winning a duel over on the stairs. Koi going down as well. 9 to help out. It's a double push from BaiSha. This time a bit of proactivity shown from the GR side. And they set themselves up for success. This should be a 5th now. YDSS just trying to spot that cross into lockers, and he'll see XMY. So the info is there. He hadn't seen XJ already crossing, but that's no problem at all. Xiao can get the trade, and 577 will finish it off. BaiSha up to 5.
Yeah, that was such a, again, like on the one hand, I'm impressed to see what BaiSha was able to do on that. The fact they double player commitment at A and they just swing into stairs. But again, you just see that Q9, like they were kind of expecting they were going to get stairs for free. They didn't think that they were going to swing that. So they got timing pretty bad. Like it just, again, they looked very caught off guard, and utility in one hand, one player, the one was trying to look like he was retreating. So really, really nice here from BaiSha. Just picture perfect timing, but now a 5-4 grabbed up here for the BaiSha team, but Q9 on the defense. Now this is where it gets interesting because, like we said, the GR side is a little bit more difficult on a map like this. BaiSha showed us a masterclass on the first map, and now that's just kind of making me think, like, look, there's got to be blood in the water here. These guys are going to be relentless here on the BL side.
Not a lot going on to start this round off. Smoke's up on pretty much every angle that BaiSha would want to attack. So they're happy to wait those out for the moment. That is going to mean that there's going to be sub 1 minute for BaiSha to work with when they're trying to work map control, which is not a huge amount of time. Luckily, this is a well-drilled squad. They'll understand their fundamentals. They're very much setting themselves up for an A split right now, with Xiao watching the flank to see if there'll be a rotator around. First kill goes the way of XJ, but he is quickly brought back to heal. The A-side commitment, not quite there yet. Nine's been able to lurk quite deep in second mid. Has not found anything just yet. They're calling the cancel. They're going to go B.
Oh, no, and that's the bomb dropped.
Koi should be traded down by Xiao. Oh, he missed shot. Leah has to get that job done, but that takes his attention away from XMY. And this round is now starting to fall apart a little bit. Xiao needs to be hitting these shots, and he's just not quite connecting when it really matters. C4 is on its way to B. They are going to have to commit to this. They don't have time to go elsewhere. But Xiao's position known. Nine's not. He has now been spotted. XMY, though, dropped, and Xiao looking for the double. How does he get away with that? With 10 seconds left on the clock, he's pulled off a miracle, and now Nine can get the plan.
Yeah, that's perfect, though. That's all N9. The fact that he plays the distraction, he's just a little bit of a decoy. He's just, again, getting the warning shots off near jail, and that's what, you know, distracted Q9. They put so much attention onto that, allowing Xiao to be able to reposition the way he did. That allowed him to get behind the missile, get that 1 and 2 combination. So, honestly, like, such a big brain idea from, you know, N9, the fact that he was able to do it. But that's the thing, that this game has been quite intense in the sense that it's been back and forth a lot. Q9, they just unfortunately put the wrong focus at the wrong time.
Another timeout coming through here from Q9. They are seeing their hopes and dreams of glory at EWC starting to fade away at the hands of Xiao's sniper rifle. Should not have been a way to get away with two there.
Well, I mean, it's funny too because we're both like commenting like, look, Zhao should never be missing the shots, and then all of a sudden he does that. You're like, oh, okay,
Yeah.
well, there he is.
Well, he just wasn't punished for missing those shots.
Exactly.
And, you know, you give a guy enough opportunities, one of them's going to hit.
That's true. That is very true. Team's getting closer to that trophy, as you can see. Closer and closer as we go.
Yeah, Stallions at the moment winning that race. First team into the semi-final.
I'm still in disbelief about that. Like, I mean, and not in a mean way, it's just, I just didn't think it'd go at 2-0. Like, there was always a conversation that could have happened, but surely it was going to be more grueling, but who knows?
Well, BaiSha might be there alongside them at the end of the day today. See what that semi-final is going to look like. Still got a lot of matches yet to play here at EWC CROSSFIRE, even though we are into our penultimate day. Here we go again, though, after the timeout from Q9. What have they identified? Have they identified anything? Forward hold on lockers. That's the high-low setup from them. BaiSha haven't exactly been probing lockers too early in the round, so I don't know that they're going to fall prey to this setup.
Yeah, I feel like we haven't really seen a lot of times where teams have actually been away or able to get away with that double locker setup like that. Like we've seen the kind of the high-low on the staircase of it, but when teams have kind of played that like very tight angle on the one side, it's. I'm trying to remember if that was the Rock game that actually was utilized nicely, but not the case here and now for round number 11. And BaiSha, once again, still just thinking about many options here. N9 does get himself into woods, so he's going to be joined here with his two other teammates. They might even just try to ignore the smoke. They will indeed. That's going to be YJ that gets caught here. So look at how fast. Oh, they're going to split right into this B site. This is perfect. They're going to go from the front and also the back door. Oh, this is bad. This is so bad right now.
It is indeed. Q9 are being toyed with by BaiSha. You out into jail. He has been shut down, taken to prison by Xiao. YDSS as well in there to trade back another frag. And what can you really do at this point if you're Koi?
But again, the one thing I love seeing about a team like BaiSha, like again, just putting them back on this like high rank, is the fact that you can see the player that was in the close box instantly gets traded out. Like BaiSha's positioning, everything, the protocols are top notch. Like there is no gap at all in their gameplay. Like even a player that tries to slip through a smoke, tries to be a little bit sneaky beaky, no, that's not going to happen. BaiSha has all the answers and they're able to respond to any threat, and that's something I'm loving to see, like from the tactical aspect of this game. Just so many great positions and communications that are in place, now putting them in a great lead. When we were talking about a 5-4 half, they've been able to take this with a steamroller.
Not too surprising though that they're having the success here on the blacklist side. Their map pick, it's a blacklist sided map. They should know what they're doing, and they do know what they're doing. It's just a team that's really locked in at the moment. They want to be in that grand final. They want to win that grand final. Claim another trophy for 9 and 577 and Xiao, who have been the core of this roster. They've done it everywhere. They've done it on every stage. They've done it at CFS World Championship. That's kind of the highest honor in CROSSFIRE.
Absolutely.
They'd like to add Esports World Cup to their tally, be the first team in CROSSFIRE history to win an Esports World Cup, as this is the first iteration of CROSSFIRE here.
BaiSha getting ready for potentially another bit of a 2-2 split on this, and XMY actually takes the brunt of damage on this one, so now a big swing. 577 actually does get bested, so XJ has been able to find a nice little bit of a double kill, but look at how quick they react to it. Now XMY trying his best to play this tight position, but Xiao, man, again in that kind of a position.
15 and 6, bro. In map 1, he was like 0 and 0 for 6 or 7 rounds, and now he's just popping off.
Yeah.
Just doing it with the rifle, doing it with the pistol. Koi's going to have to get it done with the sniper rifle. 2v1 against two of the most storied players in CROSSFIRE history in 9 and Xiao. I don't think is going to be an easy task for him at all.
Yeah, Koi's just trying to figure out what can he work with here. That timer is very much ticked away against him, and now Zhao is just playing with his food a little bit. Is he going to actually try to stick this? Oh, it's a little bit awkward actually to get this, so he does have to kind of prop himself. Oh, he's committing to it, but N9 save the day once again. But a valiant effort from Koi. I mean, he didn't have a lot of options that he could work with. That C4 plan was really, really interesting because you could actually see he tried to go for it the first time. I think he was actually going to try to stick it. Fell off, so he had to kind of reposition on it. So that made it a little bit more problematic for him, but BaiSha.
No mistake being made by 9. Barely a mistake being made by BaiSha in this series as a whole. 3 rounds on map 1. 4 rounds here on map 2. If it was closed out now for BaiSha, it would be probably one of the cleanest series that we've seen at EWC. Even the series which featured a 10-0 against Game of Gladiators, they came back and, you know, they almost won map 2. Whereas here it's not even been close in either map. It's not so far.
No. But I mean, we talk about BaiSha as an org, like we always said, like, you know, in terms of getting like #1 placements, like whether that's like, you know, top events, you know, all the way to like A and B tier, like they're sitting at 18 first, like, right? I mean, they've always been a top 3, you know, essentially 45 times as an organization. So again, a team that is no stranger to making it to like grand finals, or no stranger to make it deep into a tournament. So, but I mean, when you talk about like All Gamers, I mean, that's another story. Obviously, as a long-standing organization, but BaiSha at least revitalized that here in 2025 so far. But ooh, not the case in this round for 13. It's actually going to be Q9. They have been able to clean everything up, sweeping the floor, and now N9 by himself a 1-on-5. And I think this is this might be just him running around and just getting some extra time for a talk.
Yeah, he's a good player, but this one might be a bit too much. And not even really that much time for a chat. So Q9 breathing a sigh of relief. They will at least be able to say, hey, we can win on this second half. We can win on the GR side. But a long way to go for them.
It all takes round by round.
That's true.
We did see that yesterday. At least taking it the first round of the second half. I mean, that was, you know, we were both kind of going like, look, this is really not looking good at all. But that's the thing, if BaiSha's able to find that one kill to start things off, this makes this defense even harder. But wood control for BaiSha. Quick swim there. And Q9 have actually put a double player into radio, but then also just having it, what is that, Koi? That's going to be Koi sitting in the A site, so he's going to fully anchor this. So a nice little bit of a setup. None of the snipers trying to go for that engagement right away. A lot more respect for this round. Nade's going to get thrown. Oh, BaiSha, they're just going to go for the full exec onto this. Why not?
Yeah, back to the tried and true, straight through second mid. It's where they had success earlier on in the half. This time, made to work for it. A 1-for-1 so far. The push coming down at the stairs is important. YDSS cannot afford to be dropping that C4. He'll go back and rejoin forces with 9 to try and work together, but it's not happening for them. Or is this going to come through from the BaiSha coach as he recognizes this round is probably done? YDSS,
no way,
has other ideas. If he picks the pace up, goes straight to B, he could win the round. He's put it into the 1v1. He doesn't spot him. He still gets the spray through, but he does not connect the shots. 8-6. BaiSha very nearly getting the round that they wanted there. But it is a timeout from BaiSha here. And so they'll just get the opportunity to reset. You know, there's a little brief spurt of momentum that's been put in here by Q9 as they try to fight for survival at Esports World Cup.
And that's the thing about this map that I've always kind of really had a difficulty with, is the sense of, you know, that staircase where YDSS was able to get the double kill. Like, that is such a choke point, right? I mean, when you're on the GR side and you're trying to rotate through, like, you're going in a funnel. Like, you really are. Like, it's, if somebody is able to play a position like that aggressively from the BL and like kind of push with a rifle like an M14, like, that was a really good demonstration of that. And that round was a 1-on-3 that turned right down to the 1v1. And I love that. You just saw right here on the replay, but nonetheless, I mean, Q9, thankfully, they catch their breath on it. They get the clutch factor to get themselves Still alive in this game, but I don't mind this from BaiSha. Again, at the 8th mark, they've lost a few rounds in a row now. This is where they need to kind of just reconnect a little bit.
Yep. Yeah, maybe the coach has got an idea of a strategy that they can run that will open up one of the sites. All it really takes is a nice opening piece, a nice opening 20, 30 seconds to the round, and that could be the difference maker. Very experienced head there of 9. With a bit to say as well. Seems like a conversation mostly between 9 and the coach.
And that's not really surprising because this has been more of a, you know, this isn't like a frag hungry game. This has been a very much about positioning and just tactical in the sense of like just finding the smallest opening to work with. So it's kind of nice to see that both 9 and the coach are having this conversation. The rest of the team just waiting to hear from their 2 leaders essentially of what they want to do for the game plan. But we're right back into it, folks. Not too long of a timeout on this one. 8-6 though. So a way closer affair than what I was honestly expecting. I felt like the first map was going to be this kind of a scoreline. I never thought that sub-base was going to be the point of this, but it's good to see Q9 have used that break initially to get to this point. Playing a lot more solid of a Crossfire game.
Yeah, giving us the competition that we wanted. Not much changing in the approach here for BaiSha. You do have Leah in the vent. Not really an avenue that BaiSha have explored all that much on the BL side. As the time ticks away, what's the choice going to be? I mean, you have to imagine this will be an A hit with 2 players in through the vent. They'll try and take that control room position. Oh, Koi missing a shot. He's going to be really under pressure, dumping some util, dropping a flash to try to buy a bit of time. He's in behind that smoke. He hasn't spotted anybody. Turns around. That's the C4 dropped. 577 collapsed upon by multiple members, and the drop into control room is going to have to come up with the goods, which it does. Leah finds 3, and YDSS also catches up with XJ in second mid. Now it's just Koi solo. He's been spotted out. YDSS going to take that fight alone, and he wins it.
Absolutely phenomenal work from YDSS again and again and again, man. The fact that he's able to just run around rampant like that, getting these kills, he really got them out of the most sticky situation possible. Like, yes. I mean, that was a perfect round from Koi. Like, he was maneuvering properly, he got the right kills, he got the bomb down, but it was his teammates that just couldn't seem to pick up the slack as well. But now, Map in the series point onto the silver platter here for BaiSha, but it's a question if they can finish their meal.
Well, they're going to try and do it quickly here as 9 and 577 will go charging into the A side, but the door seems closed. The trades have to come through here thick and fast, and it hasn't quite been enough just yet to maintain any semblance of control. Xiao is all the way back in BL spawn, by the way, waiting for a rotation that's going to come through, and it's never coming. So I think if you're going to run a quicker strat like that one, Xiao has to be with the pack.
Yeah, no, I don't understand the reason for that. Like, I mean, really the only thing that I'm kind of thinking was the idea is that he maybe can catch a rotator off guard. But like you said, if you're playing this very fast, aggressive setup, like, why wouldn't you just post up on the stairs, just watch the flank that way? Like, playing so deep on the middle side, it just kind of feels like it's almost a bit of a bait. Like, it just doesn't feel like it's a smart bait to me. It feels like it's just a little bit careless, but look, I mean, BaiSha does have a little bit of room that they can try to work with here, but it was interesting to see them kind of, again, pick up the speed a bit, try to maybe, again, just see if they can catch these guys off guard, but really good reaction from Q9. Like, they all were able to hit the shots, or Koi, you know, was able to get that double opener. He's really been able to save these guys.
Yep. You know, that's kind of what worries me is that BaiSha, the round that they did win a couple of rounds ago, it actually came off the back of individual moments, right? It wasn't exactly that the strat really worked out. It kind of felt like it needed BaiSha's individuals to pop off to win that round, and that might be what it takes, and they've only got 2 more chances at that one. 7-7's got himself 1 entry, but that's not enough. The trades are really effective, really good stuff happening here for Q9 on the GR side. 9 with a very impactful kill will at least open up the A side. He's going to get a quick plan here as well. And once again, it is Xiao and 9 positioned in the post plan as a duo to try to clutch this out.
Yeah, and oh my, I was thinking N9, if he can find this double kill, I mean, that's going to be able to kind of open things up a little bit. And now, I mean, he's by himself. He has to put up the clutch. He's been able to put up some decent numbers, but that's not going to be the case at all. So Q9 will be able to push this thing all the way to a 9-8 scoreline, and they only need one more, and we might be going overtime.
It's definitely feeling like Q9 is the better team at the moment. That momentum has certainly shifted. BaiSha not able to find an entry anywhere. Certainly not an untraded one.
Yeah, they're trying to abuse this A site, and it's interesting because they know Koi's playing there. So I don't know if the plan is like, look, let's take out Koi, and then that might put us in a better position to win the rounds because they know Koi is the highest threat. Or they just think that's the easiest post-plan situation they can get, but it has not worked out for them. I felt like, actually, to be honest, like since we saw the BL side, it's been the B site that's been more of the weak point, I would say, for Q9, but BaiSha felt like they read something that we're maybe overlooking, but now this is a moment that they have to clean it up, or we're going to have to keep continuing on this map.
Look, a B split wouldn't have been a bad shot in this round. There was only one defender over there initially for Q9. BaiSha not bold enough to make that call. 5 players in through wood again.
And I mean, what we've seen before is that they like to like slip through this double door right here. This is when they like to kind of go for it. I mean, do they want to put 5-7-7 as the entry point?
That is 4 smokes thrown by BaiSha for an A hit. They are really throwing everything at the wall and seeing what is going to stick. You and YJ holding it down, but Leah again, good for a double. And all of a sudden, we're back into a 3-on-3. Shao missing the shot onto XJ. He's out in no man's land. YDSS needs this kill, and he'll get it. C4's been dropped. Leah. He spotted Koi. That's a huge kill from the player that's only on like 1 HP. We're back into a 1-on-1. YDSS has to go scurrying for the bomb. He's got it.
He's got time.
Comes down to a 1v1 here. Post-plant. YDSS is going to be given the bomb plant. Where does YDSS go from here? He's got no idea where XMY could be. He's got to isolate one of these angles. He's just going to commit to it. This is almost the correct angle chosen, but back over toward the stairs line now, and he still, as you can tell, has absolutely no clue where XMY is coming from. I don't know that XMY has spotted him out, though. Here comes the swing. YDSS to try to win the game right here for BaiSha as XMY holds strong for Q9, and we will go overtime.
Well, they've done it. Q9 have been able to push this all the way the distance of overtime and right down to the 1v1 to get there. And you definitely got to tip the hat here. This defense from Q9, it's really just been the clutch factor. They've been able to find some abilities to get themselves these rounds to push it all the way to the 9-9 scoreline. And BaiSha not really showcasing the ability of the BL side that we were kind of mentioning and saying that they can bring to this, but Q9 have done their homework. They've been able to find the ability to push it to the distance of this, but now things are going to be switched over. BaiSha back onto the defense, and now we see Q9 once again onto the BL.
And neither team really too eager to get involved in these rounds early. Feel how tense it is at the moment. BaiSha sensing that Q9 are really making a comeback. And that could mean Compound up next. BaiSha's going to go through from YJ. Leah, not too concerned about that one, but Solo holding A with the TRG is going to mean that, you know, he's a one and done. Like, he gets one kill and then he's out of there. Ideally, he gets a kill. If he misses the shot, A-side's doomed. Nicely timed smoke. We'll keep Q9 at bay for the moment. There's a smoke up in second mid as well, and a grenade to soften the targets a little bit. Bit of damage done to Koi and YJ. Q9 definitely setting themselves up for an A take. So it is lucky for BaiSha that they've got 3 players over here. 577 up in the window, gonna have to do some real work, and he does. He gets rid of YJ. Koi not too eager to continue the push without the opening frag, and now it's on to Leah that will turn our attention. He gets himself one. Continues to lock down the position. That sniper rifle being put to good work. That's a solid hold from BaiSha.
Beautiful.
And much more comfortable here on the GR side.
It really is, yeah. I mean, this is kind of what we saw, right? I mean, it was the first half of a 5-4 that was in favor for BaiSha, but we saw, again, everything just lines up nicely. Crossing the T's, dotting the I's, they're able to get themselves that first round and really just dismantle that aggression that we see here from Q9. And that's the thing, is we saw there was a bit of a lead that happened at one point in the first half, and then it kind of a slow comeback. But now, like you said, BaiSha realizing, okay, look, there's a lot more at stake on this. And they need to figure out a way to end this whack-a-mole game. Q9 going to take their time on this one a little bit. The 1-3-1 setup here from BaiSha. And there's a bit of a distraction here from XJ, just trying to see if he can find a quick little bit of a tenderizing kill or maybe something. Zhao just barely missing him, my goodness. This is a really nice setup from the defense, actually.
Very, very patient rounds from both teams on the Blacklist side thus far in sub-base. And it's kind of, again, following that same formula. Q9 working their way into wood, going to set themselves up again for an A take here. Got XJ in the vent. So, be 1 or 2 players in through second mid, 1 through vent, couple down the stairs. Leah again going to be tested, and he answers the call nicely as he does finish off you, surviving for a moment longer at 5-7-7. Well, unable to get anything done from up in the window, but was enough of a distraction, and Leah is holding on to the C4. Sharp shot connected onto YJ. He has been an absolute rock on this A site. Xiao will finish off the final kill. 2-0 in OT here for BaiSha.
Yeah, and they're getting loud too. You can hear them. Rightfully so. Maybe that's what they need. They just need, again, getting the flame a little bit more ignited on this. They need to just find a way to push themselves over the edge to getting this thing done. But it ain't done yet. This is where Q9 have shown to us here in the beginning that they have been able to have that comeback factor. But really, this BaiSha defense, it really does feel like the wall is now being put in place. Like, they have completed it, and there's not a lot of leaks or not a lot of holes in it. They've made it look very, very convincing, to say the least. But the same setup once again from BaiSha. They have the 1 player at A, the double mid, double B. That seems to be the easy one because, again, like, as soon as there's any action from Leah, it's a quick, easy rotate. Those double players that are close into radio, it's easy for them to just be able to support their teammate. So that A exec makes it even more difficult.
Start for Xiao. Remember how dangerous he was in this first half when he was on GR side. The TRG in hand.
Yeah, 18 and 13 right now.
Pretty good across the board performance actually from both teams. Really got everybody online.
Oh, it's going to be a B head here. Okay.
I think it's the right choice from Q9. They're not getting into A.
And this setup from YDSS is perfect. Perfect weapon for it, perfect angle.
Need some backup maybe. Xiao needs to have a look. YDSS, good for 1, but what's Xiao going to be able to do? Let's have N9 here on the line as well. YJ making his way up. And Xiao is waiting for, but now that 9 has gone down, there's a player behind, and Xiao in all sorts of trouble. Com comes through too late. Xiao can't do anything about it. 5-7-7. Able to pull one back, and the grenade here will land on the head of YJ. Luckily, XMY is back in locker, otherwise that grenade would have finished him off. So it's a 2-on-2. And everything slows down again for a moment as I should just wait this smoke out.
I'm kind of worried this might be a little bit obvious, but okay, XMY, he went to that swing. I don't know if that was really necessary, to be honest. I know he's trying to get that intel, but now YJ has to put up some clutch pants, and now they don't fit. It's going to be BaiSha once again, a flawless here on the first part of the overtime.
Yeah, 3-0 in the OT, and I mean, if BaiSha didn't have the opportunity to close it out before, they do now. Xiao, I don't know what he's even doing there. He's touching the monitor. He just must be saying, like, 1 more round, guys, come on. Touch the magic monitor for good luck.
Yep. Everybody's always got their little gimmicks they like to do. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, exactly. Maybe it's the thing you do in overtime. I don't know.
Maybe. Maybe Wendy can ask him about that.
I was just going to say that. That's so funny. I was thinking Wendy could be the one to ask that maybe.
Although if it's BaiSha that win, they'll do the stage interview actually. Wendy does the loser interview. So yeah, maybe Adam or Sandstorm can ask that question. We'll see. Either way, BaiSha need to get there first. And it's not a victory yet.
Jay playing the Pixel. Nice reposition. Oh, he's going to swing this. Oh, he is. Oh, it's a labored spray, but it works. Oh, this is just messy. This is just back and forth we go. A bit of a ping pong on this one, and now 5-7-7. Needs 3.
He's going to need a grenade or 2 for his trouble, and that's not going to happen. So 12-10 is now the score as Q9 try to cling on, which is really what they've been doing throughout this entire map. They've been holding on for dear hope. They've got to get through 4 rounds in a row here, so that's the first of them. Of course, if we go to 12-12, we'll go to Golden Point. Just remember, BaiSha really was struggling to close it out on their BL side before.
Yeah,
and
it has actually been the weaker point on this one.
Maybe the case again.
2 chances.
Well, technically 3.
Oh, yeah, true. You're right. So smart. Who's going to be smart this round, though? 3-2 setup here from BaiSha. Look at the defense, though, from Q9. This is very interesting. You have all 4 players, a little bit of a caterpillar, bit of a setup on the mini-map. They finally let that one go a little bit. One is blossomed? No. What's the word I want?
I don't think caterpillars blossom.
What's the thing that happens when they... What am I trying to say? I don't know.
They go in their cocoon and they turn into a butterfly?
Yeah, cocoon. But what's it called out of the cocoon? Production saying hatch, but no, I think hatch is an egg. The word, yeah, there's a word for when they come out of the cocoon. It's gonna drive me crazy.
Metamorphosized?
Maybe, I don't remember.
Is that it? I don't know.
It's been a long day. Apparently, I can't remember anything now. So this is a problem. But, you know, look, more problems arise here for BaiSha as 5-7-7 is going to go down quick and easy. Now Koi, bit of a problem. Looking for more. He's hungry. Oh, and he realizes, okay, hang
Metamorphosis.
on. Oh, you were big brain.
Yeah.
You are smart. Oh boy. Trades back and forth, talking about butterflies, stinging like bees, whatever's happening here. It's a 3-3, and now it's still up for grabs for both these teams. And YJ, surprisingly, with a nice little bit of a bunny hop shot, does take down YDSS.
Well, once again, Nine and Chow in a clutch. They've won a couple, they've lost a couple. Can they win one more to close it out here for BaiSha? As XJ's head is spotted by Nine. He's playing a game of whack-a-mole back and forth with him. XMY now coming down the stairs. We'll put it onto just Xiao solo, and that's too much to ask. So we are going one more. BaiSha, fortunately for them, are not able to metamorphosize into victors.
Not yet. No, maybe still in the cocoon, I don't know.
Maybe the cocoon's getting stamped on by Q9 right now, and they're never going to turn into that butterfly.
That might be true. That might be true.
1 or 2 more rounds to go in this map. It'll be 1 if BaiSha win here, 2 if Q9 win this. Then we'll go to Golden Point. And another patient approach out of both teams. XMY holding perhaps one of the tightest lines you can. Leah doing the same. Both teams just hoping that their opponent is going to give them an opening pick, but as we've seen throughout this game so far, that is just not going to happen. Neither team willing to be the one to take the early fight. Inevitably, BaiSha is going to be forced into it. And it does look like they're setting themselves up again for this same take that we've seen time and time again. The smokes go down. This time it's 3 instead of 4. They don't actually have the smoke deep in second mid in towards Jail. They're going to take that fight to you. And comes through a little bit later. 577's found the opener. That's big for BaiSha as they're going to try to collapse in onto the A bomb site, but there's a couple of players down there. 577 has found YJ. There's an advantage, a massive one now for BaiSha in the 4-on-2. XMY and you are both locked out of control room. They'll try and make it happen, but it's going to be impossible against a crossfire like that one. 13-11, and BaiSha will secure the win. They will knock Q9 out of competition here at the Esports World Cup. They will join Stallions in the semi-final as the second team out of the quarters.
Couldn't have said it better myself here, Elfish. And now, like you said, the top team in Brazil has been eliminated. Now we get to see Q9, the first Chinese team to take a defeat. And now they are the second team that is going to be out of EWC. So another key crushing will be done a little bit later. BaiSha have really just been the Grim Reaper that way, right? I mean, they've been the ones that have been just crushing keys left, right, and center. So they're just kind of adding more to the trophy case a little bit here.
Yeah, wow, that was a marathon of a map, almost going all the way to the golden point, but BaiSha proved to be just a little bit too strong once again. I imagine that is a BaiSha that, now that they're going to be able to focus in on a match against Stallions, are going to be feeling pretty good about the proceedings so far. Obviously, they'll be expecting to make it through to that grand final and potentially even win that grand final, though on the other side of the bracket, obviously we have yet to see today, but I think Evolution Power is looking like a pretty scary prospect, and obviously there's AG.AL as well, with the two favorites in the upcoming matches. Here though, as you've said, Q9 get knocked down, and again, another decent effort from Q9, but it is pretty obvious that they unfortunately will always be the bridesmaid and never the bride when it comes to these matches against the likes of the top Chinese teams.
That's very true. And the one thing for me as well is that I'm just now questioning for BaiSha is the fact that, I'm going to be honest, I mean, it's a win at the end of the day on this map, but I feel like it wasn't the performance that we were expecting, right? I feel like this might be a little bit of that weakness more than they thought. So now I kind of wonder if they're going to use that, you know, in the sense that they're going to go into later vetoes and changing that up.
Well, it's time for us to head over to the stage for an interview. BaiSha waiting on the stage.
Holy mackerel, that's what Q9 were to the shark-toothed BaiSha game, who go through to the semi-finals. I'm joined now by YDSS and our translator Jin here. Congratulations, it's great to have you here with us. A dominant display in that first map, the second one a lot closer in OT. You've played Q9 many times before, a good record. Were you apprehensive about what they could bring this time around, or did you feel confident with the rest of your teammates?
首先恭喜你们成功晋级进了半决赛，然后你们其实也跟 Q9 战队就是对战过很多次，所以已经算是老对手了，而且你们的胜率一直算是相当不错的，但是这次因为到这么大的一个舞台上，你们会不会有一定的担心，他们可能会就带出一点新的战术，新的一点就是一些出其不意的东西呢？还是觉得信心满满，随便能打赢呢？
我们赛前都会做足充分的功课和准备。打每一个战队都会竭尽全力，然后主要是做足准备，打好自己的东西，然后发挥出我们的配合和枪法的优势嘛。
Well, we don't ever underestimate any of our opponents. We go into every series, every game with as much preparation as we can, and as much respect for our opponents. So I'll say that we are able to win so consistently because not just because of our mechanical skill, but also because of good team chemistry and good preparation. And that's how we treat every single one of our opponents.
Well, looking ahead to your next opponents, Team Stallions in the next matchup here. We presume that AlQad might be there. It's Team Stallions. How do you prepare for a match that is maybe new to your team?
那你们下一场要面对的对手是 Team Stallions， 这个战队呢，可能有一些人会有点意想不到，因为当时很多人都认为另外一支战队那个AlQadsiah战队可能会胜出，但是算是打了一个但是 Team Stallions 是相当于打了一场黑马战嘛，然后就想问你，你们有意想到会是这个对手吗？以及你们将怎么准备应对这个对手呢？
我们有想到可能会是菲律宾这个战队，因为他们在平常的训练和小组赛的表现都非常亮眼，展现出了他们年轻人的枪法和冲劲。但是我们也是有充分的信心去迎接他们的比赛。
We did kind of predict that it might have been the Filipino team because we've also watched them and we've scrimed against them. And in the group stages, all the way throughout the whole tournament, they've shown very, very stellar performance. We know that they are a very young team with with high potential and very good skills as well. So we have a lot of respect for them as well. But we are still very confident that we'll be able to meet them head on and be able to win against them, because we are going to we're going to make sure that we are also fully prepared to face them as well.
And for you personally, YDSS, a first international event, what's it been like for you being here at the Esports World Cup, and what have you learned with your team since being here as well?
也问一个个人的问题，就是你第一次来到这个国际的舞台上，就是体验怎么样，以及你认为这一整个经历你学到了些什么呢？
让我感受到了电竞越来越庞大的魅力了，然后能来到这么美丽的舞台，让我展现自己的实力，我非常开心。然后希望能够好好享受这个比赛，走到最后。
Well, so I've been getting, I feel very, very excited to be here on such a big stage, and I feel that it gives me great. It brings me great joy that the esports scene is getting bigger and bigger, and the dream is also becoming bigger and bigger. And I'm just very happy to be here, and I just want to make sure that I perform my absolute best and be able to go all the way through to the grand finals.
Excellent. And lastly as well, speaking of joy and experiences, the Key Crusher is behind us here as well. Are you looking forward? You're going to enjoy and embrace the chance to crush Q9's Key now?
说到快乐和愉悦，就是后面就是这个AG.AL了。你是否也很盼望可以把 Q9 的钥匙给碾碎呢？
是的。
Yeah, I am.
Absolutely. Well, and so you should. It's right there. It's going to happen very shortly here. Congratulations again to BaiSha Gaming, YDSS, Jin. Thank you very much. For now, though, we'll see what happens in the next round, the semi-finals for BaiSha Gaming tomorrow. But let's head back over to Reflections and the team back at the desk.
Thank you, Adam Savage and Jin, for the interview from YDSS, from BaiSha, who take the series in scintillating, sensational fashion. 2-0 win over Q9, who cruised through their group stages to a 2-0 victory, but this time around, they cannot get the job done against a leading team in our tournament. BaiSha on top, cruising through the competition. They've got Stallions next, but this series, went the way we expected. But, Kyle, at least that 2-0 victory was pretty dominant, at least from map one's sake, right? 10-3, but that sub-base was highly competitive.
Yes, sub-base definitely a lot shakier of a performance from BaiSha, but this has kind of been their story throughout the tournament so far. We saw it in the group stage as well, some shaky moments on sub-base against EP in their first matchup too, so I'm wondering if it's going to continue to be in the map pool for this team as we continue forward, but at the end of the day, they know how to get it done.
That's it. New Mexico is obviously an auto ban. Sub-base may be becoming a ban from BaiSha's sake.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of, I'll hold my hands up. I said I don't even think we'll get more than 5 rounds of the Q9 per map, and granted they did in towards that sub-base, but I think it's more an indictment of actually how poor BaiSha have been looking on it. And we were just having this discussion as well. Going in against Stallions in that next round, I'd actually like to see them float the New Mexico and just get rid of sub-base. Sub-base is a much better map for Stallions, and even I'd probably say Stallions will probably take down Q9 on it in current form, so I don't think it's worth the risk. If they're doing that, they're leaving it up to chances on the map number 3. So I wouldn't mind the New Mexico. I don't think Stallions will pick into it either way. They're not very confident on themselves. Doesn't get played a lot in the region, generally speaking. So for BaiSha, surely now with 3 games that they've played here, it's not being convincing. Let's just get rid of it for now.
Absolutely. And when we think about single elimination, right, you can't afford to have a weak map, and sub-base might be it. YDSS stepping up in a tremendous fashion. The fact that this is his first LAN experience, one of the biggest stages CROSSFIRE has to offer, to perform as well as he has, he's got ice in his veins.
Yeah, honestly, just proving why he's becoming a staple of this team and really holding his own against the best, and that's why he's going to be your MVP here. I mean, a 1.64 KD, almost a kill per round, 95 ADR. I mean, this guy is really showing he can do it all for this roster.
Yeah, Sony game MVP, and rightly so. Neo, he was clutching up in moments where they needed him most.
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, when you look towards YDSS, he's actually not there as a numbers guy. N9, of course, been taking a lot of the praise throughout this tournament, but, more often than not, Xiao's the name that we throw out there, but YDSS, for him, the big moments that settle him as kind of the MVP is obviously the kills, but it's the amount of rounds he won off at his back alone. The clutches he was stepping up time and time again. He's so cool, calm, collected in these 1vx situations, these 1v1s as well. Doesn't really shy away from the opportunities to fight, and having that sort of level and that understanding as what is a new guy into a Titan roster. Sure. You've got so much pressure. You're sitting next to the greatest player of CrossFire, maybe of all time. Right. So, you know, it's a lot of pressure on his shoulders. And with BaiSha, no matter what game they play, no matter what tournament they play, there's always expectations there. And as a new guy, that can be tough to really kind of overcome. And I think he's doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? You got N9577 Zhao, who have been playing together for about 4 years. N9 a legend, as you mentioned. So to join the likes of this crew and arguably the #1 team when it comes to CrossFire as a whole, that's a lot of pressure on a young player's shoulders, and he's handling it very well. So YDSS, shout out to you. And again, we consistently bring it up, and I love to compliment it. It's great to see new players starting to rise up as opposed to the normal conversations like, for example, your N9s. But from Q9's perspective, they do take a loss. I'm sure they weren't wanting that, obviously. They wanted to move forward. We highlighted Koi quite a bit. It's obviously a very talented player, but they can't get the job done. But what do you think the future of Q9 looks like?
I think this roster still has a really bright future ahead, just because it's just such a young, talented group that hasn't really got a chance to prove what they're capable of, I think, just yet. And if you're going to go down, only losing to BaiSha in this event isn't the worst way to go.
Yeah, sure. Everybody's been losing to BaiSha after all, besides Evolution Power, which you might get a rematch in that case. Our top bracket is now completed, both 2-0s. Team Stallions will move forward to play against BaiSha Gaming. Now we have to focus our attention down low. We got Evolution Power Gaming going against Rock, AG.AL versus KINGZERO-eSports. Before we move into it, though, we've got some business to handle. Our key-crushing Q9's key about to be shattered.
Yeah, and you know, now BaiSha have already done it once. The second time, let's see if they're now a little bit more aware of just how loud it is. But yeah, I think that, you know, a lot of these Chinese sides have so much respect for each other. They play each other a lot, of course, domestically. As a whole, this will be a slightly sort of heartbreaking one. Okay, bit of a reaction, not as bad as some of the others. Right. I think, you know, for BaiSha, it seems like they've shown a lot of respect towards this Q9 side. I mean, Carl already mentioned, this is a side that are new, right? They're the AG Academy team that, of course, got the call up to now play for Q9, and I think have done a really good job. It's a big stage to step up into. A lot of hope put on a really, really young side. I mean, average age of under 20 across this team. So the future's bright. You know, we had this conversation a bit earlier, and we were talking about how, you know, for Koi, he's really starting to make a name for himself at such a young age, at such an infant stage of his career. Sure. But this still is this narrative, despite the whole roster being different. Q9 in playoffs crumbling. Doesn't matter who's on this 5, who is this team. We seem to waltz through the group stages, but playoff seems to be their kryptonite right now. So I'm hoping as time comes through, and maybe in towards the grand finals, maybe in towards next year as well, more reps under their belt, more experience. Yep. This is a side that can finally start making a run, because you can see the foundations are there.
Sure, and what I really appreciate, though, is they are a younger roster. Game's been, at least competition's been running in CrossFire since 2009, right? And you think about that, now you have a 16-year-old on stage for Stallions. You've got 20-year-old players, or at least average age, coming out from the side of Q9. The game is bringing in a younger audience, and we're starting to see maybe some of the old guards step aside, new guards start to come in. For Q9, unfortunately, their EWC run has come to an end. Their key has been crushed, and they're going to have to wait until next year to prove themselves on the EWC stage. Wendy, what did they have to say?
It's Wendy here with Koi from Q9 Club. Got several questions. One, this is the match from the same region, all the opponents. According to this whole match, is there any part that you are not satisfied with? 想问一下的是，你们这是一个国内的内战，然后关于这场比赛，这么看过来之后，你会觉得说你哪一方面其实打的稍微有一点点的欠缺，打的不是那么的好？
可能我们第一张图上来，我觉得是我们有点慢热吧，然后没有找到自己的状态吧，然后就是反正就是全是失误吧，然后第一张图就是被血虐了嘛，对。
So the things happens on the first map because we do not get the enough form maps and our form is not good at that map. So we did a lot of mistake according to this whole match. That's what happens. And second questions. So what lessons or takeaways did you gain from the match that might help you the journey ahead? 想问一下Chloe的是，那这场比赛有没有什么东西是你能够学习到的，能够帮助你在之后的比赛能够走得越来越好的呢？
我觉得他们的话就是需要我们学习的地方，可能就是他们的团队合作吧，然后团队配合那一方面比我们要优秀一点，然后还有就是他们的就是个人能力吧，因为个人能力有时候需要个人能力出活嘛，对，然后就是他们的道具利用都比我们要好一点吧，我觉得对，这是我们需要学习的地方。
So the things we need to learn a lot from him, especially for their strategies, their positions and their teamwork, of course, their individual aiming skills. A lot of things we need to learn from that. So this third question and last questions. Anything you want to say to your fans who are supporting you in front of the screen? 想问一下，你在有什么话想对一直支持着你们现在正在观看这场比赛的粉丝们说的呢？
首先感谢对我们支持的粉丝们吧，然后想说一句，就是因为这一次的失利不会让我们就是停下脚步嘛，然后我们后续的比赛我们肯定会拼尽全力，然后继续努力，好好备战呢。
Well, first of all, thanks for your supporting, and this failure won't stop us. We'll try our best to prepare for the upcoming matches, and thank you guys. And that's all from us. Bye bye.
Thank you very much, Wendy, for another incredible interview. That's Q9 exiting the arena for the last time at EWC 2025 featuring CROSSFIRE. But a good effort nonetheless. They fought hard on map number 2, and they can hold their heads up high. Younger roster that is going to come back even stronger and I'm sure have a more stellar performance than they did this time around. After all, they did outlive 8 other rosters who came in to the CROSSFIRE tournament with the hopes and dreams of becoming a champions. Now I do want to ask the question, BaiSha Game and Stallions. It's going to be a fun matchup. You got one roster that is pretty much expected to win the tournament outside of course, EP, AG.AL, granted much respect. They can also win it too. But for BaiSha to be the favorites and Stallions to be a tremendous underdog representing the Philippines, they now have to face off against BaiSha. Let's talk about that. Do we truly feel Stallions have enough momentum now and energy and confidence to really battle against BaiSha?
I mean, I definitely throw it out there and say, you know, with momentum for them, already making it to stage in tournaments, fantastic. But the one thing that makes me want to not believe that Stallions have a chance is the fact that when asked on the stage there, YDSS was saying, we expected Stallions. We thought they were going to win, and we've been scrimming against them, so we're ready to play them. That worries me. If it was like, you know, we expected AlQad to make it through, and because of that, you know, we're maybe a little bit underprepared, I'd be like, okay, maybe Stallions can catch them off guard. But the fact that they predicted Stallions to win that, and they're prepared, they've been scrimming against them, that worries me. If BaiSha know how you play, and if you can't catch them off guard, you can't beat them. So that's the thing that worries me. Stallions have got to bring something new to the table, and that's where, of course, you always look towards Tanks, the coach, right? It worked well against AlQad. He needs to pull off some magic again tomorrow.
Something new and fresh, though, Kano, all right? I think he's going to be just fine. He's going to be that X factor, and he has been. The thing about confidence, if it's unwavering, you can do anything in life, right? And you can do anything on that very stage for CROSSFIRE, and I hope the fans show up. I know Sneaky's going to be one of them right out there just cheering him on as much as he possibly can. But Kyle, really, momentum is a thing, right? In every single esport, I truly feel Stallions have that momentum. But it's been a long day already for them. You know, they were up the latest in our last series that goes all the way to a game 3. They were up the earliest for their first series. Granted, they handled their business. So tomorrow, I'm hoping they come in well rested because they're once again going to be our first match.
Yeah, I feel like Stallions are in a really good position, even though it's against BaiSha. I actually have a lot of confidence in this team. They have one of the most consistent players, I would say, in this event so far, and that's Loy. He's been on point every single match I've seen from him, and I'm expecting a lot from him in that next series.
Were Stallions our underdogs, big underdogs? Were they on our list?
Yeah, we put them in big underdogs.
Big underdogs.
Right? I think the way we put it, which actually is semi-valid, we said if they can make it out of groups, that'd be really good. Anything more is the cherry on top, and they've got the anything more now, but now you've got the brick wall in front of you, right? So I think,
that's right.
I think Stallions are already impressed. Even if they are to exit in the semi-finals, I think they can walk away with their heads held high, right? They've put the region on their backs, and a region that's actually sort of been underperforming, right? We look towards the grand finals where, you know, Ubek, I think, didn't do as much as we sort of expected of them, being this young core. We wanted a little bit more. Pacific Macto no longer in the picture as well, not being able to even qualify for these events when they've been traditionally the big ticket name from the Philippines. So you look as a whole, whole, I want to see this side walk away from this regardless of the result with kind of a happy feeling.
So I wanted to talk about this because obviously we look at our prize pool, $2 million up for grabs. For all 16 teams, they walk away with a little bit of something for even coming out here, and that's a massive accomplishment. For top 8, though, you get $75,000 just securing a top 4 performance, which Stallions have managed to do. You're walking away with $130,000. That's how much they're currently getting if they absolutely do not perform tomorrow against BaiSha. But you jump up the top 3, look at that prize. It goes up to $210,000 and even more so to second. And then first place is out of control at $750,000. But the point that I'm making, right, winning just one series today is the difference between $75,000 and $130,000. Stallions and BaiSha have already secured that. But that is insane. You know, I know we've been harping on it, how incredible this prize pool is, but Kyle, I mean, seriously, that's a lot of money for just one series.
Yeah, it's honestly insane. You're talking over $50K a match on the line at this point for these teams. Not only that, you still have teams like AG, where this could actually severely impact their club standing as well and move them right up the roster there.
All right, well, things start to get exciting. We now move to the bottom bracket for the first time today. Our top bracket has concluded with Stallions and BaiSha meeting up against each other. But as we look at our Jamil Motorsport player arrivals, it is Evolution Power coming back into the fold alongside that of ROK-eSports. ROK-eSports representing the Western region. They've been performing valiantly. They've made it this far, but can they continue to go even further to top 4? Evolution Power, though, gave one of the biggest upsets, defeating that of BaiSha. Now can they do it once again against ROK?
Yeah, reigning champs, EP, coming in towards this tournament, a side that continues to punch up, and while domestically haven't really been able to topple the conversations about BaiSha and AG, internationally, where it matters, they've been proving it. We saw that happen in the grand finals, and that's ultimately what matters, and it seems like they level up when it comes to international lands. They're very good at adapting to how kind of these foreign sides play, when they kind of bring a little bit more of a different style of play, and that is ultimately ROK in a nutshell. It's a vastly different style of CROSSFIRE compared to what they're used to in China, so I'm really interested to see how they pan out. But unfortunately for ROK, I think EP are the kind of the worst matchup in the sense that they're the most adaptable.
Most adaptable, that's tough. So we think ROK might be too singular.
Yeah, I think the biggest test they have here is going to be how fast can they lock in against this team ROK. They're the type of team that has to come out strong early, or I don't see them having a chance in this matchup. EP, when they get the stranglehold on a match, it's hard for them to let up.
Yeah, momentum-based, right? And I think the same thing could be said for Stallions. So let me ask you this. As far as like Stallions, for example, a little bit earlier against AlQadsiah, and this matchup, ROK-eSports versus Evolution Power, would it be more of an upset for ROK to take down Evolution Power? Because you'd have to assume so, being the previous champs.
I'd say so. As much as I think, you know, there's a couple of factors about it. I think AlQad woefully underperformed, right? So I think AlQad at full strength, if it was Stallions taking them out at full strength, that would have been great. But we saw earlier in the tournament already, AlQad not looking what we're used to from them.
Sure.
But I think this would be a huge upset if ROK were able to do it. I mean, I have full faith in the boys out there on that hill.
That's right,
but
right.
this EP side, they're so difficult to beat. I mean, Mino's one of the best IGLs we've got in the region. Well, not even just the region, the scene right now. So unbelievably talented. YH can step up in a big way as well. ROK, as Carl said, if they don't get the first like 2 rounds, they can mentally crumble quite quickly, and that's where they start to shell up, and you can't do that against EP. They will just destroy you.
Well, but you mentioned Mino, IGL, right, for EP, but on the opposite side, you've got a wonderful coach who's very, very storied when it comes to CROSSFIRE for ROK.
Yeah, honestly, I think Stray being the coach of ROK is the X factor here. This guy has multiple top 4 finishes at CFS. Not only that, on the other side, you have Snake as well, who's the IGL behind Stray as the coach, and the two of them together have such a good read on the game.
So you got a great IGL on one side. On the other, you've got an excellent coach who's had tremendous success throughout his CROSSFIRE career. It sounds to me like it's going to be a great matchup. It's ROK versus Evolution Power coming up after the break.
When the world of business is constantly changing, you need to stay ahead. So what about AI to generate new possibilities? Machine learning to predict what customers will like. Or expand your business by forecasting delivery routes with real-time data. With the power of the cloud, imagine how AWS can transform your business.
magical moment. And not every moment can be precious like this. So come on, here's something you don't want to miss.
It's Wendy here with Snake from Rocky Sports. Got several questions for him because he need to prepare for his matchup. Question one, absolutely your form yesterday was amazing. So how confident you are coming into today's matchup?
مستواك امبارح كان هايل، فكيف النهارده حاسس ثقتك بنفسك للماتش؟
ان شاء الله احنا النهارده واثقين من نفسنا اكتر من الماتشات اللي فاتت، واحنا موجودين في البطوله دي ان شاء الله عشان نكسبها.
Today they're more confident than yesterday and they're here to win the match.
Whoa, looks great. So looking forward your matchup, looking forward your performance. The second questions for you. What's the key you want to show in today's match?
ايه الكي اللي عاوز انت توريه النهارده في الماتش؟
ان احنا نكون احسن منهم في الايم، ان احنا ناوت ايم هم في اللعب جوه الجيم وكستراتس برضو كتخطيط وكل حاجه.
Okay, they want to prove today that they're better than the opponents and they're gonna show it today.
Okay, good. So, well, anything you want to say to your opponents?
اي حاجه عاوز تقولها للاوبوننت او الخصم بتاعك؟
خدوا بالكم مننا عشان احنا جاهزين المره دي غير المرات اللي فاتت.
Okay, take care today because they're ready more than before.
Okay, great. And that's all from us. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you very much, Wendy, and Haneen making an appearance as well as a translator. That was not expected, but hey, happy to see her out there. She's a wonderful talent manager throughout all of EWC. Here it is. We go to the bottom bracket. Things start to get exciting. Evolution Power versus Rocky Esports. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, of course, joined by Neo. And, well, Sneaky, welcome back onto the desk. Going to be a fun one. Rock trying to do what Stallions did a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I did have that height, because I believe that today is the day of the underdogs, and, you know, Rock Esports especially, they're the biggest underdogs in this story, man.
Yes, absolutely. But let's talk about Evolution Power, the team that went undefeated in the group of death, even defeating that of BaiSha, and also the returning champs looking to take EWC. They are a powerhouse roster, no pun intended, right? Being Evolution Power, they've got a lot of great players that can go the distance. And let's start with Mino. You mentioned that AG.AL. What does he bring to the table?
He's just such a smart player. I think for a long time, when this Evolution Power side of really trying to clamber up to the top of the Chinese scene. We've got AG, who have been kind of always that second fiddle for the last few years, with BaiSha being that top dog. He's been the difference maker. I think he's got really good at breaking down sides in terms of what they do, and he has a lot of experience alongside him as well. I think his mid-rounding is very good, but he has a lot of talent he has to nurture too. You're looking at individuals like Zay, for example, who he has to make sure that they really deliver on a day like today. But Mino is this Captain Fantastic for this side. He does a lot in prepping them for games, and they're going to need that as well. We've already touched on it. With this Rock side, it's unorthodox, their style of CROSSFIRE, and for Evolution Power, they don't get too many reps playing international teams, especially over the last couple of years. So this is going to be a bit of a variation in the pace that they're used to. So Mino's going to be a big difference maker.
So I know our snipers also make a difference. XQQ, what do we expect from him, Sneaky?
I mean, XQQ, 2024 Rookie of the Year, MVP of the CFS 2024 tournament. I expect nothing less of greatness from this kid. I mean, from time to time, you're just boggled, or your mind boggled by the shots that he is hitting, but at the same time, he can provide you that rifling that you need. That XQQ is just a mechanical god, man.
Okay, mechanical god, and then of course you can't forget YH as well, who knows how to play this game.
Yeah, and they really need YH in a day like today. I mean, Slayer's so important to Rock, and we even saw yesterday just how incredible he can be. He can take over both playing as kind of a lurking role, a bit more of a supporting element, but also in terms of if you need somebody to crack open sides, Slayer's there, right? And that's where YH has to be the one who plays similar roles, similar positions. He has to know and understand, right, what tempos does this guy like to play? What sort of pace is he going to try to make me feel uncomfortable? Can I force him to overextend? Can I find an opening kill? Can I give us advantages over arguably the most important rifler over towards this rock side? So YH, he's actually got a really tough job today. Slayer's not a nice player to play against. He doesn't really stick to the status quo generally when it comes to Crossfire, and that's what's made Rock quite scary, why they've got their third playoffs in a row. So he's got a tough job, but he really has to find a way to break down this rifling core.
Well, Rock, they've got to have their confidence broken down too, because they are feeling great going into this matchup. They've made it already to the top 8, but we've talked about it. $50,000+ going to a top 4 performance. Horus, a lot on his shoulders, but Slayer, right? Snake, these guys, we cannot stop talking about them. Snare. When we think about this Western region team, even Totson, right, clutching up in multiple moments, all 5 of them, Sneaky, for me, just blow the competition out of the water, and they can all perform when they need to.
Yeah, that's why I have a soft spot for Rock, because they kind of remind me of Team Stallions a bit. There's not a big star on the team. Everyone is going to have their spotlight, and I kind of like this more team play oriented kind of style that they do like to play. Granted, you know, you're going to see Slayer scoring 16, 18 plus kills, but that's just a result of being a good anchor and having good clutches in this situation. Just like this, Slayer, he doesn't need to be flashy. He just has to get the job done.
Yeah, and Totson, again, I've been so impressed with the way he's playing. Like, in clutch moments, he really does hold his own.
Yeah, and especially I think Totson will be kind of as open about this as we are. He's not actually that good online, right? Back in the West League, he's one of, if not the weakest player on this side. But Totson gets a serious land buff. It's happened the last 2 lands at CFS and Summer Champs, stepping up in a big way, and they actually need that. This Rock side, if they want to find a way to win against EP, it needs to be a holistic approach. Everybody needs to step up. We need to see kind of the Snare that is one of, if not, one of the top 3 kind of snipers in the league. We need to see Snake being able to outcore with the support of Stray in behind, right? But we're looking at individuals like Totson and like Horus, both guys who play a little bit more on that back foot, a little bit more of the anchoring roles, a little bit more of their supporting role, but have at times had really good maps, but really quiet maps as well. They need to find consistency across the series here if they want a chance to take EP. It feels like, if we're being completely frank, the only way that Rock actually win this is if they win this in 3. Because of how EP's map pool is sort of set up, they're sort of guaranteed to take one, right? So Rock have got to win it in 3, so that means finding consistency across the board. And it's all well and good finding consistency in the big name players, but your anchors like your Totson and like your Horus, they've got to really step up.
Well, let's talk about our head-to-head. YH versus Slayer. In the category of KD, Slayer dominates YH and even does it with his headshot percentage, you know, in all categories, really. Slayer is that guy that could potentially send Rock over the edge, but YH, can he counter the Slayer's playstyle?
For sure. I feel like YH is the type of guy to kind of play in your face. He kind of takes turns with Zay to be the entry fragger for the squad, so it's kind of really hard to predict what AP is going to throw at you. But if it's anyone to do it, it is going to be Slayer, man. He is just as clutch, but at the same time, we're talking the YH-Zay combo here, man.
Yeah, and the thing is, the reason why we want this head-to-head is they played the exact same roles, both on the GR and the BL side, so they actually are the perfect matchup. When you come in towards this, they're going to go in that head-to-head a hell of a lot throughout this series, and it's really important that YH can step up. Slayer, recently, as we saw by the stats, is kind of dominating at the moment. He's pulling the strings a lot for this Rock side, and YH has actually been uncharacteristically a little bit quiet because of how well the rest of EP have been playing. So now's his time to step up, because he's going to be called upon a lot in this series.
All right, well, Slayer, we see if he can carry the team to victory alongside, or opposite, I should say, excuse me, of YH. A big matchup, one that means a lot, not only in regards to money, but also for the Western region. For Rock's sake, can they pull off what Stallions did earlier, but for a different region? A lot on the line here, and it's time to get it started. It's Evolution Power versus Rock Esports.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't. No, bat. Bat, Sandstorm, bat. No.
Okay, fine. Ladies and gentlemen, halfway through the day, 2 teams have been locked in to the semifinals, and now we're on the hunt for our next set of teams. 2 Titans will join us now, one representing the East, the other representing the West. A clash of epic and global proportions.
Huge, absolutely massive. Don't forget, we're 4 days into our competition now. Tomorrow, we have a grand final coming our way. The teams remaining in the competition, they want to be there more than anything else. They have to give everything to get there, and they're ready, and they're waiting. I'm ready to meet them. Are you ready to meet them?
Yes, sir. Let's bring them on down, starting with Evolution Power Gaming. From the start, they stood unshaken, not dropping a single series. Relentless, disciplined, and hungry for more. They enter the playoffs with one mission: to protect their streak and carve their place in the top 4. Many teams have tried, none have succeeded. The question is, can anyone stop them? Stepping into the spotlight, undefeated and unbroken, this is Evolution Power Gaming.
And across from them, it's AG.AL. After dispatching Team Liquid in phenomenal fashion, in a matchup that truly went the distance, they carry with them the hopes of the CFWL region. What comes next is a tale of David versus Goliath. To reach the semifinals, they must be cold, calculated, and aim their sights that little bit higher. One shot, one crack, and the giant hits the floor. It's time to rock and load. We're ready for this. We know you at home are ready for this too. For now, let's head over to the casters and let's get this show on the road.
Don't mind if we do. Two powerhouse teams looking to make history and advance further into this bracket, into the semifinals. But it is going to be tough fought, as pretty much all of their matches have been to lead them here to this point. Rock, I think the one in particular that we're looking at to see if they're going to be able to continue on this run, had to make their way through that lower bracket after falling right off the rip, but they made it this far. Can they go just a little bit further?
That's the big question. You know, they did put up a strong fight against Q9, even though it was a 2-0. They were close maps. One of them even went to overtime. So there's still hope here as we get sub-base being picked by Evo Power. Rock's going to go for Port, one of their favorite maps. And then Eagle Eye 2.0, the decider. That one, if we get to it, going to be very, very intriguing. I thought that might be something that Evo Power leaned into, considering it's a map that there's been a little bit of struggle on for Rock. But sub-base, again, that's where we're going to be starting. Really curious how this is going to look here for Rock coming into that map. There's been a little bit of back and forth, but wait and see exactly how it all shapes out. And they did get beat by Q9 on sub-base, but again, it was close. It was 10-7, so yeah, they were very much in shooting distance of maybe getting something going on that map. And again, Port's been they're favored, so not too bad here. But you're going to have some info as Evo Power on exactly what Rock wants to do based on your previous kind of showing that we got very early on in the event.
Yeah, and I think for Evo Power, I mean, obviously not wanting to underestimate any of your opponents, Rock having to be, you know, considered as somebody who could get that upset, especially after what we saw Stallions do earlier today. But as Evo Power, you still should be feeling very confident in your ability. You got yourself into a position that no one else thought that you would be able to get into, that #1 seed, that first team qualified out of Group C after besting BaiSha Gaming in 2-1 fashion. So should still be having a lot of confidence coming into this, but it needs to be confidence and not complacency.
Exactly. Just to keep playing the way you've been playing, and you feel like you should be pretty good to go here against Rock as EP. I mean, like Tedesca's been talking about, they're already winning championships. They're already pushing teams to the limit. Domestically, you know, at the ACL, yeah, they fell to BaiSha 3-0, but on the way there, they looked really, really good, and then they got their revenge in the group stage, so definitely going to be a lot to prove here for Evolution Power. And some of those matchups that the desk was hinting at, you know, we're going to be looking at the snipers, we're going to be looking at Snare and XQQ, we're going to be looking at those entry fraggers, those lurkers, YH, Slayer, see who can come out on top. Slayer's been so good. Some early shots here from XQQ, but these are just hoping more than looking.
They're not going to be able to find too much there, but Snake does take an immense amount of damage. Oh, Sliver there, almost dead off the rip here, just a few scant seconds into this round. So they're pushing forward. Would control, firmly in control here for the side of Rock is, just swinging to the vent, and Slayer, yeah, why not? Live up to the name. Immediately comes away with a kill and doesn't even take any damage in response. That's a great opener to be found.
Yeah, that's huge. Winning that battle in vents, gonna open up this A site potentially a little bit more for you. So Minho, the AG.AL for EP, gonna have to go in there and re-clear that space, make sure that it's held down. YH been tested a little bit early, held firm. Tested again, some shots through the doors here. As Rock begins their scale forward. So far, looking A side is going to be where they want to go. Some grenades out, but nobody there for EP. He's going to have XQQ sliding in here to see if he can get a pick.
Sides now turned back over towards window, and they're actually able to go ahead and hound down YH. Mino's going to be able to find one, though, as Horus does hit the floor. Shot going to be lined up. XQQ could be good for one as we bring this now into a 2v2. We're still in hand, but now left on the ground. Snare needing to try to clutch this one out. Already the rewrap here from EP, rotating around towards the stairs. It's going to send Snare up in towards window, though. Maybe a bit unexpected.
Good for the split. Not going to get it.
Shot going wide. Able to line that one up there on the Mino. Trying to find that leg shot, trying to get the finisher in, but hasn't been able to find it quite just yet. Draws out over to the pistol, finds the first. And he's got Mino so very low, and he's got him dead. Opening round goes the way of Rock.
That's huge. What a step up from Snare. They tried to rush him up the stairs, and he was so ready for it. Immediately over to the pistol. And a triple kill for Mino. The AG.AL couldn't find the fourth. Just too good in that control room. Turned out to be a nice decision there. They couldn't find the shots with the sniper. This time YH gonna push space and just pay the price.
Taken down. It's another hot start here for the side of Rock, but does quickly get cooled. Mino able to find Horus there on the trade. Minor amount of damage going to be taken here as nades continue to get lobbed in. Tonson eating a bit there, and as he peeks out through that smoke, Mino's going to be able to find that headshot, but again, the trades are there. Rock on point to play off one another, ensuring that nothing is going to be gained for free here by EP.
Now you're going to be looking at two snipers to hold things together here towards the A side. The lone rifle left in their hands currently is Zay. He's clear over at the B entrance. Slow approach, already down the stairs.
First shot going to be good, but again, a trade back instantly there. Not giving any key advantages over to Evolution. Now the 2v2 with the C4 getting planted. Trying to play, get the surprise jump here if possible. Approach through the vent, however, might just catch him off guard as the peak. But he comes through, but no, he gets the spot first and gets the spray down. Now the rewrap in. Zay is there. Trades it back to bring it now into the 1v1. Looking to try to clutch this one up. Gets the spot out. There's position known. C4, more than half of it gone. Gets a ton of damage there through the box, and will have the finisher. Wall bang to tie things up 1-1. Evolution Power get themselves on the board.
Back-to-back hero plays. First for Rock, now for EP. Nice play from Zay there. Coming down those stairs with force, with aggression. He's just so ready for that box position. Just light Snare up. The quick swing back. It's the wallbang finish. Really back and forth rounds though. Both teams really not giving much over. Always going for those trades if possible. Look at Zay. He's gotten outside the door. He's tucked in. Chilling outside machine shop. Is anybody going to see this?
And unfortunately for Snare, his name might end up being a little bit of a prophecy for his own fate, but looks like Horus could be the first one spotted. He's going to play this patiently. Oh, the trigger discipline here from Zay. Becoming all the more risky. Gets in past him. This is absolutely insane. How has he still not been spotted? And now he's got two targets. He's going to try to line them up, but no, Snake, he answers back. A good amount of damage going to be suffered here, but the kill is not found, and Zay maybe just a little bit too patient. Slayer will get taken down here as Mino is able to go ahead and run away too, but push forward from Horus is able to find that, and that brings it back into a 3v3.
Unbelievable. That was one of the wildest things you'll ever see in Crossfire. Just sneaking right through the enemy lines. But he isn't able to come away with much. A lot of damage done, though. That was the big part of it, potentially, here. Snake down solo. Horus tagged up a bit.
Flash connecting, and that's just easy pickings for YH. Frag grenade not able to flush him out of position. Snare now with everything to do if they want to regain this lead. Otherwise, Evolution Power might just be finding their footing. TRG good for that quick little flick, but cannot find it. As for reposition, only 48 seconds now to try to play around with. just ended up trying his luck over at this B site. Would isolate it down into a 1v1 against XQQ. So if you can find that, C4 could come through. Flash to the side, going to be dodged now, rerouting his way back in towards this A site.
Oh, YZK though.
Getting behind now, yep, that flank getting ready to come through. The swing out into the hall, and there's the finisher. It's perfect positioning here from these players on the side of Evolution Power. Not giving him any window back in, any chance for a clutch. That's going to be them now leading 2-1.
Such creative stuff from EVO Power. Last kill, just beautifully set up. YZK immediately starts to push through the doors towards that control room. Flashes out, some frags out, smoke deep towards that long B angle. They're just sliding forward, trying to get past. The trade is good though. Slayer there, make sure that Mino can't do any further damage.
It's really good forward control here for Slayer. He's able to maintain it.
Oh!
Snare. Great shot onto Zay. Really expounds upon that. So clear lead here for the side of Rockets. Go ahead and quickly tie things up at a 2-2. YH playing forward, gets the spot out, but just cannot get the shots through. YZK now trying to hold things down, but he's only going to be good for the one before finally getting taken out. And that leaves XQQ alone to his own devices.
Nice little split push there for Rock. Works out nicely. Able to re-clear that control room space and set up that push where the player on site just had no chance. XQQ. Smoke thrown right away as soon as the C4 was planted. Nice setup here for Rock in the post plant.
It's looking like an unwinnable position here for XQQ. Time is just not going to be there, even if he got himself over to the C4. So we'll just be playing back, stat padding a little bit here. As Rock will tie it all up. Fantastic start here for this squad, looking to follow in the footsteps of Stallions and take down a Titan team.
Yeah, they're just doing a great job this time. Playing for a trade early and just controlling their space quickly. Able to dodge that aggressive stairs push on the way in towards the A side as well. Couldn't find much damage. Good EP. That hurt. Could have got a kill there. Maybe things go a little bit differently. Maybe you can isolate one of those fights on stairs a little bit easier. Not get your position up to the control room, but util being thrown early. Want to maintain this Hall's control. To Rock. Doesn't change much on the map. Full power. Still holding the line. This time maybe Zay going to be tested on that long B angle that he's been holding for quite some time, so smoke comes out from him to try to delay. Snare's getting aggressive though. Already through the door.
Slotted forward Snare, though, does eat a good amount of damage for that forward position. Made it down to about 15. C4's try to push this line, but just staying tucked here around the corner. Made in. Quick little tag of damage. Nothing to displace him quite just yet.
Map discipline, really good from EVO Power. That didn't feel good.
Yep, decent hit there on the YH, but less than a minute remaining. Frantic spray there, and Mino gets flushed out. Snake able to find one Slayer with another. Zay finally able to answer back a kill as Tonson does get taken out. Once again, player advantage here for the side of Rock. The C4 getting planted here on the B site. Favored to regain this lead, and already you can see that tag pause going to be called. YH on the approach, dead. Quick scope shot there from Snare. Puts him down, just like that. It's just another impossible clutch the player from Evolution Power is going to be faced with, and they just cannot get it started. So 4 players surviving. That is Rock back in the driver's seat.
So I'm going to assume it's EVO Power's Coach Nice that wants
Gotta be.
Gotta be. This is looking really good. They're pushing and pulling the map a little bit now, our Rock. You know, before they've just been kind of slowly but surely grinding their way in towards sites. This one, they send a lot of attention towards A. That gets a couple players over towards the halls, and that's when they make their strike over on the B side of the map. So there it is indeed an Evolution Power Gaming timeout, but they're just doing a nice job in this one, setting up for some of that early pressure, creating some attention over at B, making them really think that they've rotated A, and Evo Power commits to it. That's exactly what the doctor ordered. That's exactly how Snake wanted that to go. Stray fired up there for Rock. Saw how emotional he was after their win over Team Liquid to get into these quarterfinals. A heavy opponent they're facing, and so far, not doing too bad. We saw earlier that sub-base can be kind of wonky. You know, usually you think BL-sided, but it was pretty GR-sided earlier in our BaiSha match. But here, you're definitely looking to get a few more rounds. I mean, 2, you're feeling okay so far as Evo Power, but man, if you could get 2 more, you're feeling really confident going into that Blacklist side.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, already, Rock getting close to accrue as many rounds over you as you got over BaiSha on this very map. That's going to be pretty telling for the state of affairs here. So we'll see what the attack timeout ends up leading to for Evolution Power as they look to right the ship. Obviously, close enough, could still run away with this half if they start finding their footing. And Snare again. Really damage going to be taken here as Hudson as well being naded down to about half.
That's a good grenade, softening up some of the players from Rock and dissuading them from continuing that push in through that second layer of double doors. Change of direction. Rock for now. Just thinking about what they want to do. Plenty of time on the clock to toy around with. Another smoke there towards the halls to cut that XQQ angle off that he's been consistently holding. Shifted though a little bit. Have Evo Power. They're really playing for contain round A, ceding some of that B space over. Just a matter of if Rock can dissect this, and even if they can stop it.
There's a shot on the XQQ, can't make it happen, but now the full forces of Rock starting to push forward. Zay, XQQ able to find 2 quick kills to stem this tide, and it looks like tack pause, whatever the call was, seems to have led to them hitting their shots a little bit more cleanly. The swing onto the corner. Snake will be able to find one stop from being a bit of a flawless round, but follow-up is going to be there. And that is a return to form here. As Evolution Power look alive and well in the round and tie things up once more.
Nice timeout from Nice. Works a treat. Gives Evo Power their 3rd round here in this first half. A couple more to go. See exactly what it's going to be like. Just love the way that they soft left open some of that space at B to bait. Rock into trying to take that space. This positioning here in this hall is so important. Oh, XQQ.
He's able to get away, but BaiSha at the same time, he's able to come away with the kill. Slayer going to be taken down. Snare eating even more damage here on the approach. Trying to lead the charge here with that TRG in hand. Some further forward, but the frag grenades just continue to get dumped here into this hall. Totson pushing forward, able to find one as Mina's going to be struck down, but Zay here, backside at B. Good for a kill, but now the wheels start coming off. YZK, XQQ, last one standing. As the C4 gets planted here on the B side, some spam in, and Horace, a fadeaway shot to go ahead and clean one up, and that leaves XQQ 15 HP in a 1v2.
C4 ticking away. He's a world away. Don't even know if he's really gonna play for the defuse. Might just do what we saw earlier and play for the KD.
Have to get this kill pretty much now. And Snare will just go ahead and draw it down with the pistol. Rock going blow for blow here, but maintaining the advantage.
Yeah, a good call mid-round. Just saying, okay, we're feeling a similar setup. Let's put some pressure on it. Some good reads that catch players out of position. Force the EP players back into some crossfires. So it's a good response. You know they might be giving up that front B side again, and you can just take that power underneath them, cut through the middle of the map. Get some work done, and that's exactly what they did. tougher now is go back into more of a default. XQQ, though, pushed up right outside along B. Maybe looking for a late flank angle there. He's been just sitting behind that box pretty much since the start of the round.
Just this and the next to be played out in the half. Evolution Power would love to find themselves in a favored position, but Rock will have that on lock with just one more round win. Big cluster over here towards Wood. Nade's not getting the catch this time around. Not that it's really led to too much value. Some early damage has certainly been found here from Evolution Power over the course of these rounds, but just feels like Rock have been able to shrug that off for the most part. Once again, smattering damage going to be found here. YH going to be overwhelmed. YCK, however, back a missile, is able to find 3 quick kills. Snake swinging back into the open, does manage to find him there, bringing it now into the 2v2. Maintains control over this site, so the C4 cannot be planted, and you've already got XQQ in a bit of a deeper line, trying to find this flank. They're going to try to rescale forward, but Mino loses his life now. It is all down to XQQ on this approach from the rear. See if he can try to clutch this one up. Now, a watch to the stairs. His position confirmed, and that has him rerouted.
Or just gets planted. A little bit of time to think about this. Go for the stairs angle.
Ducks the head, slides down. It's only been 3 kills so far here for XQQ. 17 collectively on the opposite side. It's a cheeky little diffuse angle, but Snare's got a cheeky little spot out on the leg. So there you go. Rock locking in a lead at the half, but by how much we still have to wait and see, because they're looking for a 6-3.
Yeah, YZH does a ton of work here. It's just too much. Snake and Snare able to overwhelm XQQ. Get that flank to go. Now they're going to get aggressive at Machine Shop. That's going to force Snare back. Some flashes being thrown, but not much damage being done in terms of Rock's health economy. Ho took a bit. That was just a little bit of a space gain there. Now EP really wants to play like they did in that round they won the last time. They got up to 3. Give up a little bit of control. Play to contain over towards A. Towards these halls. Let's see what Rock wants to do. So far they've been getting really nice reads. So big credit to Snake. He's done a good job of kind of dissecting what Evo Power wants to do. Round over round. Just instantly getting the downloads, even if they lose. It's kind of figuring things out.
Maybe leading by example, 8-4 at the moment.
That's true.
Second highest for the squad.
XQQ here. Very far back.
Pressure's starting to mount for him. It's about to very quickly be overwhelmed. As usual, goes out in hand, finds the first shot. Horror's going to be taken down, but cannot find anything else. YZK peek out through the window. It's going to be good for one, and Mino finds another. 4v2. Thompson will push forward. The C4 now planted by Snare. Push up into the smoke. Thompson gets a jump. YZK going to be taken down. Shot here from Snare. It's a bit of a whiff. Looks for the re-peek. Cannot find it. Gets it on the follow-up. He's now all by himself. The 1v1 here versus Mino, and he's got it done. Survives with a sliver, and that's 6-3 at the half. Rock way out in front.
Wow. Another big clutch for Rock. Unbelievable. Snare there. Behind the missile, doing work. We get to see the whole 3K here. Mino's got him down to 16 HP. Can't connect the shots. Snare fast. Woo. The desk was talking about you might need to see some of these other players for Rock step up. Outside of Slayer, they have.
I don't think they really need to unless the players from Evolution Power start stepping up, which does feel like a bit of an inevitability, but right now it's all out of sorts.
YH in particular having a rough go of it there on that first half. He has been one of their superstars, a really good player. In terms of his individual fragging capability, not able to put it on display there in that first half. Heavy stack over towards B here. Rock looking to see if they can catch Evo Power. A little too over aggressive in that direction. This looks like a hard read. It's like a tendency read. It's just a matter of if EVO Power commits to this or not. Playing it slow though. Keeping the cards close to the vest. Let's see what they want to do. Smoke out though. Frags towards the front of Machine Shop. So, there's at least a couple over there. You still want to commit. You're just going to wait a little bit longer and just try to blitz in there. Seems like that's the plan. 3 towards main, 2 towards the short side. Some smokes are out. Here we go.
Hudson playing close. YH going on the entry, but Hudson able to find the one, but YH turns back, cleans him up, Slayer dead at the same time. Snare, a great shot again. Finding YH, but this time not going to be given the longevity to try to pull off a little bit more. Taken down, swing onto the corner. Horus dead. Zay able to find that one. And it looks like Evolution Power is starting off this half exactly in the fashion that they need to. Snake going to be rerouted, but Angle's going to be smoked off, and I think it might just be a tuck back here. Half the C4 time already going to be gone. No real way to try to make a go of this one. There's the cleanup. So, okay, Evolution Power answering back with a round win. Deficit now of 2. They can go on a streak here on this attack. Maybe they're still going to be in with this one because this is their map pick.
Yeah, absolutely. You'd expect this is where they're going to do some damage. It's just was only 3 on your GR side going to be enough. That's a worrying round for Rock because it looked like they had that pretty well read. They were leaning B the whole way, and EVO Power was still able to just brute force their way through. Get some big trades, get some big kills. Give themselves that B site, which is exactly what Rock was expecting. And it still worked out, so long way to go. But a good start for EP. It's back to a bit of a similar setup. Lean towards B. Same setup for Rock as well. Got that 3-2 split. We just wait a little bit. Wait for EP to kind of make their move. No information given over just yet. You know, we saw some late util being thrown by EVO Power at the front of that B door, smoking a couple frags. Trying to set up Totson. This time around, different approach. Early smoke out towards the B site. Both teams trying to show that they're doing the exact same thing, but as we saw in the previous round.
For the shot, Snare unable to find it. Reposition the smoke off as the approach comes through, and this time he's going to be good for the shot. Can't find the follow-up. YH, however, dead on the floor. 4 in position, ready for the plant. XQQ trying to lurk his way through this vent here at the moment. It's the rest of his team to try to hold the line. Flash connecting, the swing in. Snake slides right into his crosshair. Kill found. Mino trying to hold close, but as he swings out, it's already spammed down so low. It's a quick, easy kill collection there for Slayer. Player advantages here for the side of Rock. His flashes continue to fly, and no one can see a damn thing. They're gonna need some of this peel here from XQQ in a minute here. As Totson able to find one, trade it out, the defuse. However, being stuck, Horus is just on it, and he's got it. 7-4, Rock steal it away.
Those extra bodies they can throw at the problem become the problem of EP there. XQQ doing what he can up in those vents, but there's just too much that Rock has left in the tank to just stick this defuse. They're just throwing bodies at YZK, and I don't know if he just didn't recognize it or hear it or what. That is well thought out by Rock. Oh boy.
And look at this crunch. XQQ left alone, holding a deeper angle, but the multiplayer swing, and they have him collected off the rip. Fantastic start here for Rock. They can close this 2 away from taking sub base, and in dominant fashion at that.
They're using a little bit of conditioning against EVO Power there. They've been playing pretty far back early in the rounds, giving up space for free. This time they get a little bit more aggressive. they profit. That is a massive pickup there. Now you've got Snare sitting on big time kills, 17.
Shots in. Get run down. It'll take some effort there from YH to be able to secure it. Let's bring it back into a 4v4. C4 now moved up past the machine room towards this B site.
Things have looked a little bit off for EP in the mechanical sense as well. They just haven't been able to really connect with those sprays, especially up close and personal. Rock's been getting the better of them, so I need to get some juice going here. They are not quite on the same level.
They really slowed down now. 48 seconds, the rest of the team try to join in with them. Snake gonna be good for one horse with another off screen. YH does have that trade there as YCK desperately tries to break his way through. Double swing coming in. We'll be able to take one down with him. That leaves Snare now in a 1v1. C4 being recovered here now. The Snare looking to peek in onto the angle quite just yet. Stick of the plan. YH needing to win this. Bring that deficit back down to 2 rounds. Snare on the approach. He's been so damn deadly. 18 kills to his name. Doesn't get the spot out fast enough though. YH will be able to collect it. EP moving up to 5.
Well, exactly what the doctor ordered there. Some good rifling, some good individual moments, do some serious damage. YH in particular, really good stuff to keep those players coming out of control room pinned in. Nades are out. Damage being done to Minho though. Aggressive push out into Machine.
I just like this kind of push and pull here from the side of Rock though. Aggressive towards the A side, outside of Wood in the previous round. Now trying the same thing outside of Machine Room at B. This time don't come away with a kill. It's gonna be a decently even trade as far as the damage is concerned with everyone surviving.
Yeah, but still, EP now thinking that bait some attention over XQQ. Actually gets a kill, so does Zay. All of a sudden, it's a 5v3, make that a 5v2.
Yeah, XQQ finding another one here. Gotta get eyes on this guy. Right now, he is carrying them forward into this round. They can close this one out. That's gonna be them one away from tying things up. Thompson on the drop down, eventually just gonna be sprayed away. As C4 can be brought forward, and that's Slayer. All alone across the map here on this A site.
I think they're just hunting him. I don't even care about the C4.
We won't talk about it. 6-7. Evolution Power drawing out a tactical timeout here from the side of Rock. They'll look to have as clean of an adjustment as we had seen there in the follow-up round, at least from the side of EP.
Well, and importantly for Evolution Power, they're starting to win some of those up close and personal battles. That's really a big difference maker in some of these moments on this map where you're caught trying to swing around a door or a tight angle. You gotta take down your opponent. Some replays. This is that Snare 1v3. Effectively became a 1v3. Woo!
That's crazy shots.
That is nasty, dude. The Snare just bopping people through smokes. They are looking pretty good so far, but again, not on the favorite side of the map are Rock, and now you're getting caught up on. EP is nipping at your heels, so I think this is a great time for a timeout like this from Stray. See what he wants to do. I think maybe a little bit more early double doors pressure there at Wood would be nice to see. I think that was something that he got some value out of early. Dip into that a little bit more. They just don't want to play retake on B is kind of a lot of the sense that I'm getting with the way that they're setting up their formations. They want to try to just shut those attacks down, you know, use those heavy crossfires that you can get, those high-low angles from the rafters and from the back of the site. Those kind of things, they feel like they can lure Evil Power into those traps, but maybe now I might see a little bit of a different kind of idea and setup. Not just grenades, but it's right back to more of the same, at least early.
Very deep cluster here for the side of Rock. Gambling correctly as far as where they thought EP was going to end up, so C4 is already brought forward towards this B site. Some early damage there on the Slayer. So far, kill's not going to be found, but Snake is able to find the first. YH does get eliminated. YZK going to be taken down, but it's a 2-for-1 on the frag grenade from Zay. Trying to close this one out, but the timeout works a treat, and Rock continue to keep EP back at arm's distance. 2 more rounds to go, and sub-base will be theirs.
Wow. I thought for sure might see something a little different from both teams, but it's kind of a rock, paper, scissors there. And EP, you know, they guess correctly. They just hold B again. They go right back to what they've been doing.
Slayer. What? Turns and finds a headshot. Gets a little bit of damage there on Amino. Had he been able to find that kill, that would have just been GG. Wrap up this round, maybe even wrap up the map. He managed to trade it back, but I cannot believe that he still was able to find that opening kill.
That was bonkers. How does he spin like that? I mean, that's why he's talked about with such high regard when it comes to this Rock team. Man just has tremendous individual senses and mechanics, clearly. C4 had to be scooped up, though. Now, trying to see if he can get anything to go. If they can find a pick, I think that would be the go signal. XQQ did see one player there on site, but it's actually the call for the retreat, anticipating a potential util dump. So they're just like, yeah, okay, let's back up. Still got some time to think about this one. Smoke's coming down.
Oh,
Horace.
Basically no contact around that stairs at all at the early round, but then Horace decides to just go ahead and fill that space, takes a couple pot shots, and comes away with a kill. 4-3. More scrambling around the map. There at mid. Looks like it will just be a rewrap into Woodroom, joining in with the remainder of the team. Horace down to the base of the stairs. To try to hold that line once again, and then Snare could just have a crossfire setup. Has to backpedal until Wiley has been burned here. Horace will lose his life, but Snare now presence being made known. Finds the first, has the other two contained. Frag grenades at his position, take him low, but do not take him out of the fight. And as long as he has breath here in his lungs, he is still a threat, and he strikes. XQQ, 2 kills found, but seemingly no read on Totson's position at all. And he'll ring out with a headshot to let him know. Telling him to sit down as Rock continue to march onward, ready to steal away this map pick of EP.
Yeah, just holding their line so well here on the A site. Buying time for the reinforcements to arrive. Again, a big clutch win. I mean, that has been another big difference maker for Rock. So many 1v1s, 1vx's that they've been winning.
Slayer starts it off once again. He sticks around for a little bit more, and he's able to find a second. And that is just brutality. Look at the health here of these players from the side of Evolution Power. Not even a full bar between 2 of them. XQQ trying to lurk, but here comes the swing, and Snake, he has got him trapped in. His bite is venomous as YZK. Pushes way forward, but just has to be rerouted, has to back away. And this feels like an unwinnable scenario here for the side of EP.
Well, they're gonna send Mino out. He's gonna look for maybe a late lurk. They're just gonna try to spread the map here a little bit. He's gotta be oh so careful. So dangerously low are both the players.
Damage found. I mean, you've got 2 players that are really low. Both players still with frag grenades. If they can find those well positioned, perhaps they can bring this back into a 2v2. Snake holding that back stairwell, swinging across. Will get picked off. Double face in, however. Snare is able to find Mino. 23-8. As he looks to bring this map to its end. The swing in, but YZK not done quite just yet. Gets the spot there on the Tots and then immediately says, okay, I've got to go over to the A site. Smokes the stairs, goes for the C4, and both players dangerously low. YZK has been fragging. Does he have one more in him to keep this map going? Smoke disrespected. Some shots flying out, flashbang at the ready, up and over the top, the swing coming through, and Thompson has the shot. And just like that, Rock take the opening map here in this quarterfinal. Evolution Power not finding success on their pick of sub-base.
This is just great planning for Rock. They really had a good read on what EVO Power is trying to accomplish on their BL side in particular. Very impressed with their ability to just keep shutting down those B hits, keep looking for them, winning those clutch moments time after time.
And now we get ready to go to Rock's pick of Florida map that we have not seen from Evolution Power quite just yet here in the tournament. Floated it in their opening series versus Inner Circle Esports, but of course, it never went far enough to be able to see it. They close that out cleanly with a 2-0, but Rock is looking to just be a very different beast here today.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, this is Rock's favored map too. They love to play on port, so this is gonna be that much more difficult. And Rock, man, this is just great stuff top to bottom from them. Stopping the cheeky defuse, snare. It's devastating the whole way through, top to bottom. Going absolutely nuclear. Goodness gracious.
Players clearly fired up and should feel very comfortable going to that next map. Evolution Power needing to respond in a massive way, needing to reverse sweep from here, because if they cannot, that's going to be them eliminated, them missing out on the semifinals. And what a semifinals it would set up to be with Stallions there going up against BaiSha. We might just have Rock joining them. Massive upsets abound. We'll see if Rock are going to be able to seal the deal on this one when we come back after a quick break.
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
We are back and just witnessed a major upset in our opening map here in this quarterfinal series. ROC Esports handedly dispatching Evolution Power on Evolution Power's map pick. Subbase claimed by ROC. Now we get ready to go into port, the first viewing for Evolution Power here at EWC 2025.
Yeah, and we've seen it a lot from ROC. Played it 3 times. They're 1-2 on it here. Lost to Q9. Actually lost to Team Liquid on this map as well. So, you know, even though they like this map, it's been kind of a rough go of it for them here at EWC 2025. And just looking to see if maybe EVO Power can dig deeper, if this is just going to be a 2-0 for ROC closing it out. What a big win, though, regardless. I mean, coming through, taking your opponent's map pick away on Subbase like that. Can't credit enough the way that they thought about that, and some of the individual heroics, just crazy.
Well, we are off to the races, straight into the game. Let's see if ROC can get that 2-0, following the footsteps of Stallions. But now, there's gonna be some rerouting and cluster up over towards this B side of the map.
There, so damn good.
Watching this back flank. Peek the angle, might just have a kill. He's gonna go for it, he's found it. That's XQQ dead. The wide swing out, can't get that quick scope, and Mino at the same time is able to find Totson. So player advantage gonna be established here for the side of EP. Just spamming away, gets some damage there on the Snake, forces him to reposition, but Mino still will be able to clean it up. Second here for him. Looks like it's going to be another rocky start to the map as Horus able to get the spot out onto one, still on the approach, and Zay will be there to clean it up. So opening round win goes the way of Evolution Power.
Wow. Even after getting that opening kill, just so quick to respond, our Evolution Power, making sure that they're playing for trades, that they've got that extra player in place. It's GR sided on this map typically. Nice start there for Evolution Power. Push out long A again. Just doing it. Get a little bit of a jump up. There we go. YH up into the connector. He's just going to be holding there. This map generally a little bit slower. There's so much you have to deal with on the attack side, on this blacklist side.
Horus going for the peaks here, but YH still slightly around that corner. And waiting, now striking, finds the first Snake. Backpedaling Snare, trying to fill that space, but takes similar amounts of damage. Such a great position as that frag grenade could find huge value, and it does. It's another double off the fragger, second one of the day.
Kobe. Well played by YH. Now oh so difficult.
Oh. Yeah, pain continuing. Slayer with that C4, gonna rewrap towards B. Totson, see if he can find anything, make any kind of dent here into this defense.
Going to be very difficult.
Slayer will find one. And Totson poised to be able to find the jump onto one, but can't get the transfer over, so Zay does manage to bring this into a 3v1. Stems the bleeding for a bit, so C4 now to be planted. Already, Slayer very much surrounded, finds the first, the flank getting ready to come through from behind, just can't get the turn fast enough, so YH with the cleanup, the defuse to come in, and that's gonna be Evolution Power off to a very strong start, 2-0.
Yeah, no 1v3 shenanigans this time. Evolution Power playing the map really nicely at the start. Just individual moments starting to shine through here, and this is another just beautiful frag grenade. Nothing they could do. So low already. Let's see. They want to try to come out with a bit of pressure towards the house here by Evolution Power. Counter though quickly. Oh, YH has already found Snare in mid.
That is a critical target. We saw how much Snare was able to do in that last map. Totson gonna be good for one, but Mino just gets the counter spam here through the window. Boarded up, gets himself a wall bang. Ooh, it's Totson, okay. We'll be able to do very much the same. Stay on a reposition angle, and now you see that technical pause being called. Spot out. Shot's not quite able to connect. Totson does manage to slink away from this, but still is going to be in a rough position. Back around the corner, but there's the spot out. Flashbang to try to clear his angle. Just get strafed across to the opposite side. Will be able to do so. So C4 now going to be recoverable. Slayer, deeper lurk, swoops in. Is able to find one. Needed to find that second, it feels like. But he cannot. XQQ holds his own.
Totson had some pretty sick shots into a 1v2. Making the right read here on the map. Had good info that there were a couple players over. Still on that B side, so there's the opportunity here maybe to swing over to A. The plant down, see if he can get the win. Only two coming from long for EVO Power.
He's just completely abandoned the site here. Trying to intercept, but won't be able to do so. Now he's going to have to actually try to rescale back in to stop this defuse. Already XQQ up and over the top. YZK maybe a spot out, but yeah, won't be able to collect that one. So defuse is in, and that's going to be a perfect 3-0 start here for Evolution Power.
Yeah, it is going to be Rock calling their timeout now. Try to talk things over. Want to get some rounds going on this BL side. So far, they've been beat at every twist and turn, every choke point. It's been players from EVO Power just ready to shut things down. Let's just watch that grenade again.
It was a glorious one.
It was. For a minute here, maybe get something. Totson, again, just not able to win that early fight. If he gets YZK, maybe he has a chance against XQQ, but XQQ is already ready to swing right on that contact. So Evolution Power looking good. Now Rock just wanting to reassess the map a little bit. See what kind of changes they want to go with, or maybe if it's just more of a talk about how you're playing off of each other, trying to be a little bit better with the coordination. Some of these moments where they do have the extra players in place to try to play for trades, they're not getting them. So a lot to discuss here for Rock. It's, man, oh man, if they could get that 2-0 over Evolution Power, that would be earth-shattering in this event. It'd be an upset, and it would be just statement. Making some names, making some waves here for the West. Last word's gonna come through here from Stray.
Will it be enough? He's been looking fantastic. You can hear their fans there in the arena spurring them on towards a third and final map. On the line, has to go for the rescope. Slayer trying to pursue for that kill. Can't quite find it, tags him up, but he gets away.
That's big. It's that sniper there at long for you to hold that angle down. This time they're clearing this angle. They're being a little more cautious about trying to go up through the connector. It's just looking to see if anybody was up there, maybe do a little damage. It's a peel back. Big stack towards this B side. 4 players strong. Smoke at the front of the door. Just gonna wait that out a little bit here. You know, they've had players challenging them right at the front of the door of house a few times. So hard to get through house because it's easy to spam through as well for the GR. So this execute has to be good. She's got a lot of players lining up for this from EP.
It's now starting to get dumped. EP with the correct read. In position to try to counteract this. An XQQ. Oh, it's just a firing squad for all of EP. Targets downrange, then dealt with. Snare will fall, and that is a flawless round off the back of the timeout call from Rock.
Yeah, I mean, with that player being pushed up so far forward for EVO Power on the other side of the map, they could lean heavy into this crossfire at the choke point. Good reads, good map control. Obviously, the skill on display. EVO Power, oh, XQQ.
It just doesn't get any easier. Quick shot, Snake dead. holding forward. Norris cannot breach this position. Evolution Power clearly upset with how things transpired on subbase, and they are more than making up for it right now. They will be able to find one back, but still needs some damage for his troubles.
That's okay, though. Zay there already tagged up, giving his life for the cause. Allows a little bit of extra info there for Evolution Power. Kind of keep their formation set up a little bit more B-lean. Nobody from Rock can move just yet.
Shots here through the window. Just going to be a drop down. Mino surrendering that space for now, but just rewrapping, and the nades tearing Slayer apart. Some down low, and Snare noted over towards mid. Still found Totson into the open. Slayer able to find one. They trade it back. 2v2. Nades go out to try to delay. Frag on the corner, good damage found. Slayer finding the headshot. YH gonna be eliminated. XQQ now needing to do everything, finds the first. C4 now being committed to. XQQ scaling forward and winning the fight. Oh, it gets so close, but it's still so far. 5-0 now for Evolution Power.
Well, Subbase was a tale of Rock heroics, and now you've got some of your own for Evolution Power. Somehow, some way, they fight their way. There was a crossfire set up outside of house, and they get 2 kills. Slayer and Totson do. Break things open. Still, XQQ. That Rookie of the Year, that MVP from last year, comes up big when he's needed most. Now you're left just scratching your head as Rock. Feeling like we're finally getting a few opportunities, a few looks. Just can't quite convert the way we could on Subbase. Frag grenade actually goes behind Rock. Spamming through the window there. They almost getting tagged in the toesies, but able to avoid any damage. It's just a retreat here from Rock. Need to set up a little bit of map presence, or maybe try to set up some kind of fake. So far, everything they've tried has just been read and dealt with. Waiting for their moment at connector, but YH all on his own. Has no help here. It's gonna come down to the timing of when Snare is gonna push around that corner potentially. This looks like a crunch towards A, so YH in a really rough position.
Need to at least get one. Any more than that, oh boy, well, here comes the strike. He is able to find that 1 kill. The circumstances still pretty damn impressive. Nade's now gonna go flying, Totson scaling forward. Zay dropping down off the top of the stairs. Still able to trade this one back, but now a 2v1. Quick shot from XQQ. Keeps him in with the advantage. 4 is in hand here for Snare. Mino about to be around the corner though. He will just find the timing. Absolute perfection on display here from Evolution Power.
The recovery, so nice. They're so quick to rotate. You know, YH in that one and done position. The game plan the whole way is just rush back over. XQQ and Mino able to get there in time to cut off Rock before they can get into any kind of comfortable position towards the site. A lot of util early, deep smokes here for Evolution Power. That's going to keep Rock pinned early. Going to try to stack up towards mid a little bit now. There's by the bridge. Go forward a little bit. In their time, I think the idea was decent from Rock, but in that previous round, they're just getting beat out in some of the individual fights now. But we were not seeing that on Subbase at all. Boris, slow but steady here. Now they're going to put XQQ back up YH. Tuck into a different position on Rock's left instead of the right. They're just trying to wait this out. You're not really playing with too much info here on either side of the coin. And it looks to me like Rock is kind of hedging their bets a little bit, just looking to see if they can do some damage on one side and then either make a pivot or try to scale off the back of that. They're making their way through mid. Zay there. Be first line of defense potentially. Here we go. Zay, good for the first.
RS going to be taken down. YH still playing in around the back, and he's able to spray away for 2 quick kills. Snake a little late on the reply. Now the 2v3, the C4 getting brought over towards this A site where you've got 2 players waiting, but it's good early damage on XQQ, but YZK makes his presence known, and then some. The double for him to close it out and continue the win streak.
Wasn't expecting it to be this one-sided after how close sub-base was. But Evolution Power not letting go of their death grip here on their GR side of port. They are all over this right now. Already up 7-0, 2 more rounds to go in the half. Looks like this might be a pacier hit from Rock. Look at this stack.
Shots flying. They and YCK able to find 2, but it's a good overwhelm here. Until Mino starts striking, makes himself known on over towards the site. QQ quick to try to arrive. Snare tagged up, YH sliding forward. He's able to find one, finds them both. 8-0. One more and it's a perfect half.
Another great flank that comes through the house. So timely there. YH wins that battle against Slayer. Onto low HP, but has the last player there in his sights. Able to get the spray to go. Unbelievable.
Let's see if they can pull it off, the perfect streak. Once again, looking for the boost. Push forward.
Yep. They want to consider another connector a hit. So trying to creep up a little bit further forward, snare out with that TRG. A little bit of scouting towards that bridge, but oh, okay, Slayer.
We'll find one. That's XQQ dead on A. Connector still being watched, but if you can continue to scale forward, might just be able to get a shot in the back there onto YH. YCK up over the top. Double push, there's the first, looking for the second, can't make it happen, damage found, but cannot get that kill, so play advantage gonna be maintained here for Rock. Snare expounds upon it, Mino now struck down. YZK. Maybe needing to come up huge. Some stray shots there from Zay, and I'm not sure if YZK's position had actually been noted. Either way, rotation starting to come through, player's gonna be spotted there on the bridge. B site is open, confirmed here. By
so far ahead of this though.
I'm not sure if they're gonna read this at all. Slotting forward, there's the first one. Zay trying to fight back. Draw down to the pistol, unable to find the kill there. And Zay now in a 1v2. Both players low, but he's down to 18 HP. Certainly has his work cut out for him if he wants this 9-0. But they'll just go ahead, double face, hound him down. Rock will finally get themselves on the board, but it feels like far too much has already been surrendered here. This would need to be a monstrous streak.
It's hard to imagine that happening, but never know. Finally able to get around to go, finally able to find some early advantages, and it required them grabbing an extra sniper rifle, challenge some of those long angles. Now it's their opportunity, maybe do some damage. Slayer gonna stick with the TRG, Snare as always, sitting with one of his own. Just XQQ with the sniper rifle for EVO Power. And again, a slow start. For any kind of extra aggression through long A. Happy to play the long angles for EVO Power on this side of the map. Let's see what they can get done. Is everything calm? Slayer get tagged up. He's gonna retreat back towards B site. He's thinking about trying to put some pressure at the house, but Evolution Power just says, we're going to wait this one down a little bit. We're not going to give you anything on what exactly we're trying to do until we're ready to strike as best as possible. Mid-smoke, that also doesn't tell you a ton, so Horus go checking. Ooh, just a little bit ahead of any corner check. It's a full push here for Evolution Power Gaming. Down mid.
Shots connecting there on the back end, Mino. Taking a tiny little bit of damage.
Gonna try a 4-man push up through the connector. Snare.
Not anything yet. Flash in, frag grenade. It's a bit of damage. Peak coming through, and Horus going to be struck down, trying to come to the rescue, and quickly. That's going to be Evolution Power overwhelming this site. Flair and Totson playing together, looking to try to do it all, but they still have this flank coming through from XQQ. Looks like he'll just go back through the connector, join in with the rest of the team. C4 already going to be planted. The time now ticking. They're going to have to make a go of this. Quick checks over the top. Instantly snaps onto the headshot. And that's just the spray down. 9-1. Evolution Power swiftly looking to take us to that third and final map.
Just able to find the gaps in the map. Get through connector for free. Get 4 players out down towards long A. You're just able to steamroll your way through. Some great util on towards the top of A. Keep Snare completely pinned. He has been shut out of this map. 4 kills, 10 deaths. Heard of that 20-plus bomb he dropped. Ooh, my goodness.
Not gonna get any easier. Feels like Rock, that first map, maybe getting through the tutorial boss, but now.
Now you're into the real meat and potatoes.
Yeah, now you're playing max difficulty.
You beat the tutorial and you're like, I can crank this up to nightmare mode, no problem.
Hurt me plenty. There's a quick little shot there, Snare. So just whizzing past. Looking to try his luck again. He's not deep enough to really find any value there. Swoop forward, it's gonna just be Zay coming away with that one. Totson trying to go for this little pincer maneuver. Cut them off. Slayer holds the line for 1, but cannot nail that flick. That leaves just Horus to try to see if he can keep them in this game, and even then they would still need 7 more rounds on top of it. We'll see if he can take that first step, because so far it's just been a 1 in 10 performance at every twist and turn. Every player on Rock has been having the roughest possible go of it. Play up close, and yep, no hope in hell. 10-1, we are going the distance here in this quarterfinal set. This Evolution Power looking a lot more like themselves here on port.
Yeah. Seems like they just needed a chance to step away from the computers for a bit. And they are regrouped, and they are right back to being that fearsome team we kind of expected coming into this match. And just everything that was going right for Rock on sub-base is not at all onto this other map, onto port. And Minho, great work there at the front of house. Zay doing a great job all across this map, being that roaming player who's kind of going back and forth between the mid part of the map, keeping that under control. Everything you could ask for here for Evolution Power Gaming. They were doing it in spades, winning the clutches when they had to. It's little that you can fault for them on this map.
Big step-ups from everyone here from the side of Evolution Power. Saw YZK getting a little bit of a pep talk from the coach outside in between the maps, and it seems like whatever he had said, it worked a treat. This was dominance across the board, surrendering that 1-round loss. Now we get ready to go into that third and final map to see who is going to be advancing and who is going to be going home, so don't go anywhere. The action continues in just a few.
gotta get.
I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. Remember who you are. I swear you.
Well, we are going the distance here in our third quarterfinal matchup at CROSSFIRE EWC. Evolution Power, damn near perfection over on port. They tear Rock apart 10-1, sending us now into a third and final map.
Yeah, and this is a map that's at least looked good for Evolution Power in terms of the one time we got to see it from them when they bested Inner Circle on it. And you know, coming into this final map, they have to feel like they've got the momentum, like they've got an opportunity here to continue on in this event. Rock's got to recover. It was a shaky one. You know, they have won on this map as well. They won in overtime against EVOS. And they did win against Team Liquid pretty handily, 10-5. So both these teams, at least in this event, looking pretty decent on this map, but think you could throw all that out the window based on what we've seen so far. You know, each other's map picks taken again. It seems to be a reoccurring theme in this event. And then we come down to Eagle-Eye, try to settle it.
Both sides some tape to study to try to figure out what the opponent's strategies are going to be. Certainly was a bit of a disadvantage, I suppose, for Rock going into that pick of Port, but like you said, continues to be a rough spot for them, even though they feel like they are individually strong on that map, continues to not really find the value that they are seeking. A 1-3 record on that. But now, a final best of one to determine everything as we move into Eagle-Eye and see if it's going to be Evolution Power taking away this series victory, advancing into the semifinals, joining it alongside Stallions and BaiSha Gaming, as well as netting themselves a very big jump up in the prize pool.
A map in the mountains. Early out. The sniper is Snare. Gets smoked off though, so not going to continue to initially hold that angle. Just looking, see if he can get a little lucky there. Kind of trying to read Evolution Power's positioning, and they actually have a pretty good idea, do both teams, of the tendencies of each other, at least early here. Both setting up for some B congestion over by the hotel. Zay's a little bit further forward, but otherwise, you're just going to have to hold things with a little bit of backup behind him.
Okay, just tucked in here behind the desk. Flash on a timing. You'll be able to read the trajectory of that though and get a decent idea of the player position, with frag grenade now going to be lobbed in. That finds a good amount of damage on the Totson. Zay now, yep, able to strike. And this position, letting them know, no vacancy here. There's no space for you. Slams the door in their faces. And with a quick little slide out. Still gonna be found, and Snare needing to hit that quick shot. Unable to do so, slides back away. Rewrapping now, but that C4 is stranded.
Yeah, it just dropped it. Good news for Snare is it looks like...
The A side's open, bring the bomb.
Yeah, look at Slayer though.
Going on this flank, but does manage to catch one off guard. Counter swing, gonna be shut down. Mino dead, suddenly a 2v2 with all players low on health. And because of this little push and pull, the C4 now starts slotting forward towards that B site, but with that kill, Slayer just cannot escape fast enough, and now Snare is gonna have to fight his way forward. Gun barrel gonna be spotted there around the corner of the shot, connecting. Zay taken down, looking for the safe plant. YZK, however, able to get in on top of him before that C4 can really hit the ground and quickly get diffused. No way to try to redraw a weapon from there, and that's going to be Evolution Power picking up where they left off on Port.
Yeah, it looked like this was going to be a pretty easy first round for the side of Evolution Power Gaming, but it turns pretty scrappy pretty quick.
Almost converted to 3v5.
They did. I mean, Slayer there hitting some nasty headshots, finding that timing, catch Evolution Power completely off guard, but they chase him down. They read that so quickly. Likely the last player to be back over on B. That gets them into that position. Quickly deal with the planter. Some smokes out early over towards the B side of things. That is again going to be the strong side for Evolution Power. Just a matter of can they respond here. Looks like this is going to be a mid-hit. Oh my God.
Just a quick swoop out. He's looking for that second one. Ken Knob and XQQ does manage to find Horus at the same time. Slayer on the approach, able to find one, and YZK, not sure what the hell he was doing that far forward. He ends up losing his life. You know, looking to try to make up for it though. Come away with the kill. Is Zay going to be noted here on the flank? Snake just tucked in behind that box. Pull back flash up and over the top. Snake already repositioning, but this allows Zay to scale even closer as the C4 is now planted. Right about to come through. Mino trying to hold close. Snake up and over the top. Watching for the exit. Mino trying to suss this out. Does, but just cannot find the damage to get the kill.
Oh, look at the reposition.
So, you know, this 1-2, but oh, this is not going to be planted for him. He's just sticking in with his defuse. Can he get an angle? I'm not sure if he's going to be able to do so. He's just going to defuse it right here in his face. And that is a brutal way to lose a round where it looks like you should be able to get yourself started.
Oh boy, that is so painful. I mean, Snake there has to reposition because he's low on health and he's out in the open. That just opens the door. And the swing underneath, oh my God. That is so painful for Rock. They played that round so well. Slayer doing a great job on the entry to the site. Oh boy, that's a toughie. Just some patience. As they're gonna get Zay tucked back up at the front of Hotel there. A bit further forward on that angle this time though. Trying to bait for him a little bit is YZK. See if they read this. They do, nice. Great check there. Wait for that angle. They're also ready for the response and utility. They had seen that in the first round, so some good little individual moments here for Rock. See if they can keep that going forward. See this tough position to root out.
Zay once again. Just keeping them held back, redraws to the pistol, tries to go for the push, will eventually fall, but it might not matter at all. Snake needing to try to pull off a 1v4. It's halfway there, but it just doesn't have the HP nor the read. XQQ, perfect position, sprays him down. And it's a similar start, another big streak starting to get built up here.
Just kind of felt like Rock was anticipating they were gonna fall further back. But again, it's that crossfire being set up, and it's just a little bit more well hidden.
Gotta be considering the timeout call. Depending on how this round does start, maybe you can find an opening pick, you save it off for a little bit longer, but a 4-0 lead. It's like Rock will just have to try to intervene. The coach involved.
Fully agree. Snare, good for somebody peeking down the stairs. XQQ has been happy to sit on the site proper. Oh, he does suss out YH.
Gets the spot there, and that's gonna be a big one. Rewrap coming through. You know, just looking, trying to hold down mid here as much as possible. A little bit of damage from the frag grenade out from Snake. Now getting ready to come in, and YZK scope in, finds the first, finds the second. Mino gets that jump as well. So now the flank has been dealt with. Horus is dead, and it's just Snare. The 1v3 flashed up, frag grenade let loose. C4, the opposite side of the box. The players crunching, collecting. 4-0 start. Man. With no end in sight until they hit 10.
Yo, YZK picking up the TRG and putting it to damn good use. That is filthy stuff from him. Gets the 2K, and Snare just completely screwed. Oh my. You get that opening pick, and you still can't call the timeout here. Seems like that Stray wants to wait just a little bit longer, but you're in danger of, no matter what, seeding this round over, seeding this half over towards Evolution Power Gaming. You just need that one more for the fifth. Maybe you're comfortable with that. Maybe you feel like your GR side is your better side as Rock, but
has continued to be a thorn in their sides. Changes up the positions, not playing back desk this time. He's playing forward to the stairwell. Rock have been suspicious of this, looking for that free fire there from Totson. Now he's able to just go ahead and rotate out. Frag grenade flipping into his side, puts him to 44. Kill can't be found. Push the spot, not coming through. Mino just staying tucked. Now going for the peek, gets the spot up there on the Snake's position. YZK just finds Horse looking the opposite direction. Bit of noise baiting has him turned around, but they do manage to equalize as Zay eventually gets flushed out.
It's great push and pull for Evolution Power Gaming there. Playing one on bridge, one on hotel, one on backside. Just all coordinating so well there to make sure that they at least get the trade. Now though, Rock feeling comfortable to continue to scale forward. Slayer
Oh, you know.
Oh boy.
Almost getting the jump, re-swings for it, and will be able to confirm it. Player advantage now in hand, flash over the top, looking for the breach in towards the B site. And YH able to strike for one. Finds himself a second, just playing these flanks beautifully. As this just continues to get built up. Timer continues to tick down as we go into the next round. For Rock so far, it is still no intervention, but how much can you let this team bleed out these rounds before you pump the brakes?
And again, it's the coordination that Evolution Power Gaming is starting to show. Their comms are really in sync. It's all about not overcommitting to anything. You know, sometimes, yes, you'll put Zay in those aggressive positions where he's trying to play for at least one, even if he gives up his life.
Looking for a pacier hit here towards the A site, looking to try to overwhelm XQQ. Mino, but as the players start to join in here, they're able to just spray him down. One casualty, that's all they can find. 34 seconds in the round, and it's another one racked up here for the side of Evolution Power.
It's just brutality. It's just brutality. Poor Stray. Just showing signs of frustration, obviously, as the coach. Not able to find any answers. You try to throw a curveball here, go for the quick hit. It gets shut down.
Seems like we do have the timeout call there for Rock. There is so much to try to go over. 5 rounds worth of brutality. Try to cover and compensate for in a matter of about a minute and a half.
This is so difficult. I mean, you're probably now talking about how you're going to try to isolate some of these positions that Evolution Power is setting up. Like, if you think about Hotel, you got to find some good smokes to make sure that, you know, that front desk part of Hotel is able to be dealt with, even if you don't necessarily get the kill onto Zay, to at least flush him out of there and not take any damage in response. Like, little things like that about getting a little bit of extra map control just not being accounted for by Rock. So I want to see a little bit more diligence, especially with those smokes, especially with making sure that, you know, you're able to use those to clear the space and set yourself up for the hits that you want to, or use them to set up some fakes. We haven't seen a lot of that from Rock in the last couple maps. So things like that really going to be important to be considering, especially for Snake as the AG.AL.
Obviously a rough start for pretty much everybody, but Hudson and Horace not being able to find any kills thus far. Pretty solid assessment of how this map has gone. Got 2 players ready for long side angles in towards this Hotel as Nade goes across, connecting on a Snake, and Zay swooping out in Hotel once again. This is all his all day long. Finally will fall, but not before he's able to find a good amount of kills. YH cleaning up Slayer. Leaves the C4 there at the back of desk. Leaves Snare into a 1v2. Double face. Drifts across. And will backpedal. Respect being shown, not wanting to over-aggress. Give him that opportunity. Saw what he was capable of on the opening map.
They're just so smart. Got to give a lot of credit here to Mino, the AG.AL, for this Evolution Power Gaming team, for keeping his team right in sync. Well-oiled machine the whole way through these last couple of maps. Not given any ground. And playing this wisely. I think this is absolutely the right call here from EP. You were saying you don't want to give Snare those opportunities because he can definitely so 4 and then make a move off of that. You're going to see that, yeah, it's down. So they're going to wrap all the way around. Try to come through. Try to see if they can catch Snare off guard. He has a lot to consider here. So he's going to try to smoke.
Power approach.
Oh.
QQ nearly finding that kill. Round not over quite just yet, but Snare, it does make it all the more difficult for him. Finds the first shot. Can he get the second? YH able to avoid it, just chasing in, unable to quite find it until this last moment. You can see the frustration. Snare knowing how badly, how desperately his team needed that. but he cannot find it. He gets so close, but it's still so far. 7-0 now.
Oh, just going from bad to worse. And again, it is EP that are winning those clutches, that are winning those 1v1s. Once sub base finished, it has been all Evolution Power Gaming. Snare very aggressive.
Ooh. Eating a good amount of damage. They're gonna be thrown out, but it's gonna be actually Slayer taken down. Snare still alive and in the fight here with the rest of the team, but so I'm still suffering heavy losses. Totson now gone a 5v3. Got this position from XQQ. Pistol in hand. YH joining in mid. Just a full crunch and a flawless round. Looking for the flawless half. 8-0, Evolution Power. Oh, you can tell. After dropping that sub base, they got pissed off.
Yeah, and they're winning every individual battle. Zay is winning over on the hotel side in a 1v1. He goes against Totson. That just opens up the map for them to just start fanning out and swarming. Here we go again, fast hit.
Rare whiff there. But Mino exiting from that smoke is able to find two. YZK finding Horse at the same time, a 2v2 with Mino tagged down low. Positions back in here towards this B site. Zay, though, on this flank. Through towards their spawn. He gets a jump on the Slayer, catching him completely off guard. Snare. A bit of deja vu here for him. There's the first. Can he get the second? Spots him, but damage eaten down to 44. C4 still in hand, trying to get the quick shot. Doesn't manage to find it. The spray, it takes him down. Frag grenade, looking to try to bounce it forward. Cannot find it. Snare stays on the low ground, keeps himself safe. C4 now. The plant being committed to. Just taps it, trying to see if he can get a rise out of Zay, see if he can get him to peek. Now committed to. Slides down to low ground once again, but Zay is so quick to flick. Right through the heart. As that is going to be just another frustrating round, another what-if scenario for Snare. 9-0 at the half. We switch sides, and all it takes is this one last one for Evolution Power. Rock need 9 in a row just to take it to overtime, just to have an opportunity to try to close this one out. Otherwise, it's going to be EP from China eliminating Rock from Egypt.
And Zay has been just tremendous on this map. Whether it's being tasked with locking down the hotel or coming through on these flanks, coming through with the clutches. What a showing from the youngster here on Eagle Eye. Nasty work. It's going to be Horus, the one asked to try to mimic his performance, at least early in that position. But Evolution Power Gaming just establishing mid-control. See this a lot from the BL side. Don't do anything too aggressive too early. Let those deep smokes wear out. And then try to make your move a little bit later. This is going to be tough, though. Might have to win this battle in mid. Slayer versus XQQ. Potentially. They're backing off of it. This is going to be the strong side if it is an A commit here for Evolution Power Gaming. Rock again, at least early in these GR rounds, having some kind of good read. We saw on sub base, it's just, is this actually the committal? Because the C4 is still all the way back in spawn. So this is just looking for info, trying to make their decision. Minho wants to get the read before he commits.
Push forward, Totson. Find the kill, his first of this map. He needs that to be the break of the dam to start the flood of kills, but YZK needs him right back out. Snake's position now going to be noted. Needs flying player advantage now expounded upon. 2 left alive now, just the 1. The shot starting to connect. YZK to be good for 1 more, but Not ready for snare. This time is able to get it done. 1 round picked up here for Rock. That's that first step of many.
It's going to take a while, but snare there. At least righting a few wrongs for his team. He's waiting that out. It's easy money at that point. And after getting that first kill, oh, there's another one. XQQ gets the leg of Slayer. That's a huge opener.
Thompson, though, doesn't manage to get the slot board again. That was YZK dead. That does have EP contained here for the moment.
Got a lot of time to play with. Even if this one doesn't go, coach wants to get involved. Nice saying, I just want to get this over with. I want to talk about some things. It's probably going to be talking about what Totson's been doing over there in Long A. I think that's pretty much what the timeout is exclusively for. Might not even get to that, to be honest.
I mean, it's a 4v4. A timeout call might not matter at all if the players can still right the ship here, but it's going to be a full approach here. Bottom of hotel under the bridge. Horus turns back, is still going to be able to find one. Next in with that headshot. There's damage going to be exchanged, and Snake falls to about a third.
Zay quick to go for this flank. He's got to buy time here as the 2 players on site. XQQ gonna have that angle down, and he's got the first.
Snare gone. Snake and Totson needing to do everything. C4 planted, already ticking down to about half.
Ooh.
Totson finding one. Zay end up falling, but that's the last of the util dumped away. The Snake is able to find one. XQQ looking to try to maintain this control. Tap of the defuse, and he's just gonna strafe through the smoke. The smooth criminal himself. 10-1 once more. Evolution Power, a shaky start, but a rock solid here at the end. They get the reverse sweep, and they advance forward into the semifinals, eliminating Rock Esports.
Back-to-back dominant match. Unbelievable. Evolution Power. What else can you say? They lost their map pick, and then they just took control. It was their match the rest of the way. Got to give Rock some credit. Came in with a great plan on sub base, looking really fired up. Snare in particular, having a just absolutely tremendous performance there. But after that, these boys right here took over.
All EP all day long for those second 2 maps. Just such vicious starts to both of them that they were able to close out. I mean, Zay on this hotel position was just indomitable. Every time you managed to flush him out, he'd already taken down 2 players with him. Some very close moments here. A couple rounds that certainly could have gone the way of Rock in that opening half, but unfortunately it was a little bit too late for them to try to come online. Still, however, we'll get their fair share of that $75,000 prize pool for 5th to 8th. Not going home empty-handed for sure, but for Evolution Power, still a chance at the ultimate trophy at the end of the line. Still a chance to become the victors here at EWC. But already earned themselves into $130,000. That's a pretty. We're gonna go ahead and send it down to the stage and hear from one of our winning players of Evolution Power.
Evolution Power Gaming take that next step and they make it into the top 4. Clinch themselves one of the semi-final spots. I'm joined by Mino and of course Jin for translations. Mino, talk to me about that first game. Talk to me about your map pick. Very, very close, but it ended up being picked up by Rock. So what was going on? What went wrong for you guys in the first map?
首先，恭喜你们，就是成功晋级了半决赛，现在拿到了一个稳定拿了一个前4的一个名次。就想问你，第一张地图就是当时是你们自己选的，但是打得非常焦灼，并且最后还是 ROC 那边获胜了。就想问你，就是第一张图当时问题出在哪里呢？
我觉得第一张图是我们残局的问题吧，因为前期都能拿到一些优势，也包括知道对面的进攻位置，然后前期也能取到优势，然后到了后期的一个残局。 没打过，就是有点紧了。
I feel like for the first game, For the first map, the main issue was when it came to clutch rounds, when you know both sides had already lost members. We didn't play those we didn't play those kind of situations very well. We actually knew what the opponents were like, their strategies and stuff like that. We kind of predicted where their offensive positions were going to be. But every time, you know, once we lost a couple members, the remaining members didn't really execute very well. So I think that was the main reason why we lost the first map.
Now, going into maps 2 and 3, it was just pure dominance from you and your squad. So talk to me about how you as an AG.AL bring your team back after losing a map, specifically when it's your map pick.
那但是我们就看到第二张图、第三张图就完全是就是180度的逆转了，就是你们完全是碾压性毫不留情把对面给横扫掉了。那你作为这个队内的指挥，能不能跟我们说一下你当时是怎么个调整过来的，以及你跟你队友说了些什么样的话，来从第一张图的失利就是给完全转回来呢？
我不是指挥，严开是指挥。然后我们的转变就是下台以后我们都在互相鼓励嘛。 说就是第一组图打得太紧了，然后后边就是放开干，猛干就完了，然后就打成这样了。
Well, the AG.AL is somebody else in our team, but I'll say that after the first map, you know, we came off stage and then we just told each other, we were encouraging each other. We were like, hey guys, just relax. You know, we're too tense. We're playing much too nervous in this game. You know, we just gotta relax. We just be ourselves, play to our own strengths. And when we came on to a second and a third match, that's exactly what we did. We let ourselves go and then we just dominated them.
I mean, you definitely did. Map 2 and 3, it was not even slightly close from your opponent's side. So once again, congratulations. And now you have a key to crush for, I believe, maybe one of the first ones that you could possibly crush yourself. Are you excited about that one?
再次恭喜你们，就是成功的战胜了 ROC 战队。后面呢，就是后面有个液压机要把那个对手的钥匙给碾碎的一个环节，你是否期待把这个 ROC 的钥匙给压碎呢？
还是比较期待的吧，因为第一张图嘲讽我们了。
I definitely look forward to crushing ROC's keys because you know they taunted us after map 1. We definitely want to get back at them.
I mean, you definitely will. You have a key to crush for the side of Rock. Congratulations once again, and thank you for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, you heard it. They want to get their revenge, and it's time to put the key crusher to work. But before that, we're going to head on over back to the studio.
Thank you very much, Sandstorm and Jin. Great game coming out from Evolution Power. The fact that they win that in the fashion they do is just incredible, given how game number 1 ended up unfolding. Evolution Power Gaming, I think, now I could be very wrong, guys. I think they came in underestimating what Rock was about. They said in the interview they don't underestimate anyone, but that game number 1 was fierce from Rock Esports, winning sub-base 10-6. But the important Eagle Eye 2.0 was the Evolution Power that I feel is ready to win a championship. But map 1, again, I think they came in a bit lackluster and they said, Rock, the Western side of things, we don't really care.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a valid point there. And I think it comes back to something we brought up in the pre-match where it's, you know, Rock plays such an unorthodox style at CROSSFIRE that I think teams do struggle to figure out sort of what's going on. But also going back to another point I brought up is that Mino's one of the best AG.ALs we've got in the region, one of the best AG.ALs we've got at this tournament, and is so good at adapting. He did exactly that, right? Things were going really bad off the back of that map 1. They looked really all over the place. Weren't really understanding exactly what Rock were bringing to the table.
Yes.
And my God, whatever was said in that sort of 10-minute break in between maps 1 and 2, they figured it out. They understood what the pace these guys had to play, the tempo they like to throw into each and every round, and there was just no competition from there on out.
None at all. 10-1 map 2, 10-1 map 3. Sneaky, I looked at Snare in round 7 of map 3. He loses a 1v1, and I'm just like, ooh, you could tell the disappointment on his face. That's when I knew I think Rock was done with.
Yeah, for sure. It's kind of like having your goal dangling right in front of you. You can basically reach it, and then all of a sudden, Mino out of nowhere just snatches it from him and run miles away. I mean, it's just impressive what Evolution Power can become once it is playoff time, once it is time to lock in, and when the pressure is highest. It's actually jarring that they actually perform better when the expectations are highest as well.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, again, I think they came in underestimating what Rock was about. Rock then rocked their world in map 1, but then after that they said, okay, enough is enough. If you had to pick, though, a top performing player from the side of Evolution Power, not necessarily our MVP, but just a top performing player in your eyes, who would it be?
I think I will have to throw out Mino there again. I know you could definitely throw out kind of a YH. I think he created a lot of space for them, but it's more for me. I think they fundamentally broke down how Rock liked to play. And while Mino isn't running away in numbers department, he outcalled Snake every step of the way. And he outcalled arguably what has been one of the most influential coaches at this event so far. Stray's been fantastic. Broke down Liquid in their playstyle, was able to overcome. Map number 1 broke down how EP liked to play as well, right? You know, he's outcalled 2 sort of geniuses from the West League. So for me, I think for Mino, it's his ability to adapt, right? That's what he set his side up for such success. So really impressed. I think, of course, Rookie of the Year as well. Actually, Q, you brought him up as well. Fantastic, I think, all the way throughout. He made, despite Snare playing well, he made life really uncomfortable for him.
Well, I did ask you who your favorite player was. Let's see who officially earned the Sony MVP of the match of the series. And it was, in fact, Zay taking it. An impressive KD, an impressive performance overall from Zay.
Yeah, the Terminator's back at it again in his entry fragging. I mean, Zay, every single time that he does have a good game, makes defenses suffer because he's not afraid to take the fight for you as the entry fragger for the squad. Whether it is Black Widow, whether it is Sub-Base, whether it is Compound, he will be the guy that will be in your face 24/7, 365, and not just that, will provide you the clutches as well.
Yeah, I think for Zay, he realized after that map 1, okay, it's going to be up to me to be that Terminator, to be the one who's going full send into the fights, and he did exactly that.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you know, you got to look on the flip side as well to this Rock side, who I think you have to be completely frank, did everything sort of wrong here, right? You know, they were taking 50-50 duels against Zay time and time again. You're going to get punished. This is a guy who is more than happy to fight against you, and they're leaving up the chance. They're leaving up to the individual stepping up, and especially when you lose a map number 2 in that sort of fashion, use the first couple of rounds in map number 3, your mind goes. They were sort of checked out, I think, and when you get that head loss, I think Rock struggled to get back into it, and that's where you've got to give a lot of credit to EP. They kept putting the pressure on, they kept getting loud, sort of making life super, super difficult for them. And for Rock, you've got to look at that and say the macro understanding was so poor on those final 2 maps. Individual 50-50 fights was what they were relying upon, which, sure, when it's working, as it was in map number 1, it's fantastic. It looks great. They look dominant. When it's not working, it looks really scrappy, really quite ugly.
You know, the thing, too, is Rock was really laying down the trash talk. I mean, they were saying sit down. They were screaming across the stage. It was getting spicy out there in the venue. And you got to appreciate Evolution Power to be able to take that trash talk, look at it, and internalize it, right? And then say, okay, it doesn't really matter, right? We're here to play our game. Trash talk all you want. At the end of the day, we're going to take the victory. It's time to crush some keys, and it's really unfortunate, man. Obviously, for the side of Rock Esports, they did so well for the Western region, but their run comes to an end. We know Team Stallions, BaiSha Gaming, they face up on top. Evolution Power, though, from the bottom end of the bracket, await their opponents, whether it's AG.AL or KINGZERO-eSports coming up next.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like AG.AL and KINGZERO, I mean, we've been looking for that upset this entire day. We did have it with Stallions, and speaking of upset, Rock gonna be upset that their key is gonna be crushed here, man. And let's see the reaction.
I'm crushed by this, man. I wanted to see Rock go all the way. I'm not gonna lie, for the Western region, and unfortunately for Inner Circle, Rock, we are gone. Look, they covered the ears this time. Okay, we're getting smart out there. The more keys they crush, the better off they get. He still, even then, wasn't enough, taken aback. And you know what? In that interview, right, Mina was like, look, it's gonna be a pleasure to crush their key because they talked all that trash.
Yeah, and it's all well and good if you can talk the talk, but if you can't walk the walk in those final 2 maps, then that's ultimately what you deserve, right? So really well played from EP. I think this is a side that are proving just why they are one of the favorites coming in towards this tournament. Reigning champs off the back of CFS, of course, in December, and proving that it's not just a fluke. And it in a way, sort of felt like it. They weren't expected from us to make this deep run, but they level up in playoffs, and that's exactly what we see in there from EP. So really impressive. And they're a side that everybody has to be scared of, right? Looking forward, they have a lot of depth in this team, a lot of individuals who can step up, and pulling off maps like that, 2 back-to-back 10-1s against a pretty scary Rock side. Sure. It's no joke.
But I do want to ask, you know, from the Western side of things, Sneaky, like, how does Rock look? Because Rock, I feel, performed well enough to at least make the Western, you know, side of things a little bit scarier. We're still not on top, right? I say we, obviously. I know you're a different region, right? The Philippines out there, you're still supporting them. But I do think Rock did enough to at least showcase, okay, we're getting serious. Next ZWC, we might be even scarier.
I mean, I can kind of see it from the Philippines' perspective perspective as well, right? Someone being the underdog region and someone who's kind of underrepresented, right? I feel like Rock did a nice job in this tournament, considering their expectations are going to go beyond playoffs because they've already made it to a top 8, and it seems like it's kind of a repeat all over again. But at the same time, with the other two CFWL teams kind of getting slightly better in this tournament, I feel like there's going to be a lot more to sharpen for these teams, a lot more opportunities to get better.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not fully sold on it. I don't think Rock are going to be happy with how this ended just because of how map 1 went. I think this is a Rock side who believe they can go further than just making it to playoffs. And I don't think they're going to be sort of happy saying, oh, it's good, we made it playoffs. That's not the goal for this side. This is a side that want to prove that the West isn't a joke anymore. The West League can actually make runs in tournaments. And that's sort of what we were hoping from them. We had kind of had them as our dark horses because we wanted to see a playoff run. And they do actually have the ability to make a playoff run. But whether it's similar to Q9, like a mental block or something of the sorts, when the pressure really piles on in a single elim format like this playoffs is, that's when it feels like they start to falter. Those last 2 maps are not what Rock are all about. And I think they will look back at that demo and just be annoyed more than anything, saying, man, you know, there's an opportunity squandered here where we've really had a even an EP on the ropes as well. So yeah, I don't know. I think for them, they're not going to be too happy with this. And me being a guy from the West League as well, there's way more on offer for Rock than what was shown in those last 2 maps.
Sure, and I do want to say, though, for EWC's perspective, being on the international stage as it currently is, that I think there is a real chance maybe we start seeing a better development on the Western side of things because we're bringing a new audience. That's what it's all about with CROSSFIRE entering EWC 2025. Obviously, Rock's run has ended. It's quite hard to see, but they must exit the venue, and Wendy had a chance to catch up to them before they did.
Hi, it's Wendy here. I have Snare with me from AG.AL. I'm so sorry for today's match, but it looks intense because we go to the 2-1 as the result. So I got some questions for you. One, although this tournament's runs has come to an end, so there is still many opportunities ahead. What's the main part you'd like to focus on improving next?
Yeah, we have to focus on our individual skill to be more higher, and we need to focus on our consistency. We need to be more consistent, all of us, like all 5 players, and yeah, that's it.
Got it. So any messages you want to leave for your fans who supporting you a lot?
Yeah, thank you very much. We really appreciate what you say for us in comments and whatever. And بحبكم يا جدعان مصريين. And one more thing, I just wanna thank our coach today because he really hard work for us and he did everything he can, and yeah, we love him too.
Got it. Thank you, coach. Thank you, Snare, for joining this interview, and that's all from us. Bye bye.
Thank you very much, Wendy. Obviously, some lessons learned from their loss here at EWC, but still some money gains making it to top 8. Rock Esports, keep your heads up high. I want to see you perform well in the future. This roster has a lot of individual power, but they did admit, Sneaky, that they do need to improve on an individual basis.
Oh, for sure. I think it's not about mechanics more than anything. I think it's just more about consistency for the side of Rock, especially Snare. I would want to see more, more variety on his positions, Horus, more angles of attack for him, and for Slayer and Snake, and for the other older members of Rock to kind of find new moves that they can kind of present up against these Chinese teams. But it's really about that consistency, man.
Consistency is key, and the coach, you got to give him credit where credit is due.
Sure. Yeah, Stray was fantastic all the way throughout. I mean, they do credit him so much because of what he did to take down Liquid and prepped him as well for this series. But Rock looking forward, I think for me, it's about it's synergy, it's teamwork. We can't keep playing this individual style. They will get punished. They need to look at essentially how the way BaiSha play.
All right, Jamil Motorsport arrivals. The players are coming in. Fresh new teams. AG.AL versus KINGZERO-eSports. Winner moves forward to play against Evolution Power, who just put on a phenomenal series against Rock Esports. This series is going to be a banger. KINGZERO, a team that has everything to prove because everyone came in doubting them. We thought they would be great, but a big underdog, a team that was gifted their spot potentially in the tournament, now has made the most of it. They are top 8. They're going against AG.AL, a team that is much hyped up, one of our favorites to go and potentially enter into grand finals. This is going to be an underdog versus a top dog fight.
Yeah, and I think the pressure is actually on for AG mostly. I mean, they also have the club points. They also have the pressure of being the second seed coming in here from China, right? I mean, I like to look at this from an interesting perspective where KingZero has zero pressure on their back. Granted, you know, best region in the world, but also you're the 5th seed, so expectations are not that high. So all the pressure is on the side of AG, but knowing the players, they know how to handle the pressure. But with that, KZ, chance to perform, man.
Well, you got to say for KZ, though, they've had an impressive run, albeit they did lose to AlQadsiah 1-2, but they ended up beating Twisted Minds and Gaming Gladiators 2-1 and 2-0 respectively. But on the side of AG, undefeated in their group, right? Beating VP and then moving on to beat Stallions 2-1.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is an AG side that, I think as Sneak said, they've got all the pressure here. KZ, I think this is very similar to kind of the BaiSha Q9 thing. If KZ lose, that's fine. It's great that they made it to playoffs.
Right.
There's no way anybody can expect anything further. The 5th best team in China, like we said, only here because BaiSha won ACL, the qualifier recently. So it is a side that I've already proved all we need to know about them. Unlike the previous years where we know Rock could have gone further, or unlike with AlQadsiah where they should have gone further, this one, if it goes the way of AG, which is 99% expected to, especially from what we've seen domestically, I think both sides can be pretty happy, right? And we saw this even happen with the Q9 guys. They were vibing with the boys, with BaiSha saying, all right, like great game. They know each other so well. I think this is going to be the case here, right? No pressure on them. But KZ, this is an opportunity to prove what you can do as a bit of a newer core, right? On an international land. Say, all right, this is maybe our last chance we get to have here at EWC. Let's try a few things. We know this side is scary. AG are unbelievably good. And they've had a fantastic run as well. Let's try and throw out a couple of curveballs. The one thing I will say as a caveat, the run that KZ have had, it's very weak. Twisted Minds, let's be honest, they're pretty bad right now as well. Where AG, they've taken down some pretty decent, it was the group alive, sure, but the fact that it made it so smooth is a really good sign. So I don't think there's much stock we can take from KZ's wins throughout that lower bracket. They weren't great wins, and the only decent team, AlQadsiah, who were pretty poor today, they lost to.
Yeah, I do have a bit of hope, though, for KZ, because they've already made this kind of run in the playoffs of CFPL S25, right? They got the first place, and XN was absolutely nuts. If they can somehow extract that form from S25 and apply it here, especially with the new guns, it's already that's already on the stage.
Sure.
I mean, chances are KZ can do something, but at the end of the day, it's still all gamers. It's still Zhui, it's still Du, it's still ZY, so it's going to be a very, very tough challenge.
Yeah, AG's the favorite. KingZero, though, the underdogs. No pressure on their shoulders, which might be a benefit when they go into this series. It's going to be our last game of the day. One more key will be crushed at the end of the AG.AL KingZero-eSports game. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I'm Wendy. I'm here joining with 嘉伟 and ZY from AG.AL.
Hello， 大家好，我是 AG 的嘉伟。
Hello， 大家好，我是 AG 的 ZY。
So this time we're gonna play a game where you can create memes. So basically I can show you some pictures and you'll come up with the text and create your own memes. So first picture, this one.
你别送了 ，OK 吗？
我直
接打分吗？4分。
The next.
啊？
我说他评分吗？我应该还原一下他当时在干嘛。你咋又送了？
有点上头啊。你咋又送了？
决定好了吗？
啊。
Why you throw that again? 多少分
3分。
So the third picture, this one.
枪又马了。
5分。因为招之宝确实是强面，
是吗
？Funny parts. I like this one.
一会儿比赛加油。
3分。
But I think these memes maybe thirsty. So, the last pictures. Let's see.
这东西是啥
？1分。
1 out of 5. So, give me yours.
我说吗？
那你说。
我记得他当时说的啥，应该
是啥？
我又烦了。
5分。
5 out of 5. I wish you the best for the upcoming matches, and that's all from us today. Bye bye.
Bye.
Hi, it's Wendy here with XN. So I got a few questions for him because he need to prepare for the matchup today. Today's matchup absolutely from the same region opponents, your old friends. So is that make this match more difficult than you used to play? 想问一下，第一个问题，这是一场中国赛区的内战，会相对于其他的赛区的对手来讲会更难打吗？毕竟你们很熟悉对方。
因为都是 CFL 赛区的嘛，一直以来都有交手，很熟悉。然后我觉得打好自己的就行了吧。
Because we're from the same region and we are so familiar with each other, so the only thing we can do is just play our own thing and try our best. The second questions, absolutely anything you want to say to your fans who's supporting you in front of the screen? 有什么话想对一直在这个屏幕前支持着你们的粉丝朋友们说的吗？
因为我们自身目标就小组出线嘛，现在我们打的每一场比赛，我们都享受比赛的去打嘛，然后我们就会拼尽全力吧，加油就行。
Our goal is to make out from the group, so right now every single match we just want to enjoy it, and that's all. So the last questions, if you want to nominate a teammate from your team, you guys can watch out. So who would you choose? 想问一下，你在整个的队伍里面，你的队友里面有没有什么人你是推荐出来让大家去额外关注的呢？
我觉得可以额外关注下 YSH 吧，可以享受一下他的枪法吧。
I think YSH is definitely been nominated from our group because you guys can enjoy his aiming skill. That's all from us, and bye bye.
Thank you, Wendy. That's KINGZERO, hearing from them just before they step on that stage. We're going into our final match of the day, where the final key for today will be Crush. Whether it's KINGZERO or AG.AL, they're the ones who hold destiny within their fingertips. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by the wonderful Sneaky, and Kyle's back on the desk for our final series of the day. A good one. One team that's an underdog, the other a top dog.
Yeah, I'm honestly really excited for this one. All gamers have looked very strong coming into this matchup, but honestly, KINGZERO has some impressive players that are starting to shine as well.
Yes, they do. XN, for example, right? The AG.AL, who's looking very, very strong. Great player out there. YF, who's had so many clutch moments, and I've been really impressed by individual players across the board, even from those teams that have been eliminated. They've showed great prowess, and really the moment and the pressure for the stage is not getting to them too much. Let's talk AG.AL, though, a team that is looking to be potentially the favorite to go into grand finals, albeit it's not going to be easy, as they'll most likely have to play Evolution Power in the next series, depending on how this one ends up going. But when we talk AG.AL, a team that cruised through their group, beating VP, beating Stallions also in top 4, but I want to ask you, Kyle, because Neil was very adamant, like, you know, that performance from AG.AL against VP and Stallions wasn't a representation of their strength, but more so just an easy group.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I feel like they actually didn't look as strong as I expected from this team, especially we look at a 10-3 loss to Stallions. Very unconditional for this roster to have a map like that go against them. So I'm expecting a little bit more coming into this map.
And we're expecting a lot from ZY, the team captain. Do you think he's going to be able to lead his troops to victory?
I think he can. I mean, ZY being the best AK player for the longest time to come out here in CFPL has proved time and time again that he can perform despite his tenure as the main member of AG throughout the years. And it's really all about his consistency, whether or not he can kind of defend his side of the map or how much entries he can get for his squad. So ZY definitely one of the X factors here for AG.
X factors, and they need one because since a roster shift, this roster has not been able to win a major, which I know is going to be way heavily on their mind.
It is, but at the same time, they've still come a long ways. This was a team struggling to even crack the top 4 when we think about last year. Now they're back to number 2 in China. They brought ZQ out of retirement just to prepare for this event, so I feel like they're on a solid track right now.
And ZQ, man, you want to talk about clutching, that man's been doing it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, ZQ hasn't had a bad performance in this tournament just yet. I feel like despite his retirement and him coming back, he's still exactly on that kind of level that we expect from him from the 2022, from the 2021 runs that we saw from him. And it's very impressive that he's still at this level.
Well, KINGZERO, though, the team that has no pressure on them, but at least all eyes seeing what they can do against AG.AL. They fought hard throughout their group, and they made it through, albeit they did take an L already to AlQadsiah 1-2. But they stepped it up against Twisted Minds. They did the same against Gaming Gladiators. That's why they are here currently. We talked about XN being the AG.AL and oftentimes the top fragger, but YF also great. But let's talk 9U.
Oh man, 9U, I mean, we love to talk about the usual XNs, the YF, but 9U is kind of the glue that keeps this team together. I mean, KINGZERO is one of my favorite teams to come out of CFPL, considering how chaotic their gameplay can be. Kind of reminds you of the Philippines or the Brazils outside of the AlQads. And it's really fun. It's one of the more fun teams to see, but at the same time, with their kind of erratic kind of gameplay that we are seeing, you know, a lot of overextensions are happening, and that's why you do see some people describe KZ as like probably the most Filipino team in CFP.
The most Filipino team? Okay, fair. I haven't heard that actually, but now I have, and you would know. Ben, talk to me about Ben, Kyle, because Ben is one of those players that's electrifying on the battlefield. You know, if 9U is the glue, what would Ben be?
Ben's one of those clutch players that you need. He's not always that star shining player out in front, but when there's a crucial moment, it seems like Ben always seems to be there.
Yeah, well, an aggressive coordinated team on the side of AG.AL. How can KINGZERO counter that?
I feel like probably shutting down Do first. I think Do has got to be one of the biggest problems that you can deal with up against AG. Unlike Xiao, Do is actually, despite you killing him over and over again, round after round, he still will find the right shot and the right moment to get. So if you shut down Du, then you can kind of work on the others as well, try and kind of neutralize Wei, kind of prevent him from getting his forward positions. And if you can shut down two of them and kind of give the other AG members a hard time, then it's just a full takeover for KingZero.
You mentioned Du. Let's go a little bit deeper with that, and let's add in his competitor in our head-to-head. Of course, Du, being as great as he is for AG.AL, what can YF do to counter him?
I think the biggest advantage YF has, and we saw it a lot in his previous matchups, is he knows how to be aggressive, and I want to make sure he goes into this match unafraid to do that against Du. You've got to challenge this guy head-to-head. If you give him too much respect, he's just going to walk all over you.
That is true. It's similar to YF is actually more similar to Xiao than he is to Du. Du is more of like, all right, I'll be the consistent sniper. Granted, I'm not going to be flashy, but I'll be there to go for the clutch. YF is like, yeah, I'm going to just peek you.
And YF has been in some of our Kadia top plays. I believe a 1v2, if I'm not mistaken, that he was able to accomplish. Actually, just right here, he hits the snipe, he drops down low with the pistol and is able to secure the win. And you love to see that from a player such as YF. And we talk about the clutch ability right from him specifically, but not only can he clutch, he can also pick up a ton of eliminations. I mean, I think he had 23 elims in map 1 against GG.
Yeah, honestly, throughout this event, he's been such a star performer, but on top of that, he knows when to bring out the pistol and make it happen with just a pistol in hand as well, which is what makes a great sniper in this game.
Well, you talk about great snipers, Du is also one of them, Sneaky.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you put Du on one site, like for example, maybe on A or B here on Compound, he is going to find a way to defend it by himself. And with the sheer speed and reaction of this man being the top 2 sniper in China for the longest time, being more consistent than Xiao in some moments, I mean, it's going to be a very hard time for KZ to try and shut him down.
It is, and now I got to ask you and put you on the spot very quickly as we head to the stage predictions, and let's get a little spicy if you can. All right, Kyle, let's start with you. What do you think?
I'm going to go 2-1 in favor of all gamers.
Okay.
I feel like KZ's shown enough to where maybe they get a map in this series, but I don't think it'll be more than that.
2-1 is honestly a lot better than I was expecting. What about you, Sneaky?
Honestly, if KZ can get a sub-base in this veto somehow, I think they can win 2-1, honestly. I feel like I'm looking for that second underdog win today, and they might be it.
No kidding. We need another one, right? It's been a little bit since we had our last one with Stallions at the start of the day. Can we end the day with another upset? For KingZero, they are hoping so, but it's not going to be easy. AG.AL are a dominant roster and a team that is favorited to potentially go into grand finals to play against, well, whoever ends up making it there. And let's not forget the rivalry they have between themselves and BaiSha. And BaiSha's making a good run to the grand finals too. So AG.AL has a little bit extra steam to get to the finish line. It's AG.AL versus KingZero-eSports. Let's get it started.
Ladies and gentlemen, just to show you how dominant China has been in CROSSFIRE, once again, we see 2 representatives take to the stage, representing the same country, hoisting the same flag, but only one will make it to the semifinals, Adam.
That's right. Let's cast our minds back to the beginning of this competition. CROSSFIRE here at the EWC, the first year it's been here. 16 teams began here. We're about to whittle it down to just the last 4 on the final day of our competition. Only one more team to be eliminated ahead of that, but who will it be? Every team in that final day guaranteed at least $130,000 of our $2 million prize pool. I'm excited for this one. It's all about to go down right here on the main stage, buddy.
That's right. So, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. It's AG.AL! From China, a team with a legacy of resilience and fire. AG.AL step back onto the stage with edges, battled through the toughest opponents, and now their eyes are locked on the top 4 in this arena. Every round is survival. Every win a step closer to glory.
And opposite them, it's KINGZERO-eSports! The dark horses of the tournament plowed their way through the lower bracket like a pack of wild tornadoes, and their victory against Game and Gladiators proved a decisive one. What comes next isn't just a match, it's a checkpoint. And the only way forward is through one of the very best. It's not just about gold, it's about greatness. And today, the Kings continue their ascension towards both. Who will be the victor? Who will join the others in the final day of our competition? What will happen next? AG.AL versus KINGZERO-eSports. Casters, let's dive on in.
I've got my swimmies, I've got my snorkel, I'm ready to jump into the waters here. As AG.AL go up against KINGZERO-eSports, our hosts are setting the stage quite nicely. These teams know each other, they have faced countless times, but who will be finding that final spot in the semifinals versus Evolution Power? That is what we look to answer here as the players get ready.
For sure, it's sink or swim for these teams. Trying to see if they can continue on in this event or if they are going to be going home having their keys crushed. That is the name of the game here for CROSSFIRE EWC 2025. And it's KINGZERO looking to try to pull off an upset. A rough run to get here, but they did. And while AG.AL able to make their way through their group relatively cleanly, dropping a map to Stallions. So, I mean, if you're looking at the relative power rankings in this event, you know, KINGZERO lost to AlQadsiah. Stallions, you know, just got beat by AG.AL previously a couple days ago. And then the Stallions bested AlQadsiah, so, well, you know, maybe. But, all right, maps coming through. Ankara, this is going to be a map that AG.AL really favors. They've faced each other on this map a couple times. Actually, one time KINGZERO able to best them on it in their regional league. And then AG.AL 2.0 throwing out something a little bit different there for KINGZERO for their second pick. And Compound, a tough map for KINGZERO historically, going to be the final.
Saw that Ankara floated by AG.AL in their opening series versus Virtus Pro, but didn't get over there, as they were able to clean things up pretty nicely on AG.AL 2.0 for that second map win over VP. Let's see who's going to be able to come out on top, though. I love when you get these regional matchups, these teams that are so familiar with each other. My big question is, who's got a curveball? Who's got that ace up their sleeve, something to surprise their opponent with in a couple of these rounds, something they have not seen in regional play as we get ready to go into this first map?
Yeah, this is, I think, going to be pretty close here today. But these teams, like they were talking about in their pre-match interviews, that they do play each other. They're well-versed with each other. Actually, their record's pretty close in the last couple of CFPLs, so this could go either way for sure. But, you know, here in Saudi Arabia, here for EWC, AG.AL has looked like the stronger team as we get ready to load into Ankara for our first set. See exactly how this one all shakes out. It's going to be KINGZERO starting on the blacklist side, AG.AL on the GR. Early smokes out. Actually, this one's going to be KINGZERO's a little bit further forward. Cut off any pressure outside A main, any sight lines. Want to just try to wrap around the map a little bit, do a little bit of exploration, use that smoke for a little bit of safety at your backside. And some early util being thrown in response by AG, trying to establish themselves on the map a little bit. Flash there. He's going to catch on to one player over on the B side, but it's all just a setup. They're just trying to use a little util, keep some players locked over on the other side of the map as they seemingly want to line up for this A hit.
Well, why is AG able to find one? It's just going to be Jouet taken down there, looking on the backside of that smoke. Good opener to be found, but already the rotations coming through, joining in on this site. ZQ, 12-22, able to find one, but the trade back's going to be there. The trade up now, very much secured. Spin picks up 2 quick kills, and that leaves Du all by himself. The swing out to his demise. No, not quite yet. It's one with a pistol, but himself as well, tagged up to all hell. C4 now planted. This is going to be a very tough retake, and won't even be able to get it started. Still frag grenade in the back pocket, and YF able to lob that one into success.
Yeah, finding that opening kill, really important there for KINGZERO. And they're able to just play for trades on the site itself. This is a map where they do historically a little bit more damage on the PL side than on the GR side, but they're very well balanced here. It's a nice start. Let's see if they can keep it going. This time, leaving the door unsmoked. Looking for an angle for YF with that sniper. See if they can get anything done there. Nice grenade. He's going to catch into 9U just a little bit. Got two snipers here, XN and YF. Both going to be wielding those. Same thing on the other side for AG. Do and ZY holding on to some of their own. Just dodging some of this util. Waiting things out a little bit longer. Establish some kind of presence, see what kind of response you're going to get. But it's been pretty quiet as per usual. Teams are very patient. Their BL side usually. Want to feel the map out, want to wait out those smokes.
Not looking for that forward push this time. Jue going back a little bit more safely, but seems like KingZero, slightly different ideas of where they want to attack this time around.
Yeah, that extra layer of smoke made them think that maybe the A site's a little bit heavier stacked. You know, they kind of were able to force the issue in the last one. See what they want to do, though. They've waited, trying to play the patience game.
ZQ rejoining here on the A side. The nade's starting to fly. Jue able to find two there on the entry. Turns over towards Vents. Cannot find that shot. Nade just to be lobbed in here by XN. C4 still trying to get brought up the stairs, but 1222 able to hold his own for one. Turns away and will end up losing his life. Bin another double, now a triple. Yeah, some frowns there on the faces as this round starts getting away from AG.AL. Do once again asked to do it all. Finds the first, and this time a bit cleaner. 4 not down quite just yet, and that nade does find some purchase. Damage across onto YF, puts him to 59. Do starting to slot his way forward here. Holding, anticipating this aggressive push, but he cannot find the quick shot. YF that keeps himself in this round and keeps KingZero in the lead.
Yeah, just the timing for YF there. On the right moment, right after Do had pulled off of that sniper. Had it scoped in, but thought he could push a little bit further forward. Thought maybe YF had backed off sight. This is just tremendous work by Bin to break this open. And even though the early advantages went the way of AG.AL with Jue, wasn't able to capitalize any further. Now you need to start seeing some responses here. Getting an extra player over on the A side early. Nothing too crazy just yet, but now I'm seeing ZY to push a little bit further forward for the side of AG.AL. He's going to just try to lock down that B angle. Fades away though. Regroup in mid. Consideration for maybe hit towards the spawn. 1222 just watching the ground.
All 5 players clustered here on the push, and 1222 immediately dispatched. 9U with the instant headshot, able to find him. SH taking some damage here on the approach. Do now under pressure here at backside. FCY alongside him, and already attack timeout going to get called. Nade's going to be lobbed in, and that will find the kill. YSH going to be finished off. Still a 3v4. Now traded back. Solid kill from Jue. Able to find one. Looks for a second, but needs some damage there in response. And now this pinch comes in from behind. The flank from Bin looking absolutely gorgeous. It is just multi-frag rounds from this guy as he cleans up AG.AL.
Yeah, you got to pump the brakes here as AG.AL. Got to figure out what's going wrong. Maybe a communication issue. Seems like sometimes they're just kind of not reading these extra flank angles, just handling their individual moments as well as they need to, as cleanly as they need to. I don't find too many things lacking in some of the macro ideas from AG.AL, but these executions from the side of KingZero have been really damn good. Hitting some great shots along the way. But Bin has been a difference maker so far. Whether it be kind of as that second layer of an entry or in the late game, in the post-plant defense, really finding some good value. All those things need to be considered and talked about. Curious what KingZero, also, you know, things going pretty well so far. They're just really just working together as a unit, playing for trades on the way through and Sometimes goes their way, sometimes not, but it doesn't matter because there's always somebody there at the end. Make sure that they're going to seal the deal. Trying to maybe slow things down a little bit as well. Our AG.AL. Such a hot start. Again, you would think maybe 5-4 here on the BL side for the side of KingZero is okay if you're AG.AL. But you don't want to give them much more than that. That's when things start to get a little bit dangerous if you're just looking at raw percentages.
Straight back into this one. Zero looking for that 4-0 start, maintain the dominance, put themselves in a good position before the half. Nade out, bit of damage there on the 9U.
Just again, trying to feel each other out a bit after that timeout. Worried about maybe somebody going vents.
Oh, Nade's lobbed over the top. A little smattering of damage there on the 1222, but not as bad as it could have been. Gonna have him rotating off to try to re-peek in towards mid.
None of this means much just yet. Just trying to find whatever you can here. As KingZero, looking for that early damage. Trying to soften some targets up for wherever your eventual decision comes to get that C4 down. But just being extra cautious. They're gonna have to, if they're gonna continue this march through Long B, they're gonna have to really be diligent about clearing space because they have no idea what's going on this side of the map. They have no idea what's going on in Hotel. As we can see, I mean, the calls for AG.AL,
Oh, that's just IF catching just open vision here. No more smokes to try to cycle on main, and he just gives him an angle. He's gonna take that every day of the week. Still trying to sell a fake over towards this A site while everybody else gets clustered and ready to attack in onto B. You can see the drifts here from AG.AL. Looking over towards that side of the map, but now that the smokes start flying, they realize what exactly is going on. Do able to find one, can't find anything more. ZY on the swing out, similar situation, but still that player advantage in hand here for the side of KingZero. Now once again expounded upon has been, and can he just go 4 for 4 on multi-frag rounds? He's gonna look to do so as ZQ. The way for the moment. C4 being planted. Swings in. Too late to try to get the interrupt, but still does manage to find the 1 kill. But Bin, yep, right there over the top, will continue to put up numbers.
Wow, 9 kills already for Bin. But again, it's just AG.AL playing for trades, being so willing to just fight their way through. Selfless play on the way in, everybody just trying to get the job done, and Bin on that back line has been so remarkable in his ability to clean things up. Man, what a start. 4-0 for KingZero here on Ankara.
Who knows if there's an end to that in sight. Oh yeah, fishing for that follow up there on the Shui. This time not going to be able to find it. Immediately sends him packing over towards Vent. Before still going to be dropped in the neutral area. As AG.AL trying to get an idea of where AZ is going to end up going, but you can see his nades getting ready to be primed. C4 is brought over to Barrett, and looks like it's just going to be an attack onto the A site once more.
Trying a little bit of a different setup there for a second, but Dre, Bin gets out of there.
Not you though, able to find one. Bin just pushes forward, just disrespects him holding that angle. Says, no, I'm better. Hits the headshot. That opens things completely and utterly. 1222 forced away by the flashbangs. It looks like they're all just going to be rewrapping here. Different approach. You do have XN holding this angle into the connector. ZY getting a spot on the YF. Tags here through the box, but there's the shot. YF will close it. YF will close it. You got a third one?
Come on.
Nope, it will be XN. But that is a flawless round and a flawless streak built up 5-0 so far.
This is beyond concerning. You already used your timeout. So AG.AL just tremendously disadvantaged on this map so far. just incredible stuff from Bin again. This time playing a little bit of entry. A little bit of aggression being shown here, though. AG.AL pushing out along A. Little bit of respect being shown. Gonna put Do there. I saw this as something that Na'Vi liked to do a little bit. Get that sniper tucked in behind that box. They're gonna fall back after it. Already though, KingZero is like, we're gonna scale forward. If you're gonna do that, we're just gonna ignore that and make another good execute, hopefully. ZY's angle though, setting up a crossfire with ZQ. Man, oh man, the reads are good. That was a potential death trap waiting to happen, and KingZero just avoids it.
Way in position, might be able to get the shutdown. The crossfire setup here with 12:22 could be huge. The shot's starting to ring out. They're just gonna back away as soon as they get any little contact, any opposition. They kind of avoid this trap. It's very well read here from the side of KingZero.
You got great map control as AG.AL. Are you gonna be able to make something go off of that? Do an unexpected position potentially right at the front of the vent.
A lot more aggressive, and he will get a leg shot there on the 9U, but it's not the kill confirmed. Spotted out plenty, so rotations are there to try to slow down this approach. Frag grenades over the top, getting some hits. I believe they're on to Do. Yeah, puts him down about a third.
Time's gonna become an issue here pretty soon. It has to be relatively clean, but they've waited out. Extra player, shift it back over.
Pretty quiet. And now the nade's starting to fly, so it's gonna have to be a quick rotation here from 12:22. Do able to find the first, finding the second. Shui there as well. Bin still standing, still breathing. Means that there's still gonna be a chance, but we find the 2 kills. 18 seconds now left remaining, and 12:22 will clean it up as AG.AL at long last find their first round win.
Yeah, just hitting their shots. That's important. Shutting down that execute as it's happening. Don't give them any ability to get into that site and start finding some cover. 12:22, swinging in a little bit earlier than expected for that final kill. So, such a raucous start for KingZero, and they're just gonna keep it going. XN finds the opener on a Joy, make it 2.
What?
What?
Well, just like that, any momentum they might have been feeling from the previous round victory, that's been stolen away.
That is crazy. That is heartbreaking for AG.AL. Finally get around. Now you're down to a 3v5. Just at this point, you're just hoping that maybe you get lucky and Zone is gonna run into where you have your stack. Try to push through vents and maybe you can get a freebie. Smoke mid. Nobody moving a muscle for AG.AL. Just gonna have to hold and wait. Again, just kind of hope that you're gonna be able to catch your opponent in positions where they're in a disadvantage. You can capitalize. They're gonna take their time.
Respect being shown. It's been a very soft start here for AG.AL. ZY be in a bad spot if he continues on this angle, but does opt to back away. Re-swings out towards this long position, but now that underpass going to be conquered here by KingZero, starting to advance forward. Nade's flying here behind him. ZY is expecting that there's going to be a bit of a split presence, but that allows him now to try to open up. Finds the first, but cannot find the second. 9U able to reply, but 12:22 now getting involved. Finds one. Swing the corner for ZQ, flushed out, taken down. That now leaves 12:22 in a 1v3. Quiet, playing on their angles, allowing for the C4 to tick down. Swing in, now his position absolutely known, and Bin will be able to find it with a headshot. KingZero, they are looking alive and well.
Yeah, it's the AG.AL who just gets the engine started for this round. 2 kills in mid with the sniper.
13-3 right now has been.
He is just tearing things up.
They're gonna just wash his hands of this map and move forward into the next one. Just going to be their map pick. The open up, Shui's trying to play around the outskirts of this smoke, but he's not, no cover, no assistance from anybody else. It just feels like it's a kill offered up on a silver platter.
They're trying to gamble a little bit. They're trying to take advantage.
Sometimes you just have to know when to walk away. ZQ with some nice kills though. Alongside 1222 do manage to get this into a 2v2. Oh, spot out. And a little bit of a delayed reaction there from XN means that he cannot find that, so maybe AG.AL able to rally back a bit here in the second to last round of this half.
And now they're starting to be able to counter this kind of death ball-y nature that KZ has brought into this map. YF pistol in hand. ZY tucked up on the corner. Oh my God.
He's instantly dead. Headshot found. And what a one to find. Still has a full set of util here behind this, so Smoke gets set up and spots him on the swing. YF compensating for any deficits found here from the rest of the players. And AG.AL still cannot find a way back into this map.
I mean, I can see the idea behind the early round aggression from AG.AL. It's been really kind of these either 4 or 5 man pushes from the side of King Zone Zero, and it just doesn't work out. You lose a player because they're being just a little bit more patient than maybe you anticipated. Again, you're trying to throw everything in the kitchen sink at this, see if you can get some extra rounds to go. KINGZERO is handling everything, and they're winning the big ones. They're winning the clutches. This is concerning, to say the least, if you're an AG.AL fan.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, probably just having the hope that they have a rebound, similar to what we saw in that previous series with Evolution Power dropping the first map, but even then, it was a hell of a lot more contentious than this. Lose out on your map pick, it's never going to be a good feeling, as YF finding one, and ZY just cannot swing this corner fast enough to get a punish. YF has the upper hand. Do desperately trying to see what he can find. Flashbang, but clipped by it, flushed out. They are looking for another perfect round here.
Good luck, Dwayne.
Yep. You have to more than double your kills right now if you want to clutch this. This clutch would be something to really try to get some wind in the sails here for AG.AL. And it looks like we're very well slated for that 8-1.5 is, yep, and it will be in perfect fashion here to close that one out. What an unbelievable half here from the side of KINGZERO.
They're just winning in every aspect. I mean, point-blank sniper rifles, long-range sniper rifles, up-close and personal rifling, coordination, so good. YF there, absolutely nasty. Well, here we go. A lot of work to do for AG.AL. Only one round that they can give over in terms of not getting to overtime, and they can only give up 2. And if they give up 2, they lose the map. So just holding point blank here. The VEPR. Interesting choice in rifles, 9U. So try to put that to good use at point blank range. But kind of similar scenes from AG.AL where they're trying to feel out the map a little bit. So far, they're able to get some control in mid, but got YF right around a corner.
Ooh. Does manage to go ahead and breach that position. Little cleanup for it allows them to inch the C4 closer and closer to the B site. They commit onto this one, still going to be big potential for Bin to find insane value on the flank. They are going to be advancing forward, but YSH through that smoke, able to find one. Now XN as well getting involved. 1222 going to be taken down. They read that flank well, end up smoking off the angle here, do AG.AL.
Well, you've got a chance. As AG.AL down in numbers.
Still a little bit more utility here on both sides to be expended as DY needs to come away big, but he does not find anything. 9U hunting him down so very quickly. ZQ tries to turn back, but as he looks, he just sees the rest of his teammates dead on the floor. KINGZERO, 9-1, one more to go to close out this opening map.
This is just madness. KINGZERO is so in control, and their rifling is just on point across the board. They have been so sharp. Bin in particular, just always in the right place at the right time, finding impactful kills. See if they're gonna hold that angle. Yep, that kind of not normally chosen rifle here.
Yeah. EPR, that's what he can get done. Well, it's gonna be good for one, good for a little bit of damage on the two more. As Zen turned away from the flash there, still gets caught up a little bit, but YSH, what a turn, what a shot. Looking for the finisher. ZQ holds on for a little bit longer, but now needs to get himself a 1v2. If he wants to keep them in this map and have any chance of trying to run this one back.
Oh, the taps. Putting that new gun to good use. Desk has been talking about that a lot. Some of those players really love to just tap away. That was a showcase right there of that gun's potential. Goodness.
Spot on a 1. IF. Damage taken. Bin now in on the entry, and he will be the finisher. The headshot to put them down. 10-1. KINGZERO. What a showing for them here on the map pick of AG.AL.
Blink and you miss it. Just absolutely crazy that this is how we start this. We thought this was going to be maybe a long, grueling series, but that is extremely fast. Another 10-1 here today.
And still an opportunity for it to happen, for this still to turn into a bit of a contentious map, but we need to see AG.AL waking up, because right now they are looking asleep. Eagle Eye 2.0 to potentially settle it all if KINGZERO are going to keep playing like that.
I mean, it just starts here with Bin just going crazy in those opening rounds, getting multi-kill after multi-kill. He never really let go too much. Certainly just a difference maker with the rifling. Absolutely wild from KINGZERO, man. What in the world just happened?
I don't know, and I'm not sure if AG.AL is going to know what really to expect, if there are going to be some tricks up the sleeve here from KINGZERO, because they haven't shown this Eagle Eye at all at this tournament. Meanwhile, AG.AL, they have played it, and they got bodied by Stallions on it. It was a 10-3 scoreline, with Stallions able to find that one map win over them. Yes, they were able to recover from there. And they need to be able to do very much the same now against this opponent. KINGZERO, feel like it's just a completely different beast at the moment, so work cut out for them. AG.AL needing to rebound, not wanting to go out in 0-2 fashion and be denied access into the semifinals. We'll see what happens, so we're gonna go to a quick little break, and when we come back, we'll see if KINGZERO can close it or if it's gonna be AG.AL taking us to 3.
This land is calling.
We are back and getting ready to go into our second map here. KingZero off to the races in that first map of Ankara, taking it away at 1. Dominant showing here from that team, leaving AG.AL reeling and now on the back foot.
Yeah, it's an absolute stunner. Not what we were anticipating at all. I mean, a map that's usually pretty well balanced, you know, in terms of the round scores that you'll see. And this one was just an absolute blowout. So, big questions over to their map pick. Eagle-Eye. Can AG.AL recover? I mean, that is a tough one, but teams can do it. You see it all the time. Able to just shake off that blowout on one map and come right back onto the next and just be right as rain. So, kind of hoping here that AG.AL able to regroup and recover. KingZero is so locked in, bringing out that shotgun into the vents. Crazy stuff that they're doing. Throwing some curveballs in. Playing really disciplined, playing really well together as a unit. Just going for those trades and been on those back lines. Reliable. Those big impact moments give you huge round wins. So into Eagle-Eye. See if this is going to be it or if we're going to make our way in towards compound. See what we got going, as it will be KZ starting again on the BL side.
Straight into this one. AG.AL going to be looking for that hot start. Try and do here. Snipers in hand, trying to see what they can get. YF though slotting forward. Through the house over towards radar tower. Peeking here for now. Nothing really being spotted.
Both of these teams a little bit stronger on their GR sides on this map, at least so far this year. So that's where you're looking to kind of set the tone, set the tempo, set the story for AG.AL. For KZ, they just want to keep flipping the script. They want to keep rolling on this BL side. 3 players stacked up over on the A site tower. 12:22. Watching the back. Cut through mid. Oh, lots of grenade damage.
And it is. 9U going to be tagged down to 50. And YSH also catching a piece of that. Nades now flying, ready to try to strike in onto this A site. We've got 3 players strong from the side of AG.AL to try to hold it in the line. 12:22 on the swing, able to find one. Bin, however, continuing to be an absolute menace. Gets himself another 3K to start things off and bring it now into a 2v2. C4, however, still going to be down over at that alley position. Will need to be recovered. Got ZY lying in wait.
Just give the man the MVP already. Goodness.
Oh, I mean,
good God.
It's just insane.
Just so ridiculous. The bad news is C4 a little bit out in the open.
You've only got 2 frag grenades to try to open up this space, but catches a quick little glimpse there onto ZY, keeps him honest with a couple shots out.
Read this in time.
Pretty quick to try to get on this push. Swooping around the side and does manage to find it. Bin, the raid boss, taken down as YF. Tagged a bit, looking for that flick, cannot find it. Opening round goes the way of AG.AL, much needed.
Just barely able to sneak that player underneath their noses. And that's going to give ZQ that first big kill. Still though, it doesn't look easy. Looks a little bit labored. Bin just still on a heater. YF just no idea, trying to figure out where to look with that sniper. Can't ever get a bead onto ZQ's position. Nice movement from him. That is probably a big sigh of relief there for AG.AL fans.
Absolutely. The need to start seeing them streak these together. Obviously with a game like CROSSFIRE, these rounds can turn on a dime. Winning one doesn't necessarily mean that you win the next. Player stack once again here from the side of AG.AL. reading this well.
It doesn't seem like...
What?
What?
Oh, it's just a swing into a collat from YF. He was able to find one to try to keep things evened up, but his position is known, and he is going to get flushed out. What a swing and what a shot. Been, of course, going to get involved. It's not around without him finding a frag. He'll look for another one, and this time will be staved off for a little bit longer, but ZQ is surrounded, about to be jumped on here as there's the head spot, and there's the backstab from XN. And just like that, we are tied up 1-1. What a swing.
Of course. Like, it just looks like it's going to be another rough road, but YF able to find the 2-for-1. Unbelievable. I mean, you can't really fault AG.AL. They have a good read on the situation. Just get outdone around that corner. This madness. This has been quite a show for KingZero. They're just take a little bit extra time on this one. I think they realized that it could have gone very differently. They don't hit that opening shot. So they want to try to work the map a little bit more this time around. Again, you got to be ever so wary of those quick flanks on this map that can come through when you least expect it, especially when you're not paying any attention over the B. Oh, do this time, good for the first. YF down. So takes a little bit of a steeper angle in here with that sniper. Isn't going to be perched up on the tower, and it catches KingZone off guard. That's a change in direction, change of plans. Maybe they're just trying to see if they can bait a rotation. I think the plan here for AG.AL and their defense, just like we saw on Ankara, is just stick with your defaults. Wait for those late lurks if you're ever going to make them.
Seems like it's just going to be the same set book here, trying to get some players into position, go for a hit onto A. As nades start flying. Frag's not really connecting, but Dude's headshot absolutely is. It's going to be 9U taken down. Then tagged up. Still trying to go on this approach. Bin is able to find himself 2 kills. Just pulling a rabbit out of a hat, but can't find anything more there. So AG.AL back into the lead now 2-1.
Yeah, just little adjustments in positioning give huge benefits to AG.AL. Just a little bit of a change in angle for the sniper. That just completely thwarts any of KZ's plans. Bin still somehow finds 2 because of course, but now they're going to try an exploration on the other side of the map. Spend a heavy stack. And they're already making the calls, our AG.AL. They're trying to be a little more proactive in response. They're going to thwart any attempt at a B hit here. It's back to a group, back to a stack in mid, back to chewing down a little bit of the clock seemingly. Got to worry about Do again. I want to give him the opportunity to stop around before it starts.
Wei trying to hold this door. There's the opposite side, and yep, flash forward into the swing. Do, however, able to find 2 quick kills, looking for Bin. Let's see, tucked here on the stairs for now, but 12-22 provides some covering fire. And that is Do picking himself up a third, getting the spot onto YF. And it will be ZY to line it up for the execution. 3-1 and a timeout call. KingZero certainly not happy with how the start of this map has gone.
No, they're having a tough time now getting their util to land. Sure, they had 1 good flash to clear out a corner, but they're not dealing with Do. Not getting that util to obscure his position enough that he still isn't able to find damage. They're not getting a flash to land on him. Buy themselves that precious few extra seconds to push space. I'm sure you're going to keep challenging him. That's something you got to talk about, but I think you got to put a little bit of pressure over at Hotel. You got to put a little bit more pressure at the other side of the map. Just took a bit of util from AG.AL. Completely thwarted what KZ was trying to do, and right now, AG.AL, obviously Do is doing a great job, but it's more about their map movement. They're really tracking KingZero at every twist and turn.
Much elation there from the crowd as well. As wait and see what adjustments end up coming through here. Maybe some exploration over towards that B side of the map. It's widely been, well, you know, not to say AG.AL haven't, you know, gotten it for free, but it hasn't really been committed to or explored by KingZero quite just yet.
Yep, exactly. And it's something that at least needs to be flirted with. Like, you got to at least show that you're willing to attempt it. Make, you know, them keep it honest. Game plan here. Obviously, a deep smoke to start. I try to basically just use that to get hotel control. Oh my God, those are so close. Be a good grenade. 9U tagged up just a bit. You gotta get some control on this side of the map as KingZero.
We're clustered up here, trying to play out this side of the map. All 5 players here in position, trying to inch their way forward into hotel. As ZY still going to be able to find a kill to open things up, but it's quickly traded back. 9U able to get there over the top of the bridge, finding ZQ. Z4 still being brought forward up the street. Shui holds close. Trying to spot a pixel out of place. 3 players around this corner. Doubled up on the angle. The flash in. Bin going to be able to find one. Keeps himself alive here for the moment, but not for very long. ZY gets the cleanup, and it's another round win for AG.AL.
Surely we aren't going to see a 10-1 the other way. Cross each other's map picks. Again, just reading these situations really nicely, our AG.AL, and just shutting them down at the point of attack. I think you gotta be a little bit more quick on your movement. That actually did tag up ZY there. So that shot gonna do some damage at the very least. So you got a little bit of an early advantage here for KingZero. Just checking some angles with some grenades, seeing if you can get some people tagged up. Extra layers of smokes over at Long B, but actually using that to scale forward this time, our AG.AL. Not heavy stacking A like we've seen in the past, just going to rely on Do, ZY with those snipers to stop an attack before it starts. That means the util has to be really, really strong. ZY is an incredibly tight angle around this corner.
Shot ringing out. Position going to be given away, but cannot find that elimination.
And now you brought the rotations over, though. This is just taking way too long. Yep. ZY takes down 9U. Okay. Flash right into Du's face. He's still alive somehow, finally.
Yeah, they do manage to take him down. YF going to be coming away with another there, but 12-22 answers back. Player advantage here to the side of AG.AL once again. C4 stranded just upstairs here. Hit over the top, swing onto the corner. XN just a little bit faster there, but 12-22 keeps them in with the advantage. YF need to be quick on the trigger here. Going to be favored, just given the weaponry around the corner. Trying to hit that quick little flick, and he cannot. AG.AL continuing to look dominant here on Eagle Eye.
Yeah, they just cannot get the read on the positioning. That round over round, AG.AL is setting up. The snipers are always in a different spot. Once they commit, they just cannot get the job done. 12-22, stepping in for that final kill. This is going to be a real problem for KingZero. They have got to figure it out soon. Already this half drifting heavily towards their opponent's favor. watching right down mid with the sniper initially. Continued use of those deep smokes is not something that KingZero has really been able to address on the B side. Over at long B, they're just stuck behind it. They keep having to go A, and that's all according to plan. It's exactly what they want. Maybe a late round pivot towards B here would be impactful. Maybe just a swing mid to B. Just gotta try something a little bit different. Smokes though at A. That looks to be the direction they're gonna try to crack open again.
Bin finding first blood here. 12-22 dead. ZY answering one back. YSH now on the floor. Flops over to the pistol. Tries to go for the bounding shot, but 9U will be able to track him down. Any site prime now for the taking with ZQ rotating across through B. 1v4. 2 players low on HP. Possible, but seems like KingZero should finally be breaking this win streak. Now we all know exactly where he's at. Down to 16, there's the finisher. KingZero find themselves a second round win.
Able to this time get the pincer maneuver to work. Something that AG.AL had been able to hold a little bit, but with that pressed up positions that they're taking, trying to hold long A down. It's able to be dealt with this time. KingZero got a read. They were able to finally kind of figure out what's going on the other side of the map, and 9U this time. Him and YSH so far forward.
CROSSFIRE, but somehow was not able to find the kill there. Does eventually get rewarded with it. YSH is able to find one, Shui getting another. Needing to find this breakthrough though, but Duke continues to hold his own here on this A site. It's back around up top. ZQ trying to get into position to reinforce. Push through the smoke, but IF will get the better of him there. And that could be critical. C4 now being brought around. Quick little jiggle peeks out. Look onto the corner. ZQ just sliding forward to the base of the stairs. Not being spotted. C4 is still not yet in play. There's the spot out. Well, knows that he's got some damage in. Wants to try to finish it with a frag grenade, but YF is able to avoid it. Himself up and over the top as the smoke now comes through. Frag grenade available, and it's just going to be a double face straight in towards him. Another round win here for the side of KingZero, looking to try to run this back and make it a 4-5 half for themselves.
Bin, good job, but ZQ almost gets away with that same thing he did a few rounds ago, where he sneaks right underneath the tower and catches him off guard, and he almost got YF. YF was just barely able to get out of there in time. That allowed them to restabilize, but now the mid pressure from KingZero starting to cause AG.AL problems, and just AAA the whole way through here. Just don't feel comfortable in their setups or their strategies for B, or at least they're saving them maybe for the last round or something. Maybe for this round. Want to get YF into a spot where he could potentially punish somebody on that A site and make it that much easier. But I'll probably gonna take a moment. Those smokes there. Looking for the tower player. See if anybody goes up there. Just waiting. And the util has to be on point. Have to make Do uncomfortable. It's been so fearsome on this site. YF, a little bit of time left on that smoke. Just really checking to see if they get anybody out of place, but haven't seen a damn thing. Tons of smokes. Can't capitalize off those flashes. If they force this is going to be challenging. Bin's already so low.
Shots opened up. Shui tearing them asunder. 12-22, able to get a piece of the pie as well. Now a 2v4. A spot out, some damage dealt, but he'll get the headshot. And that's gonna be a solid half here for AG.AL, looking alive and well after a rough first map. Get themselves in the lead. 6-3 as we swap sides.
Well, you gotta like what you're seeing from AG.AL on their GR side. I think just KingZone's play calling here, just a little static, a little readable.
AG.AL only gonna be able to find the one, but okay, ZQ counteracting as 9U crammed into the corner, stuck in position. Throwing down a smoke, but they can just pre-fire this, and they shall. And this attempt at getting aggressive here from the outset, not working out, but the C4 do have XN just around the corner to try to defend this position. Just on the opposite side of this wall. Rotating in towards him. Be big, but it looks like they are going to put themselves in the path towards the A site. He now going on this push, having not yet found to try to get the jump. So far, attention not being paid to him as he's able to find the first, steadies the spray, finds the second, and XN. Big little backstab play alongside YF.
That's some big brain stuff there. Just wait for your opponents. Have to pick up the C4 and commit to the other side, and then you just step in there, swing in with your teammate, just cut him down. It looked like it was going to be a tough road ahead for KZ. Turns into a crazy finish. Ben still going nuts. YSH a little bit low. That kill count, let's see if he can step it up here. He's going to be in that hotel position, so much different style of GR side for KZ. Willing to push out a little bit more aggressively at B. You use similar smokes, it's just a matter of where they set up their players. Now though, already heading back over towards mid. Want to try to get a quick read if it is an A hit. They end up kind of in similar situations to what we saw with AG.AL. 3 on A, a couple over on B. Just a wait now, just waiting for the smoke, and then that's when you kind of start making moves potentially. To be so careful here as XN. Trying to tuck in, trying to find some kind of lurk play again. Didn't like what he saw. Oh, ZY gets away with one there. XN might have had a timing. ZY is just gonna bound forward. Are they gonna read this?
XN does manage to get that backstab, finding the one. YSH trading it up. Around the corner, Bin eating a good amount of damage there. This dude just up through the window. Is able to find YF. Looks for a little bit more. Knows that Bin is going to be down low, and it does manage to chase in for the kill. C4 now planted. XN and 9U playing together. Everything to do. Bit of damage coming through. Swing onto the corner. That's a high HP player taken down as wallbang shots ring across. AG.AL right back onto the path as they look to take us into a third and final map.
Sure looks good. Just their willingness to commit to that push, even though the spot is early from XN. Just know that he can't see you running underneath the bridge. Just make things as chaotic as possible and just keep pressing forward, and KZ just cannot find the answers in time.
1-1 in this half. Players stacked up. Just XN alone. TRG trying to hold down that street angle up towards Hotel. Smoke's there to just go ahead and provide some added fire, added cover rather. Nade over the top. Doing a bit of damage on the YSH. Needed towards mid here for XN, but nothing to be found there. No one's playing a tower.
They're mega far back. AG.AL kind of know that maybe XN wants to get a little bit spicy on the map, but he's actually got TRG this time. He's probably going to be playing a little bit safer. I don't think that's been revealed just yet. Go with the util dump. Aggressive from 9U. He is so far forward. Him and Bin have to go huge.
He cannot. Both of them cleaned up too, finding YF as well, as it looks like the wheels start to come off here for the side of KINGZERO. AG.AL rebounding in such a massive way. A devastating first map where it looked like there was going to be no hope for them. Then out running this back and getting ready to send us over to compound. Seems like the theme of just losing on your own map pick may just continue here in this set. Stu in particular, this kid, he has absolutely come alive.
Yeah. It was a quiet map for everybody on AG.AL for Ankara, but he is back to being the dude that we were expecting. And this is just brutal. KZ is trying a bunch of different weird stuff, trying to get aggressive on the defender side. Speaking of, here we go again. Dude's so ready for it.
Gets the shutdown, and those extra layers are still there. YSH pushing forward, does well to be able to find 2 kills, but he needs Bin to do even more. It's the first, gets CQ down to about a half, but cannot finish the job. Now it's YF. Alone, frantically chasing forward towards Hotel, but the approach is going in the opposite direction. That's C4 getting taken over towards that A site.
Looks like it should be 9 for AG.AL. YF has something to say about it. Gonna take a hell of a run back here, and it has to start with this 1v2. It's not gonna be easy. Oh my God!
Hell of a shot, just catching him on the jiggle beat there. That is such a quick reaction. I mean, when you get one like that, you really start to believe that he might just be able to get this over the line. A little bit of a rough go of it for Shui, and YF, he has it. Plenty of time for the defuse. KINGZERO not done quite just yet. That's a massive clutch to come through. Try to shorten this gap, still 3 rounds separating, but still a chance for them to take this map.
Yeah, I mean, it works for KZ when they get aggressive at the beginning of these rounds. It doesn't really feel like it should, but then they're able to just have these crazy hero plays, jumps right into the crosshair. Way as well. He's trying to swing and gets cut down. All right. They can keep it up. Oh my God. Never mind.
Shui really frustrated with how that last round had gone. He's managed to go ahead and clean up that opening kill. So XN on the floor once again on the back foot here are KINGZERO as AG.AL look to get themselves up to map point. One away from shoving this series all the way to compound.
Gotta hold the line now. Open up the space of B where AG.AL gonna feel a little bit of comfort trying to get a setup there. Ooh, can't find the shot in the tight angle. That position revealed. YF's gonna stick around, just get up on the box instead. They're changing directions a little bit.
Already past this point, so he's not really gonna be able to find too much value unless he's able to shift back over. I knew, there's a spot on to do. Doesn't tell you much though about what AG.AL is gonna try to do, but those nades certainly do. As the smoke's now coming through. Bin trying to hold close. He cannot. 12-22, able to just go ahead and breach this position. They're now storming their way forward here towards this B site, looking for the pins here onto YSH. Is completely, utterly surrounded. Cuts into the corner, looks for Do, but cannot make it happen. YF now arriving, finds himself alone. 9U does manage to fight his way back in for a singular kill, but now a 2v4 is what is needed. 12-22 in from around the back. Is constantly making YF have to think about which angle to peek, where they could be, as they make this damn near impossible for him. Sliding in around the rear, spots out the legs, but the time is ticking. He's just not gonna have this one available. As he jumped up and over the top, does find the shot, but he cannot get this round. AG.AL will be allowed to get themselves up to map point now. One more to go to send us the compound.
I mean, just some odd individual moments. You know, Bin trying to re-swing there into that door. AG.AL is just pre-firing. They're so ready for it. Little moments like that had gone so well for KingZero on Ankara. Very questionable game plan in general, just not nearly as steady, not nearly as sturdy as what AG.AL brought on their GR side. Trying to play so aggressive. And yeah, a couple times it worked for you, but for the most part, AG.AL handling it nicely. Getting some of those opening picks through smoke and just making your life unbelievably difficult. Just the smoke usage here, so much better for AG.AL. Able to really scale forward off the back of that. I was gonna say, that's a tough position to be in there for XN. Doesn't really have much backup, so actually gonna fall all the way back. They're ceding over some space. Play for the bridge angle a little bit. They have left to be fairly undefended. It's just so hard to read because AG.AL just takes the map control and then waits you out. Makes you think, makes you question yourself, makes you second guess yourself.
Everything dead quiet now on the map. Flash into position, a quick check there, nothing spotted for XN. C4 just going to be swapped over, and it looks like it's going to be the pivot back across towards A as we dip under a minute remaining. What could be the final round here of this map? XN creeping forward, might just be able to get a catch here on this way. There's the check, and there's the kill. Headshot rings out, but now the exec gets ready to come through here onto the A side. 3 players try to stave this off. One in the connector. Coming out from 9U, looking for the kill, is able to find one. ZQ will get taken down, but ZY finding another, finding himself 2 quick kills. C4 now dropped in no man's land, and 2 needs to try to somehow clutch this out. Turns from the flash. Spots the one on the peak, but he as well has been spotted. Still gets the headshot. YSH rechecking the angle. Pays the iron price. Swing around the back. Had he been able to find that one, would have been monstrous for him too. Still trying to just hound him down, but he runs out of bullets. Sprints forward here, up over the top. Trying to get that wall bang, but cannot. KingZero sticking around for at least a little bit longer here on AG.AL. Needing 3 to take this into OT.
Yeah, I mean, XN just so patient on that bridge, finding that opening kill. This time they're able to usher their opponents across to the other side of the map into that A meat grinder. Worked out pretty well. Just a bunch of stuns, flashes being thrown both ways, but oh man, KZ is going ham over at B. They've given up so much space. You put so much, and it's done. YF is gone. A is cleared.
9U noted, and it looks like this should just be the beginning of the end here on this map. A 5v3, everyone untouched on the side of AG.AL. KingZero being routed right over towards the welcome arms of Do. He's holding a very close angle. ZY is tucking, Do striking, swings in, pistols down, YSH, and now it is all on XN, who cannot find anything at all. 10-6, we are going the distance. Both teams vying for that final spot here in the semifinals. AG.AL extend this all the way to compound.
A brilliant GR side for AG.AL. I mean, you could see the game plan in terms of how they want to hold their defaults, how they want to rotate. Very similar between Ankara and here, but just so much better executed here for the side of AG.AL in terms of what we saw, and less well executed for KingZero. KingZero just too readable on their BL side. And their GR side just so aggressive, and it's just handled well enough by AG.AL. There's just never really time to build up too much momentum, too much steam. Just incredible stuff. Do in particular, just a nightmare to crack. He is just stalwart.
A really good performance here Big rebound. That's what they needed. That's what they found. But can they continue it for a third and final map is the question, or will it be KingZero's time to return to form to find that stride that they had on the opening of Ankara? It tells me that this is just going to be an absolute bloodbath to try to close it out. Semifinals, as well as a massive jump in prize pool, is what is at stake between these teams. $55,000, the difference. If you get eliminated right here and now, no chance at a trophy, no chance to crush your opponent's keys. That pressure is going to be ramping up, but AG.AL have shown that they still can have the upper hand. So we're going to go ahead and get ready to go to a quick final break. And when we come back, we'll be jumping into that map 3.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
A third and final map to determine it all, to see which one of these two teams is going to be advancing forward into the semifinals. We wouldn't have it any other way. Down to the nitty-gritty, down to compound. One more to settle it all.
I'm shocked in the way we got here. Not shocked that we got here. It just felt like it was such a dominant showing on Ankara that KingZero was going to run away with this thing. But then on AG.AL, they had some just very static plans on attack and some GR sides that just did not really come to fruition the way they wanted to. So they're going to fall on that map, and we go over to compound. And this is going to be an interesting one. This is a pretty good map for AG.AL. They've been really solid on it, 70% win percentage on it so far this year. So this is going to be uphill battle, it feels like, for KingZero. And they have been struggling on compound themselves. They're only 1-4 on this map this year. So this is, again, if you look at the statistics, not exactly favoring KingZero, but statistics be damned. These maps have gone in unexpected directions. 9U already pressing forward, getting some damage on the way in.
On that grenade, and now just spray down here with the gun. ZY able to collect two before getting traded out by YSH. Spin. And the aforementioned left alive here.
Crouch with the gun, and Jue going to be good for the final on a bin. Crouch with the pistol, getting that kill. That is fast for KZ, but it does not pay off. 9U able to get pretty deep pretty early. They're not really able to do too much else off the back of that. I mean, AG.AL holding the line. They're going to maybe get aggressive here, looking for that nade hit out towards the BL spawn. They're just going to take space off the back of that. Oh my God, Do.
Well, he is picking up where he left off. Certainly not missing a beat now. That has to be a hefty concern if you are KingZero.
This is one of the few times we've seen AG.AL, maybe the only time, get aggressive on their GR side. Well, they did a little bit on Ankara, but now they're just going to go right back. Into their defaults they go. They got their prize. Give themselves that man advantage to make it that much harder. This is a map that a little bit BL-sided in terms of their results on this map for KZ. So trying to, again, do some damage, but off to another very rough start. Whereas, again, GR is really where AG.AL breads their or butters their bread. I almost said breads their butter.
Breads their butter.
Breads their butter.
It's okay, you're 40.
Yep.
Now, scaling forward here into mid. Just under a minute remaining. Smoke onto the A side. Maybe an attack here towards B. Gathering smoke, not really going to be doing too much for AG.AL, just given the routing here. Flash certainly will. That holds them all at bay and makes them think twice, because now you've got this rewrap here from ZQ, setting up that crossfire alongside ZY. Grenade in. Looks like it's just going to be waiting for these ones to dissipate, and then a recut in towards that A side of the map, but you're going to have ZQ to pivot very quickly as Do finds himself another kill. Jue, ZY all opening up, and just like that, blink of an eye, everybody gets absolutely destroyed. Flawless round here for the side of AG.AL as they start 2-0.
Yeah, Do fired up. His crossfire is just brutal. There's just nothing from KZ to answer. They get smothered out of that one, so the early aggression gonna continue. We're gonna try
it up. ZY, forward angle. Spraying and praying here from now is going to be running out of bullets, but not before he's able to find himself a second kill. Look for that spray control there is 1222. Finds himself another before getting taken down. Yep. Pause necessary from here. Because okay, whatever, 3-0 start, a 0-3 start if you're KingZero. But given the fashion with which these rounds have gone over to AG.AL. That is the greater concern.
You just try to rush and it got shut down by basically one player. What are you going to do? I mean, you're getting beat.
I don't think Bin's ready. Never mind. Okay, I shouldn't underestimate this guy. He's been the one to really try to keep them in the game. As for now, do quick on this flank, swinging around the back, but Bin covers himself. He's got that smoke ready to go. I just do want to challenge this. Might just play it back here. Sure that there's no one on forward angle. As we know, though, both players here within the site.
Well, 2v2. A free take.
No more frag grenades, so not going to be able to try to get a freebie here. On to Bin, but well, the pistol will do just fine. YF now situated, having to clutch once again. Delivered incredible heroics the previous map. Finds the first to defuse, now being stuck in Shui. Oh, he gets off it just fast enough. So very snappy, doesn't skip a beat. AG.AL, yep, it is the 3-0, and yep, that tack timeout certainly is going to be needed.
No doubt. I mean, they kind of came back in the round, almost getting through it, but individual moments. Do with the pistol, Jway with the pull-up. They're starting to crumble the individual mechanics. Oh man, do quick peek. Crossfires, gorgeous. Bin trying to do his damnedest. He's been so solid all day. Need some other players to start picking it up for you. They like what they see, and they should. That's a crucial round, crucial clutch. Now you got to talk things over. Curious about what exactly coaching staff here wants to say, because a couple different things you've tried have just really not gone your way. Do you have to, you've been being conditioned the last couple rounds for those quick mid util dumps for AG.AL to take some space on their GR side. You try to counter that. They tried to counter it previously by just going for a 5-man hit. They got shut down. So maybe a few other answers in terms of just slowing down the pace a little bit. Come out swinging on their BL side. Their game plan was to go, go, go. Set up for some rushes, turn up the tempo. See if they could catch AG.AL off guard. Coaches give them a few more Jiao-Yos. Crowd as well. There you go. Just one grenade, just to check. Early 3-man push out of B. Seeing if anybody was gonna get spicy in there. If they could just shut down another quick hit, but it's actually A main, where the bulk of KZ's forces are set up. A lot of teams will come out of here early and set up a smoke right about where YSH is. Maybe seeing if you could catch them doing that a little bit later, but AG.AL being crafty with their setups, with their game plan here on their GR side. A little bit different than what we're used to seeing from them. Been showing a lot of different looks. That's giving KZ massive problems so far. Smoke's down. Just cutting off mid-access. Set up for that pivot. Either go short A, short B. A util in response. Does stall things here momentarily. Seems to be setting up for the A hit. So you got Do and Joy trying to lock that down. 3 players trying to sell a fake.
Why? Spline it up, spraying and praying. Prayers have been answered. That's been in the bin. YSH similarly a good amount of damage, but does manage to find some kills here in return. So player advantage for the moment here for the side of KingZero. The time is starting to tick away as they go on this flank, and Shui is going to look to try to intercept them and turn this into a nightmare, and he has done just that. YF forward here onto the site, trying to get the spot onto ZY, but the C4 is a world away, and he just doesn't have the time to really try to make a go of this. Finds the shot, and realistically, Jouet just needs to be sprinting. Getting away from him. As the C4 will look to be collected, but with 12 seconds remaining. That should just be a capper here on this round. As long as he doesn't die. Catches him with the knife out, and there you go. Well, still plays it a little bit greedily, a little bit riskily, but still gets the win secured.
I mean, every time you need somebody to step up, somebody does. It's Jouet this time. 7 kills. I don't think he's died yet. He's having an incredible half, but he finds that flank, he finds that timing. Working around the outside of KingZero's formations. That's devastating, absolutely devastating. No other way to cut that. Now you're down 4-0. KZ again so far on the back foot to start the map. Need to turn it around here soon, it feels like. So they're just gonna be at such a large deficit. They're not gonna be able to crawl out. Two-man setup here at the door.
ZY taking that first contact with ZQ, ready to counter swing. Things go sideways. Bush getting ready to come in, and okay, 9U with a great headshot finds it. ZQ now just needing to back away, give up this space.
He's gonna get out of there. They're wary of a trap behind that. Just little do they know, there's only one player who just could not afford to stick around. So it's player advantage. Able to sniff out a trap. Ooh, ZQ almost got caught jumping. Here you go. Running up. Thinking about the B hit, but they're going to smoke off the door. Right in front of you. Time is already ticking, though. Down to less than a minute. They haven't given anything away, though. No real obvious signals that it's a B. Here we go. The AG.AL has made the right read.
Flash there onto ZQ, trying to play here from the low ground, but just up and over the top goes YSH. Takes him down. Jouet fighting back for a little bit more. Has been here on that high ground. Frantically trying to line up these shots. And Jouet cannot get it done. Bin with the final. That will put KingZero now on the board at long last.
Again, it's coming down to, like we saw in Ankara, where they're just going to out-rifle you. They're just going to group up and brute force their way through. Finally able to make that work again. Jouet trying his damnedest. Finally dies, and 9-1 so far here on this map. He's been absolutely stellar. Another hero stepping up to the plate today. Don't want to lose that early player, so back to more of a defensive setup for AG.AL. Just looking for a little bit of contact at the mains on both sides of the map. See how KZ wants to respond, if they're just gonna try to make another mid push, you know, try to smoke those off, or something a little bit different. The grouped pushes have generally been, KZ has found their success. Didn't work so well on Eagle-Eye, but here, yeah, there are those two smokes towards mid. Counter smoke from AG.AL though. You can use 1 for 2. A bit of utility coming out though. Still hanging on to a lot of frags though. Our AG.AL. They used a lot of their other util. But they're gonna wait to try to do damage once they figure out where the committed attack is, maybe. Time just ticks away. Smokes are burned out. Yeah.
Ready to go for the all-out strike, but they need this to work. That's a good frag grenade. Soften them up here on that approach. Frag grenade's going to be lobbed in around the corner. ZY going to be able to find a 1. YSH trades it back. Still, however, you do have 12-22. Striking for 1. Just for reposition, making sure there's no deep flank coming in. But for now, they've got the players contained here within this site. C4 goes down. Frag grenades go in. Bin tagged once again. It's YF. Trying to find some value here with this TRG. They want to try to re-clear this angle, but Jue is a little bit faster on the draw. First shot from YF, able to find two. Spots out the other, trying to go for the quick flick, but just ends up getting overwhelmed. The fuse in. It's no second round to be found. It's going to be AG.AL moving up 5-1.
Yeah, their protocol's just so good on this GR side. AG.AL is so fast to react to these hits, and they've got that extra layer because they've held on to so many of their grenades. They're able to just soften up targets, do a bunch of damage, stall things up, and just swarm onto B short. Just knock it out of the park. They're gonna go aggressive again here. Just looking, seeing if KZ had been thinking similar thoughts, but actually lining up on the other side of the map there. Jue might be the one to keep track of the main here. This is a pretty defaulty setup, mostly what AG.AL has been running. Slow push forward though. Smoke dissipates, so that means that Jue backs up. The safety of some of his other teammates potentially. Playing a little bit outside of this door though, so tough angle for him. Not gonna have much in the way of escape other than his own util, at least initially, unless there's quick reactions, which could be. Oh,
it's
they
on the
read it.
Jue. Yeah, really good read. Push him down to 44. Still though, quite gaining entry here into the A site, and it looks like they're trying to cycle back. Still plenty of time remaining in the round, so it will be a reposition. At the same time, slot forward. ZQ for a brief little moment, but looks like he doesn't want to stick around on the angle. Still some frag grenades there for KingZero that could potentially damage him. Instead, it will just be a cut across in towards B main.
And they're smoking off the front of A, and that's gonna send ZQ back into his mid position. Smoke of their own in case there's a mid hit.
Two frantically backpedaling, drawing out that pistol. Spams away, tucks in. ZQ and ZY, however, with some covering fire, able to find a couple kills here. YF cleans up one, but now finds himself all alone. C4 in hand, but how are you meant to try to get yourself into this position? He won't. Du will take him down. And that is AG.AL maintaining dominance here on compound.
I love the way that they play these fighting retreats. They don't usually give too much away. They're so willing to just run away and lure the KZ players into the crossfires, into the traps. And even though 12-22 not lighting up the scoreboard, that was a great round from him. Playing that so well there on that fallback towards the site. Jue as well, didn't give his life up either. You know, he took some damage. So just really, really good individual play, understanding the system, understanding what they need to be doing, executing it so damn well. Slow approach towards A. Just gonna re-clear a little space into mid. It's a similar default. And you want to have that pivot guy close in on the choke points of the shorts. That's CQ's job. Have either Jue or Du holding the front lines. Over towards A. Smoke out. It's all just to stall them up a little bit, bait out a response, and they do. Smokes are through. Flash is delaying. Oh, that frag could have been a lot worse for KingZero.
ZY though, holding up close even with the flash there. He's still able to find himself a kill. Oh, cleaning up so very many of them. Three. With ZQ finding the other. Now just YF left standing. And he's completely surrounded. Du around the back there in the tower will be able to take him down. And AG.AL are looking to run away with this third and final map.
These GR sides for AG.AL post Ankara have been unbelievable. It's tremendous. What do you do here? Oh my
It
God.
just feels like the same story with Evolution Power, needing that first map to try to get that warm up, really get the blood pumping, and then just run away with it from there.
Yeah.
Run away with this, they are. It's a good opening kill, though, from YF. 2 down. Always going to be a big boon here for you.
He's been good on those. Those quick peeks around the corners. He's hit a couple absolutely nasty shots, leading the charge. As that entry fragger with a sniper rifle, nonetheless. It's not easy. He makes it look like it. Full control over here, over the corner.
Why? Finding himself a second on the re-peek, looking for that third. Being able to avoid it, but can't avoid the pistol shots. Essentially, he does get flushed out. Zen bringing it back now into this 2v2 to push forward. 1222 just spams across and finds him. That leaves YF once again needing to be the hero. Shui encroaching, the peak, the timing, playing off each other so beautifully here. Our AG.AL, they're going to make this an 8 1/2.
And Jue only dies once in the half. Stellar. Again, just the reactions, the teamwork, the coordination. It's all there in spades. And you face another seemingly insurmountable deficit as KZ. Some smiles, but certainly it can't feel the best on the inside. AG saw this when they switched after a dominant half. They got pretty aggressive early. This time, just doing a little mid-check. Maybe towards B. You do have XN in there with the sniper, holding a tight angle. See if they can avoid a pick here. Be what you're looking for as KZ. Him and Ben are repositioning, kind of trying to figure out exactly how they want to set this up. Ben's going to tuck into that corner. It's a bait and switch if they were to drift into that direction. Let XN take some of that early contact, and then hopefully they don't check where Ben is. Doesn't seem like, for now, AG.AL is thinking about that. First smoke does come through at short A. That doesn't mean much. We're just going to try and maybe push long here. Taking any contact.
Big players ready on the site, and they can widely keep their eyes trained on this position, but for now, they're all staring in towards the mid.
C9U just using it. Little extra corner of his screen to check.
Leads are onto the corner. No one there to receive the damage in the time. Ticking away here from AG.AL, needing to make a go of this sooner rather than later. So 40 seconds remaining. Nades exchanged into mid. A little contact there onto Shui. YF unable to find an angle. ISH into the corner. Push forward, there's a spot on the one. Some damage going to be traded here between the players, but Shui still able to find the kill. YF on the peak, able to find one, but CY pistol out, and he's finding two. Both of them headshots. It's just like that. C4 planted with 18 seconds to spare. ZY taken low here by the frag grenade, but not taken down. Goes for the peak and will be rewarded for it. Bin can only find the one. As you can see, the coach, the audience, the players popping off, knowing how very close they are to advancing into the semifinals.
You know, we've been praising some of KZ's executes, and that one right there for AG.AL was stellar. And ZY leading the charge with the pistol, finding the headshots. Crazy, unreal scenes. That feels like the backbreaker.
8 in a row to try to make this into an overtime. It just feels like KingZero may have just given it everything that they had in that opening map. Started off looking so very clean. Now we're on the complete and utter opposite end of the spectrum here.
so patient. Both teams, again, that same trap set up for KZ over on the B side. A side a little bit further forward, trying to get that info a little bit sooner. So they can maybe react a little bit better. Smokes are through. Nades are out. 1 damage to YSH.
Pretty quiet, not going for any kind of pre-fire here. Flash on the corner, holding it back. 12:22 and due here for the moment. The swing, however, coming in. YSH out into the open, and ZY continuing to collect, continuing to be dominant. 19 and 8 is he at the moment. Looking to go over 2 kills per round and close it out right here and now. These players split apart and now picked apart. YF dead, due with another deadly shot. ZY ready for the entry. Nanyu down below, getting surrounded. The jump in, and ZY, he's got it. He's outdone him. 20 kills achieved, the C4 planted, and XN now needs to do everything. There's a 1 frag grenade, but there's a flank in from ZQ. From 10-1 themselves into a 1-10 loss in map 3. KingZero are eliminated here from CROSSFIRE DWC, and AG.AL advance forward, taking the final position in the semifinals.
What a bounce back for AG.AL. Just nonplussed about losing that first map. And friends, of course, playing each other in the region. Some hugs there as they carry their pandas with them, showing some love to their brothers. KZ came out hot, but AG.AL, just such tremendous game plans. I have to give the coach credit. Dono doing a great job here today.
Oh, yeah.
Their GR side on those last 2 maps was so formidable.
You can see him just riding that energy right there with the players, with the highs and the lows. He gets them right as rain. AG.AL with a massive rebound after a very disappointing opening map. They close it out nice and easy. That's exactly what they needed, because it does not get any easier. It just gets harder with every step of the way. Evolution Power, their next opponent. Another one that they're going to be damn familiar with. One who also looked electric with their performance here today.
For sure. You know, both teams showing that they had some weaknesses with their maps, but no problem bouncing back from it. So you expect that semifinal to be very, very close between those two. Real wild card is going to be Stallions going up against BaiSha. Can they somehow shut down the titans of CROSSFIRE eSports? That's a question for tomorrow.
It certainly is. Well, for now, I'm sure that our stage host, Adam's going to have plenty of questions, so we'll send it down to him and hear from one of our winners on the side of AG.AL.
Yes, I certainly do. Thanks very much, fellas. I'm joined now by Du and his translator, Jin, here on the stage. AG.AL go through to our semi-finals here. Congratulations, Du. I've got to ask you firstly about that first map. A loss in that first map, usually statistically, a strong map for you, Ankara. What happened in the map? How did you lose it? And how did you fight back in that second map?
就首先想问你，就是有关第一张图，因为第一张图通常是你们 AG.AL 的一个比较强的一张图，然后当时就是是你们比较强的一张图，但是你们确实在第一张图当中失利了，然后就想问你第2张、第3张图，你们当时是后来又怎么打回来的呢？
上来因为我们比较慢热嘛，上来也是没有一早的进入状态，然后第一图的失利让我想到了决赛吧，然后我觉得命运在自己手里，然后就尽可能的调整好自己状态，就是命运是掌握在自己手里。
Well, we kind of had a slow start, so I think everyone just wasn't like our hands are cold, and we just simply didn't get into form yet. But on the second map and the third map, I'll say that what we did was after the first loss, we had a bit of a discussion, and we just told ourselves, our fate is in our own hands right now. So we have to. We have to come off the stage with no regrets. So we got to give it our all, and that's exactly what we did.
That's exactly what you did. Looking ahead to the next phase of the competition, tomorrow a semi-final, Evolution Power coming your way. Recently in the CFPL playoffs, you beat them 3-1 in a best of 5. What do you have to do to make sure you do the same thing again? What strengths do you need to have in that semi-final?
那你们下一个对手就是EP 战队，然后之前呢在那个 CFPL 里面，你们其实也跟他们打过一战 BO5，然后当时你们是3-1获胜的，就想问你，这次你们要做出什么样的准备来确保你们能再次获胜呢？
我觉得明天就打了，所以说调整的时间不是很多。然后EP 的裸装也其实很厉害，然后我们呢就是状态也有所欠缺吧。我们能做的就是明天尽早的进入状态，打出自己的风采。
Well, we're facing them tomorrow, so we don't actually have a lot of time to like especially prepare any strategies. But you know, we just gotta make sure that we do our best. We go on stage in our best mental state possible. I think EP also has has faced similar issues as well. I don't think that they are exactly playing in the top form right now. So when we meet on stage, it depends on who's in the better state, who is in better form.
Yeah, what all happens on the day here. One thing's for sure, though, you've had amazing support from your fans here in the audience here for AG.AL. I'm sure there's lots of fans here at home watching as well. Any messages for the fans who've been supporting you during your time here at EWC?
那我们在现场呢，也有很多你们 AG.AL 的粉丝，以及在国内观看的粉丝，有什么话想跟他们说的吗？
谢谢粉丝们，就是千里迢迢来支持我们吧。然后我们会更努力的，我们尽量避免今天第一张图的状态吧，会拿出最好的状态来奉献给粉丝们。
I want to thank all my fans out there, especially those who have come all the way from China to come and support us. What happened today in the first map was kind of our bad, and we're going to make sure that that doesn't ever happen again. So we'll thank you everyone for your support, and we'll make sure that we perform even better for you guys.
Excellent. And lastly as well, you can see behind us here, the Crusher is at the ready. Are you looking forward to crushing your opponent's key right now as well?
那后面这个液压机已经准备好了，你们战队是否已经准备好去碾碎对面的钥匙了呢？
准备好了。虽然说是我们同赛区的对手吧，但是竞技比赛就这么的残酷。
Yes, we're ready, but our opponent was a team from the same region as us, so we are very familiar with each other. There's a bit of a sense of loss and regret having to crush their keys, but this is the cold, hard nature of competition. There's going to be winners and there's going to be losers, so we'll do what we have to do.
Absolutely brilliant, yeah. A valiant effort there from KINGZERO, but AG.AL progressed through to the semi-finals, and thank you very much to Jin as well here. It's back to you in the studio. What a way to round out day 4 of our CROSSFIRE competition at EWC.
Hey, thank you, Adam Savage and Jen. Yes, what a way to round it out. What a series. AG.AL, your champions moving forward to tomorrow's competition. Let's talk about Do. 1.46 KD.
Yeah, I mean, we said the sniper head-to-head was going to be a crucial factor in this match, and honestly, Do stepped up and delivered in the exact way he needed to. The first map, obviously, very, very shaky, but that just seems to be the name of the game with all gamers. But 2 and 3, they're always locked in.
That's it. Well done indeed. And shout out to the fans out there for AG.AL traveling a long way to come and support the boys up there on the stage. Always great when we see the fans out there passionate and supporting the rosters they love and believe in. But man, did it start off rocky for AG. A 10-1 loss given to them by KINGZERO-eSports. I was blown away. We talked about how heavily of a favorite AG was. You mentioned, though, Sneaky, potentially, depending on the map picks, KINGZERO could get a win. And I was thinking, okay, Akara, that's the map they're going to start off with. And clearly a 10-1 domination was crazy.
Yeah, I mean, Ankara is not really a stranger of a map for KINGZERO. They've played it multiple times in CFPL. They got their reps in, especially knowing how good Ankara is for other Chinese teams. So eventually it's going to get as sharp as it is. And fortunately, it did work against AG. Unfortunately, the rest of the maps in the series didn't. But, it's a good try here for KZ, right? It's a 5th seed from China. Just like we said, kind of lucky that they just got here, but taking a map off of the 2nd best team from the best region. Yep. I mean, I would be happy if I was KZ here, but at the same time, man, I feel like if they just studied up more on those last 2 maps, they could have been something.
Yeah, what do you think, Kyle? I mean, could KINGZERO maybe have capitalized? I mean, that 10-1 victory did show. Actually, we have a lot of similarities, don't we, between the Stallions matchup earlier against AlQadsiah. They win map 1, and then they go on to obviously have a bit of a struggle going a little bit later on. Or excuse me, I'm thinking Rock versus Evolution Power, my apologies. So Rock dominated the map 1, and then Evolution Power, man, just fought back in the 2. It's really similar to this AG.AL KINGZERO matchup.
Yeah, I feel like AG, they're just one of those teams, they have to be on the brink of elimination to bring their A game, and that's exactly what we saw here. We saw it in their previous matchup as well. I mean, even in the Stallions match, that first map was a 10-3 loss for them, and it just seems to be their nature. They have to get kind of kicked into gear, start making their moves.
Well, I mean, is it kicked into gear? I'll raise the same question as we did with the Stallions. Was AG.AL maybe underestimating KINGZERO-eSports? I don't think so, based off of the interview, though, saying, you know, we have much respect. We don't even want to crush the key. It's a bit bittersweet. They're from the same region.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it was kind of curious, right? When BaiSha Gaming said, oh yeah, we knew Stallions was going to get in. I was like, huh? What do you mean?
Because we didn't.
Get it? Because we didn't. Maybe there's some hidden scrim bucks in the background that we did not notice, but it seems like Stallions have some hidden strength, especially when it comes to those maps that do surprise the enemy, just like the sub base, and now they have expanded into that Eagle Eye. I feel like AG.AL, they just expected Stallions to just roll over in that Eagle Eye map, and unfortunately for them, the knowledge was bigger than expected.
Well, in regards to AG.AL, clearly a very talented roster. There was one name that was at the top of your minds before we went live.
Yeah, I mean, ZY, he is the beast on this team. I know he's been just constantly stepping it up every last match. Even the last map there, I think he had around 20 kills to close out this series. So honestly, for me, him along with his dynamic duo of ZQ, they are the shining light of this team.
ZQ in the clutch is right. Something to think about is pretty spectacular. There's a lot of wonderful players when it comes to each and every game. Obviously, there's only one that can be at the top, and well, we're going to find that out very shortly. We got our bracket, though, whenever it comes to the overall scheme of things, and all of our quarterfinals have been concluded. We had 2 hot 2-0s for the top of the bracket, but at the bottom, highly competitive, went to game 3 each and every time. We now know who our semifinals are. Team Stallions versus BaiSha Gaming, Evolution Power Gaming versus AG.AL. And well, speaking of heartbreaks, let's go to the key crusher. We're going to be crushing KINGZERO-eSports key. AG.AL said it's bittersweet. They didn't want to have to do this from the same regions, but this is the way, as he said, competition goes.
Yeah, competition is just, that's just how it is. Sometimes you gotta knock the homies out of their tournament, but that's just how you go forward. Sometimes, you know, KINGZERO, granted, you were gonna have dinner right after this, but it seems like ZQ, he also recalled, even ran away from the key at one point.
That's
but
first time we've seen
how it is.
First time we've seen someone run away from the key crush. That's pretty brutal. KINGZERO, though, again, I just want to highlight, played very, very well for all the teams that have been eliminated today. Like, hold your heads up high. You made it to playoffs. You were better than the other 8 rosters that were eliminated throughout the group plays. So money earned, and speaking of money earned, we're talking 100,000 plus now for our top 4.
Yeah, honestly, a big prize spot ahead for whoever can take it away. $750,000 for first place. And there's only one team left outside of the Chinese region vying for that prize. So Sneaky, you can now say Philippines, maybe they're the number 2 region.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. We haven't been the second best region in a while, so yeah, it's very jarring for me that we're kind of back in this position.
Yeah.
Not just that, for the context of the Filipino viewers right now, I think at least they can get 7 million pesos, which is quite a lot in the Philippines already. You can buy like years worth of rent or maybe even a house, so this is already pretty big for the Stallions.
That's wonderful. I really love to hear that. CROSSFIRE making it happen, and dreams are being made each and every day, each series. That is one. Let's take a look at our Kadia top plays of the day. We had so many of them, it's hard to count really, but let's go ahead and start with one of our first series here. It was Stallions versus AlQadsiah, and whenever it comes from the Stallion or AlQadsiah's perspective, man, VNC was tearing it up.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like AlQadsiah, they had a decent map in the making here, but I know a lot of people predicted them to win, but I feel like Stallions, they just played the better game on the day. You'll see a lot of their highlights. KLP especially has stepped up massively in this event. Loy looking like one of the more consistent players as well, but map number 2 for me, for them, was massive. But going into this next series as well, Q9 and BaiSha, this one was, I think, where the script started to fit perfectly what we were expecting from then on.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, obviously, it was BaiSha Gaming getting the win over Q9. They did it in 2-0 fashion. For Rock, they definitely gave it a good effort, though, Sneaky, for the Western region, winning that map number 1, but map 2 and map 3, well, it was all XQQ tearing them up.
Yeah, I mean, I think the size of the map and the map being so close in sub-base kind of helped with that series, and the fact that, you know, it was more open maps now for map 2 and 3 for them, so it is a lot easier for the other side. But we do have the AG versus KZ game, and yeah, it's a Do masterclass, man.
Yeah, Do, YF, Ben, I mean, just all of them playing so very well. Even been on the opposite side, you got to give him credit despite them taking the L. I mean, he had a phenomenal tournament as far as I'm concerned, but yeah, it was of course AG just looking you know, cut above the rest. And like I said, literally that was a $50,000 matchup, basically in addition, right, from going from top 8 into the top 4. It only continues to grow the further you go in the tournament. A good day nonetheless, plenty of wonderful matches, and we did get some upsets as a whole, Stallions being one of them. It's great to see the Philippines being represented well. We'll see how well and how far they can continue to go into tomorrow's competition. But now it's time to crown our Sony MVP of the day. And who's it going to be? Well, it's going to be ZY in our most recent series from AG.
Yeah, this is a very well-earned MVP, able to take things up a notch when his team needs him most. And you can see it here in the stats. I mean, 120 ADR with the teams they're playing is just insane.
Yeah, absolutely insane. And I mean, one half of the 2 greatest players that we could possibly see in here in CFPL. I mean, him and N9 are really on another level if they do decide to turn it on. And I cannot wait to see peak ZY in this semifinal, man, because it's been a while since we last seen it.
Oh yeah, and of course you got to remember for AG.AL, they've got that desire to play against BaiSha, one of their biggest rivals out there, and I think that gave a little bit of added confidence to ZY's performance today.
Yeah, honestly, for ZY, I hope he can keep this performance moving forward, because if so, they've got a real shot at winning this.
Yeah, all right, well, hey, tomorrow is going to be action-packed. We've got we've got 3 games, right? 3 best of 3s, and then ultimately we've got our grand finals for the bulk of $2 million, $750,000 going to first. We start off with semifinal number 1. Team Stallions return to the stage once again, going in as the number 1 team, or at least I should say the number 1 team to play against BaiSha Gaming. But that's going to be a true test. If they can win that one, that'll definitely be the biggest upset of the tournament so far. Then Evolution Power Gaming will play against AG.AL, which will lead us to our 3rd place matchup. Who's getting 3rd? Who's getting 4th? And then ultimately, at the end of the day, we've got a best of 5 banger. It's going to be the grand finals. And as I've said, $750,000 going to first place. You take your pick, chat. Who do you think it's going to be? Stallions, BaiSha, Evolution, or AG.AL? A lot of top competitor teams to choose from.
Yeah, honestly, I'm looking forward to it. I mean, Stallions, they have a chance to make a historic run here. If they could somehow beat the 3 best teams in China to conquer this event, it would be the most talked about story ever in CROSSFIRE.
Yes, and also miraculous, Sneaky, given the fact that No is only 16 years old, and a chance to earn the bulk of $750,000 for first place would be insane.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, so much money for such a young kid. I bet he is going to be going straight to university, and that's for sure. Knowing tanks, he's not gonna let the kid, you know, spend the money unwisely. But at the same time, it would be so perfect for Team Stallions. They have been kind of lacking in the resources back in the Ubik Maniac era.
That's
and
right.
Having that injection of cash would be such a big help.
Well, I must ask, though, for Stallions and BaiSha, even though we are selling the dream of Stallions, and I do want to see them go forward, BaiSha is still the number 1 team, in my opinion, for this tournament. Now, the bottom of the bracket, though, in the semifinals, when it's Evolution Power versus AG.AL, that's going to be a close one. Can we even call it?
It's a tough one. I feel like in this event, EP is maybe shown a little bit more, but all gamers, when push comes to shove, this is a very strong team that knows how to close out those really key matches when they need to. So I'm hopeful they can do it here, because AG, I would say they're my slight favorite going into that one.
Slight favorite. I'm going to wait for your spicy take tomorrow if you don't mind. But today has come to a close, Sneaky, and it was a wonderful, wonderful day. Plenty of exciting matches. Tomorrow, we conclude the first ever CROSSFIRE EWC 2025 tournament. I'll pass it to you one more time, Sneaky, for your final words as we get out of here.
Yeah, I hope the underdogs, you know, have a good fight tomorrow, and hopefully we do have an interesting final. I hope the storyline is perfect.
It definitely is going to be. And Kyle, you'll be here alongside us, of course, calling all the action.
Yeah, looking forward to it. I'm hoping we can see the underdogs, like Sneaky said, rise to the occasion and make it happen.
All right, well, here we go. It's going to be a good day tomorrow. Day 4 has concluded. It's been action-packed each and every day. And, of course, there's a lot going on, and you can keep up to date with everything that's happening, of course, on our official Discord. If you want to join it, go ahead and scan that QR code. Get involved, not only for our last 3 remaining games whenever it comes to EWC, but more importantly, right here on this very stage for CROSSFIRE. CROSSFIRE at EWC 2025 has been phenomenal. Tomorrow, we conclude the story, and the bulk of $2 million will be earned. The question is, who wants it the most? We'll have to find out tomorrow for the competitors' answers.
Hi, it's Wendy here with XM. So several questions. I know you're so sad about this loss. So a little question for you. The first of all, what lessons or takeaways did you gain from the match that might help in the journey ahead? 想问一下的是第一个问题，你们有没有从这场比赛当中学到些什么东西，能够帮助你们在之后的道路当中越走越远呢？
主要还是交流的一些问题吧。毕竟我们都是第一次打世锦赛中的嘛，拿到8强其实还可以了，已经完成目标了嘛，只希望以后继续努力嘛。
Well, after basically the in-game communication matters a lot from us, and to be honest, this is our first time to take part in the global events, and we make out from the group, we achieve the goal of our goals, so it's okay for us, and I wanna do it better in the next time. And the next questions for you. So although the tournament's run has to come to an end, there is still many opportunities ahead. So what's the main part you'd like to focus on improving next? 想问一下，那这场比赛我们结束了，但是我们之后的比赛还有吗？所以说想问一下的是，你会在之后的比赛当中更加专注的去提高哪一个方面呢？
主要还是在指挥这方面做好一点嘛，不能让自己的队伍落入对方的节奏里嘛，这样的话就会让对方一起连续拿分嘛，然后节奏就会乱嘛。
As the AG.AL, I need to improve a lot because I don't want to let our team that were affected by the opponent's pace, so that's the main point for us, for me to improve myself. So the last questions for you, anything you want to say to your fans right now? 你有什么话想对你现在的粉丝说的吗？
第一做指挥嘛，然后没有做得很好，以后会一直努力带领大家拿更好的成绩的。
This is first time to do the AG.AL thing in the group, and I did not perform so well at the part. And right now, I just want to go back at home and just try my best to improve it. And that's all from us. Thank you, bye bye.
Only getting started when it's midnight, keeping it tight. If a nigga wanna go to war, it can get dark, but we stay bright. Coming like a night, it's on sight. Ever touch my sleeve? Niggas around there wanna disagree when it's clear that I'm speaking facts. Man like me, you know I'm proactive. Never gonna stop till I see the big man's on flats.
Hop on the front door, it's like midnight. Don't lose your grip, cause you might fall out again. Off-white whip, need for speed. I'm not switching the lane. Pick up the pace. Bro like that, and we're back to the base.
Back to the base. Back to the base. No, I can never act. Been trying to stack up racks on racks. Boys in the back wearing all black, staying on track. Better show your gun, and that's on me. Out here getting this beef. If you work for the devil, better retreat. Coming too icy, come too clean. Could never move shady, ain't no fiend.
Shotgun, London, what's the outcome? You know, I'm a madman. Just can't stick to the program. Raise up the heat, keeping the tension. Shifting the gear to a different dimension. Red light, speed up, take off. Hop on the front door, it's like midnight. Don't lose your grip, cause you might fall out again. Off-white whip, need for speed. I'm not switching the lane. Pick up the pace. What? Throw like that, and we're back to the base.
Back to the base. Back to the base.
Back to the base. Back to the base.
Back to the base.
back to the base.
Yeah. Back to the base.
Back to the base.
Yeah.
Hi, it's Wendy here. Let's welcome Pepper Thing and Seth to joining with us for today's recap. Quick questions for you two. So first of all, what's your match of the day?
I think it's a pretty tough question, but I will go with Stallions win at the start of the day because I think it was a big upset, and I think that Stallions right now are on a crazy run. Where it stops, I don't really know. They have a tough opponent in BaiSha ahead of them, and if they can get through that, then I think that they could take the whole thing. But yeah, I'd say the Filipino gang because they're looking great.
I disagree. I was expecting the Stallions to win, so I'm not that surprised. No, I'm being a little bit jokey. But I thought the KingZero versus AG.AL match was my match of the day. Like, even though the maps were pretty one-sided, it was still really exciting to see the back and forth between the Chinese orgs.
Of course, we got 3 Chinese teams right now and 1 Filipino team, Sam. So expectations about tomorrow's matchup. We already know the schedule, right?
We do. I'm thinking Stallions are going to push BaiSha pretty hard. I think BaiSha is probably going to win, but I think they're going to take a map. I think Stallions are at least going to take a map.
I think that they can. I think they certainly can. But I think that this is one of those things where you see this team, they have a lot of steam built up, and then they're just going to hit a brick wall. I think the BaiSha Gaming kind of just are that difference makers. I think if they get a win, it's going to be because BaiSha need to come in. They need to warm up a little bit. It feels like Stallions have been able to have these really hot starts, able to take that opening map as well versus AG.AL before. So I think that it's going to take a little bit of time for them to find their footing maybe, but I think that BaiSha will be able to get it done. So.
Well, the final questions. The nomination of 3 of us. So your MVP of the day.
I think you could go a couple different ways with this, and even though I said that my match of the day was for Stallions with their win, I'd probably give it to ZY. I think his performance in that last series to close out over KingZero was just phenomenal. I mean, he ended up dropping 20 kills on that last map of Compound, so 2 kills per round. He was just rock steady for the team. So I'd probably give it to him.
I'm right there with you, actually, on this one. I think ZY was probably my most impressive player today. Do as well for AG.AL was really nuts, especially on that Eagle Eye. So, like, between those two, it's hard to choose. They have both played so well today.
Looks like our CROSSFIRE gaming is intense and excited for today's and absolutely tomorrow. Same here, so let's keep in touch with CROSSFIRE at EWC.